Okay, good morning everyone and welcome to the June 16th. This is what we're calling our 2026 summer retreat.
2026.
Somebody skipped ahead a year on me. So anyway, welcome everybody. If you would bow with me for a quick word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for another day. We thank you for the opportunity to lead. We ask that you lead, guide, and direct our actions today. In your name we pray. Amen. Amen. If you're able to stand, please do so. To pledge allegiance to the flag of our country. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Madam Clerk, if you would please call the roll.
Alderman Ferguson.
Here.
Alderman Bryant. Here. Alderman Astor.
Here.
Mayor Odom.
Here.
Alderman White. Here. Alderman Best.
Present.
Alderman Outlaw.
Okay. First item on the agenda is to consider adopting ordinance amendments as follows, and I'll pass this along to CDBG.
Okay, at this time I'd like to ask Connie Harms to review these items.
All right, for the first item is considering adopting the ordinance amendments as follows, and there are 6 multi-year funds that are included in this. What we're bringing to you is historically it's been the city's practice, and it's a common practice among North Carolina municipalities to record sales tax expense and revenue in the balance sheet account. It's been brought up recently in the recommendation by the UNC School of Government and the city's auditors that the city should start recording these as true in expense accounts and revenue accounts. So it's not actually increasing, or adding any expense, the washout. So we pay the taxes and we submit for reimbursement from the state and get that back as revenue. So it'll just be recorded in revenue and expense accounts instead of just washing out. So the funds include the multi-year grants fund, the electric improvements project fund, 212 Kale Road project fund, the Entitlement City CDBG fund, Drainage Improvements Project Fund, and Hurricane Florence fund. So as a multi-year, we did try and include maybe some extra. This wouldn't be just the tax for fiscal year 26. We're trying to project so that we don't have to come back to you as often on the multi-year funds to bring a budget amendment for this purpose. Questions?
Any questions? So it sounds like this is kind of a, I hate to use the term rubber stamp formality, but it sort of is. And since this was not, I guess, properly noticed for today's agenda, we need to have a special meeting to adopt this before the end of the month. And I believe the clerk has circulated a date and time with the board, and it looked like Friday, June 19th at 8 o'clock would work for enough of us to have a quorum together to approve that. So what I would look for is a motion from the board to call for a special meeting on June the 19th, 2026, 8 a.m. at City Hall to approve item number 1.
So moved.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so the clerk will get that put on our calendars and noticed, and we'll see you all Friday morning at 8 o'clock at City Hall. Is that all on item number 1?
That's it on item number 1. So item number 2 is also adopting the final budget ordinance, and we'd like you to consider adopting that on Friday morning as well.
Okay, so items 1 and 2 will be on the agenda for Friday morning. Okay. Anything else?
Mayor, I'm not sure if item number 2 was referenced in the motion that just passed.
The motion was to call for the meeting, but we will make sure that it includes item number 1 and 2 when it's noticed. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, item number 3, public safety update.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So just, we're excited to have you here today for the summer retreat. And this is really an opportunity to talk about a variety of citywide projects, activities that not only have we been working on or are about to complete, but also going to broach a little bit about what's going to happen in FY27. So this meeting is being recorded. It will be on the city's website and on City Creek TV, I believe, at some point tomorrow, just for those who may have an interest in that. At this time, I'd like to call Chief Locklear up to give an update on fire rescue.
Good morning. So I know we'll be speaking about projects later on in the meeting, but for right now, just some data, some information about the department, where we are. So trying to provide some graphs and numbers. We didn't do 6 months. We went back and looked from June 1 of 2025 till the end of this past month, which is May 31st. And total calls to service, we were looking at 2,229 calls. We break those down for each district, and you're almost at a tie between HQ and Elizabeth Station at 1,021 for headquarters, 968 for Elizabeth, and then 240 for Bern. Some of the things that we like to track is when we're looking at peak times, when we're looking at specific times of the day or week, when we're looking at higher call volumes. And you can see from the graph that it's not unusual to have this around 5 o'clock during the week is when we're seeing a lot of our higher call volume. During the week is also, weekends a little slower, but during the week it's pretty consistent with the call volume as well. Just additional information from a mutual aid standpoint, we do provide service out into our mutual aid areas, and we receive service when needed and called upon, depending on the area for the calls. So we had, during that time, 46 calls to service to assist for mutual aid, and we received 3 times. You can also see a breakdown in percentage of the types of calls. When you look at that as far as annual call types, you'll see fire, rescue, public service. Just to give you a little bit more information on what that looks like. On the fire side, that can be confined space cooking fires, appliance fires, structural fires, vegetation or grass fires. Hazardous conditions, you would be looking at carbon monoxide release, electrical hazards, fuel spills, gas leaks, motor vehicle collisions, those kinds of things. And then obviously the medical would be anything in the EMS world, cardiac arrest, overdose, unconscious victims. The non-emergent, even though we're responding emergent, we show it as non-emergent, so I wouldn't want anybody to be confused on that. We have to treat it as such when we talk about alarm activations. We can't say what that situation will be until we get there to confirm. So that's where you would find those higher numbers as far as accidental alarms, malfunctioning alarms. Public service would be that of a citizen assist, call to service, installing on fire alarms, checking on smoke detectors, and we also have times when PD may call to force entry. Response by month. During this time, October was the leading month for calls to service. One of the things that we're super proud of is our fire prevention program. If you look on that particular graph, we're tracking Fridays or scheduled days that we do car seat installs, inspections. So we do get those scheduled, and we do have those that just walk up or drive up and need the system. So we track that number as well. So 51 car seat checks during this time. Alarm battery replacements was 333. Smoke alarms that were installed during the time was 524. We also track educational opportunities. All of our activity requests where we go out and provide safety information to the public, and we break that down between adults and children. So we had 9,979 children that were reached during this time, and we had 3,060 adults. Permits issued was 128, and we had 20 fire investigations. Now, with the fire investigations, I wouldn't want that to be confused. Those are the ones where we actually bring out, most times, our fire investigators, our fire canine, which is Bobby, but every fire gets investigated, and most of those might be just at the company level. These would be the ones that I have documented that the fire investigator has done so. What you don't see on this particular graph is what we call RAFERS, which is risk assessment. This is something that's on that cycle specifically with our accreditation. So it's a risk assessment of all commercial buildings. So that was actually taken care of, and there's over 2,000 facilities that we've had a rate done by our staff. Training is a big thing that we're required to do by the state, but also something that we take pride in, making sure that we're providing the best service. So from a training aspect, on average, any firefighter shift personnel puts on the ground level is going to get around 240 to 250 hours a year, but we do exceed that. And that's broken down into these different categories, which we're required to do, which is the company level training, driver training, officer training, medical training, hazmat training, new driver recruit, and alternate driver program. So you can see there that for the department during that time, June 1, 2025 through May 31st, 2026, we had a total of 28,712 hours of total training. Along with that, we break it down even further to having to do the training facilities. So anything out of the training facilities reported to, so we had 3,640 hours of training. And that just kind of takes care of some data for you as far as where the fire department's at. If you have any questions.
Questions?
Chief, when are you expecting your new truck?
So we're looking at one that was purchased, FEMA truck, and I'll speak on that during the projects, but it's expected to be delivered by August. So it'll be in North Carolina, I think, in July. They're actually leading out part of the apparatus committee next week to do a final inspection, and then it'll be delivered to the vendor here in North Carolina, and then on to the department around August. In service time, and I'll kind of touch on this again, so if I repeat it, I'm sorry. But once the equipment will be purchased, and then you know that at that point it will be placed in service. So sometime after August is when we do that.
Can you go back to the previous slide, please? Thank you. I was looking at the mutual aid. It says 46.8. Is that, could you explain that again?
So the mutual aid is broken down in given and received. So 46 times was actually given to our mutual aid partners, and 8 times that we received it.
And that was over what time period last year?
June 1, 2025 through May 31st, 2026.
Thank you.
Chief, I have a question about Bern permits. I have received quite a few emails and phone calls in the past week or so from folks in the Carolina Colors, the Bern community. Can you explain to us what that process looks like and what authority the Board of Aldermen has over them?
So Bern permits, when we talk about land clearing, 2 projects that come to mind would be the Craven with the 43 connector project, and then also what we're referring to out near the Water Ride, which is off the County Line Road. There's a new development that's going in, which will be in between both Carolina Colors and the backside of Waterscape. That one is approximately 311 acres, if I'm not mistaken. So you'll have the developer or the contractor that comes in and they're requesting. So they have to get the permit from both North Carolina and Forestry, and then they also have to get a burn permit through the city. So when they submit for that, we break down everything based on the ordinance, but we actually, for the last 2 projects, have exceeded what those restrictions would be, which normally would be within that 500 feet to 1,000 feet from the property lines, but we've exceeded that by restricting them to at least 1,500 feet. They also can only burn during certain times, and there's actually an app that's used. North Carolina Forestry uses it as well. We're trying to monitor that, make sure that they're within those limits. When we talk about conditions as far as wind and the smoke settling, you'll see that more in the evening times. But specifically, they can't add any additional to the burn piles after, I think it's 3 o'clock. I need to go back and look at our specifics. But I know that we've experienced some of that in recent, some concerns and complaints from that area. And the only thing that I would say to fully alleviate not having smoke conditions, I think it's more, we just wouldn't issue the burn permits. And then the contractors would have to clear that land and remove it from the property instead of burn on the property. So we do our best to make sure that we're not inconveniencing the residents. But that's the one thing that we looked at specifically with this particular one. I think it's last week. They can start with conditions being a certain way, and then sometime during the day, if the wind shifts, then you may get those effects.
Do you have a clue, considering the other cities our size, how many are allowing for debris burning versus the ones that are not inside the city limits?
So recently, we went and reached out to some, I don't know exactly which ones that was under the fire marshal, but I did request that we were looking at some of the other municipalities, and it's kind of a mixed group. Some do and some do not. As far as still issuing. But again, I would like to reiterate that we did try to take more precautions, specifically on the development that is going on with 43 connector and here by exceeding that to 1,500 feet. Which you can do that, and that's more precautionary because some may be aware that there was a condition when they first started over near Craven that there was some debris that was in people's yards. I would be upset as a resident that that would happen. So that really took it to another level, exceeding it by additional 1,000 feet. But what we're experiencing, I think more so with the new project, and it's only in finishing up the first phase of 3 phases of the 311 acres, is the smoke conditions that travel through the area.
Yeah, the problem is they cannot put anything on the burn pile after 3 o'clock. But as we all know, these burn piles are extremely large, and when the sun goes down, the humidity and everything else, it just holds that smoke to the ground, the wind shifts. And the other day when I think I ended up calling the city manager, I was receiving complaints from Carolina Colors like you read about. I mean, so maybe it's something we should consider in the future, not allowing burning and debris burning inside the city limits. I think it'd be real nice if we had something in writing which cities are allowing it, which cities are not allowing it, so we can have something to compare by.
Are you suggesting completely eliminating debris burning within the city?
Well, I'm not suggesting that. I just said it is an option.
Yeah.
And it is, I mean, when you live over in the area like where I live, where there's a lot of retirees, it's quite annoying. I mean, the smoke is terrible over there. I don't even know what night it was. Less than a week ago. The smoke was absolutely terrible. I mean, it was laying on the ground. It was just, you couldn't even stand hardly walking outside. And if you have asthma or any other type of issues, it can certainly be a problem. I'd be willing to bet that a lot of the cities are changing their ordinances, no longer allowing it. And it's going to be a burden on the contractor. No doubt about it.
Chief, if we were to say not allow that in the city limits, in that particular area, like right across the road is not city limits, could they theoretically, if we denied it, could they go get approval across the street and get a burn permit that wouldn't require city approval and still do what they're doing?
Correct. Are you asking for the actual development and removing, so they're not allowed to remove anything from, well, I would need to go back and just confirm. So one of the things we wouldn't be able to control, and when we do see this as well, is sometimes there's conditions that we have that are pro tem, they're doing prescribed burns in other areas of the county, and we'll still get concerns and complaints about those when it's not even burning in the city. So, that's why I said, I think Alderman Astor, you had some concerns that it's as far out as Harris Teeter, so we followed up with the managers there into Bern area. And that's a pretty good distance traveled to have those conditions. So it's something that we can't fully alleviate the problem as long as they're burned if the conditions change throughout the day. And I know specifically that day around 8 o'clock, 8:30 that night, wind shift changed, and then it's when you started having some of those problems.
On Asper's, your situation, folks burning in the neighborhood?
No, this was a burn pile from off of County Line Road where they were getting ready to develop the land. And they have a mountain of debris piled up there, and they burn. They set it on fire, and it'll burn a week sometimes. Yeah.
And just to add to that particular project, again, 311 acres. That was the first phase. In the first phase, there's still, now that we've had some rain, probably looking at another 2 to 3 weeks, so then you have 2 phases following that.
Well, Chief, couldn't you put some restriction on to is how big of a burn pile they can have that would probably eliminate some of the smoke?
We could go back and look at, if that would change the effects as far as the size of the burn pile, we could definitely go back and look
Because
at
as
that.
Aldermen, you said how big that burn, that pile was, if they could just minimize it to a certain amount. Certain, you know, not all at one big heap at one time.
Chief, I mean, what do you think about, I mean, the effects of if we were to just ban burn throughout the city?
Obviously, there's no burning in the city as far as, regular residents, as far as burning. I think what you would end up having, which does not necessarily affect the fire department, but the city as a whole, is that those are projects that are looking to develop, maybe that would discourage some projects from coming, by not allowing that because it's cost saving to contractors and those who are looking to develop those areas. I don't think it would fully discourage everyone, but I can't speak to that.
You know, there's been in the past, and I think we've had at least once, where they actually dig a pit and put fans on it, the power burn. Are you aware of that type of?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any of the projects using that method. I would have to research that to see if there's any. Because Alderman Astor's right. You can set a pile, and they're not using fuel or anything like that. It's just natural burn. But it could burn. Most times it burns for several days until it's completely burned.
Chief, how many burn permits have been issued in the last 24 months?
I want to say the 2, which would be the 43 Connector project, and then this one. But again, this one will be, again, 3 phases, but those are the only 2 that come to mind.
Any other questions?
About burn or just?
Anything for the chief?
I mean, as far as the burn stuff, yeah, I have no problem us looking into it or even, banning it outright. I just for the record, I don't feel strongly, so if you want to move forward and look at that or some changes, I'd be supportive of that. As far as for this public safety update, I'm looking at the response by station, and previous boards have talked a lot about a fire station in the western part of New Bern. And we talked about it, I think, at our last retreat, rated it fairly high on priorities. But I'm looking at the response by station. This might be maybe I'm not looking at this the right way, but if West Thurman Road, Elizabeth Avenue and headquarters are about split, you have quite a few calls for service in that area that Elizabeth Avenue is covering. And we have, over the last year, 8 mutual aid. I don't know where those are responding to. Are you seeing, and based on calls for service, a need for another station out there?
I would say that the data continues to trend, that there is that need. That need was being looked at prior to my appointment of fire chief here for the city. So when I presented to the board, I think it was the first year that I was in place, we were showing the trend from the 2019 timeframe up here to 2024, 2025 timeframe. So the numbers are continuing to increase in that area. When we look at over the course of the year and we break down the monthly reports, there are a couple months that Elizabeth Station is exceeding call volume of the HD.
Chief Officer, along that same line, several of the Ward 4 citizens are concerned about that berm. Have we talked about it before? Do you know where I'm talking about with the new development at the end of Elizabeth Avenue? And one of the citizens asked if there was any type of reason we could invoke eminent domain fire and police can get through to the other developments from Elizabeth Avenue. Is there that, I know I have a lot of people interested in that topic.
So there is currently a development agreement in place with Weyerhaeuser that certain criteria have to be met before that would be opened up. And it probably will be opened at some point, but we haven't met those metrics in that development agreement yet.
Well, I have to echo off of Alderman Ferguson, because this is one of the things that I have been advocating for is an additional fire station on the west end. And I know, like you said, Chief Lockwood, before you came here, the previous chief had always come to us and presented that he had a problem with the response time. So if a citizen's home is on fire, because they were coming from the Elizabeth Avenue, and he was really concerned about the response time. So that's how the fire department came into the discussion. And with all the development that's going on out there now, there is a dire need to put a fire station out there. And I know we've discussed it numerous times here, and I know that hopefully that with the purchase of a new fire truck and, the need of the citizens with all the development, that's something that will be top priority for us as a board moving forward. So I don't know if that's something that's in your project report coming forth to us today or not, or.
So Alderman Best, it may not be in his report, but when we get to the economic development portion of it and we start talking about West Newbern, that this is going to come back up to that.
All right, thank you.
I think it's important that everybody realizes that, Chief, if we were to have a reported structure fire on, that's Highway 55, Mount Pleasant area, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, out on Highway 55, Mount Pleasant area. What stations your first two?
So you're looking for anything that's going to be the Lake Tyler, 55,
Either further out, to the end of the city limits.
Elizabeth Station.
Elizabeth Avenue's first dude. And what would be second dude?
HQ.
And what would be the response time for headquarters to travel all the way out that area? It's a rough guess.
I'm listening because the first two, you have some that are going to be between 8 and 10 minutes, so it's going to be exceeding that most likely.
How much?
The first two for some of the farthest in district for the area you're speaking of can be upwards of 8 to 10 minutes. So you're looking at HQ being exceeding that around 8 to 15.
So let's reverse that a little bit just to show the need. Blue Water Rise. It's way out there. What's first due?
First two can be around the same amount of time.
What's first due station?
Thurman Station,
Thurman Station. What's second due station?
HQ.
Headquarters. So a fire truck from the headquarters fire station has to travel all the way out to the end of to Blue Water Rise.
That's correct.
Or second due. That's got to be, maybe mileage wise, it's not so bad. But it's a 15-minute response time if it's a minute.
As far as city response, you will have a mutual aid response for the Thurman side, but we can't say exactly how many personnel, how many.
How does that work for you on a Wednesday afternoon at 2 o'clock?
It's limited sometimes, but
Thank you.
And then just one last question about Elizabeth Station compared to HQ. Can you illustrate for the citizens watching the difference in the equipment and manpower that you have compared to HQ and Elizabeth Station?
so Elizabeth Station is covering around 14 square miles, and we run 4 personnel on a company. So they'll be coming on, if the primary unit currently that's in place is ladder 2, which is a Quint. So you'll have engine / some truck capability. So it's going to be their initial arriving assignments are going to be trying to establish that water supply and just the initial task. But they're also going to be waiting for the additional companies, because depending on if it's considered a rescue or if it's not confirmed rescue, they're going to have to wait till additional personnel
So what's the same situation on Thurman Road? Are you always staffed with 4 people on the Thurman Road Fire Station?
So the Thurman Road Station maintains a minimum of 6. You have 4 on Henry Company and 2 on the other ladder/plant. If they're all in-house, you're gonna have 6 on the initial. So it's similar to the Blue Water Rise structure fire that we had some months back. Would have been 4 houses down from the very end of that particular cul-de-sac. I think they had, quote me on this, has been some time back, but the initial response was a little over 6 minutes for the first division.
And what's your minimum staff level for Thurman Road?
6.
Great.
Anything else? Okay, thank you, Chief.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Next up, water resources, water quality report. I believe
Excuse me a second, sir, Mayor, before you move forward, I thought, with public safety that the police would,
Chief Gallagher, he had a pre-scheduled, so he's gonna get his report a little bit later in the day,
okay.
under the department.
Okay, water resource, water quality report, Mr. Hughes. I'll flip a coin on which Hughes wants to respond.
We've got Mr. Hughes coming up to give this report.
Well, that's a good thing. If you say Mr. Hughes, somebody's going to jump up here and talk, so it works out really well. Jerome, if you do me a favor, you advance to slide 22 and save us some time this morning. The front end of this presentation is largely about our water supply source, water treatment process. I think I've had enough conversation with all the board members in the past that y'all have some understanding of where our water comes from and what we do to it. There's some information in your packet. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I want to give you today, because we have looks like a really packed agenda, so it would be appreciative of everybody's time to give you a condensed summary on questions that have come up recently about New Bern's water quality, what we do to monitor water quality, and Brenda's passed along our most recent water quality report that's actually fresh off the printer. That came to us last week, and this will be distributed through a note on the bill for customers to find this online starting at the end of the month. And then we'll also have some printed copies distributed through all the city facilities. So what we do for water quality monitoring is kind of a multi-phased approach. We're looking at stuff coming into the plant. We're monitoring our raw water coming in. We're looking at our processes through our treatment plant to make sure we're sending a good product out the door. And we're also taking water quality samples throughout the distribution system to make sure that high quality product that leaves the plant travels through all the pipes in the city and ultimately arrives at the customers the same quality that it leaves the plant. So we do have a state certified lab that's embedded into our water treatment plant. Ms. Kendra May is our water treatment plant lab manager. She heads up our water quality team. If there's ever any questions about water quality from our citizens, Ms. Kendra is the one that kind of goes out and fills those. Also, she's day-to-day taking our process samples, making sure everything's going through the plant as it is, taking our regulatory samples, making sure we're in compliance with all of our state and federal permits. She does a very good job in what she does. In 2025, she was the North Carolina's Water Operator Lab Analyst of the Year. So we have some very talented staff here at New Bern that are keeping an eye on water quality for us. Next slide, Jerome. All right, so you'll see some things through our water quality report. You'll see some verbiage that's talking about in regards to water quality. One of the things, the term that gets thrown around the most is MCL, or maximum containment limit. When you're talking about any type of contaminant in the water system, you see the MCL reference. Normally that's a range of numbers depending on the contaminant of what we're looking for. For New Bern, we're testing over 150 contaminants, and we are under the MCL for all of them. So we have no MCL exceedance. You will see some numbers that we do have some things in the water. If you look at this contaminant, you will find numbers in there. That's not no detect for everything. But if you see a number, that doesn't necessarily mean there's an issue, it just means there's a present. And I'll give you kind of the EPA's definition of MCL. On the inside cover of that water quality report, about halfway down on page 2, you've got the MCL definition. And just to put it in perspective, at the MCL, a person would have to drink 2 liters of water every day at the MCL level for a lifetime to have a 1 in a million chance of having the described health impact. So even if you get near the MCL level, that doesn't mean you have a dire impact to the community or to your customer base. It means there's a slight chance of an elevated health risk. Even then, you have to drink 2 liters of water every day for your entire lifetime at that level to have a 1 in a million chance of having the described health effect. So in the water quality world, when I say the regulations are really conservative, they really are. Even if you're at near the upper end of some of these levels, the likelihood or chance of having some type of health impact from the contaminant is very, very, very slim. They take water quality very seriously, and these levels are very tight. And the way we measure these things is very tight too. We're measuring things in parts per billion and parts per trillion. We're really at the outer realm of what technology can detect when looking for some of these contaminants. That's right. All right, so our consumer confidence report, or our annual water quality report, is what we passed out this morning. This goes out annually to our customer base. It's required by permit to do every year. It's a fairly concise document, gives you a little background on what we're doing in regards to water treatment. If you have any questions, who to call, and in the very back page of that, there is just a list of a few things that are note from the contaminant list. This is the 24 list, and you'll see most of the numbers don't change from year to year. We have a very stable water supply source. We do everything very routinely year in and year out. So the 25 data is going to match the 24 data almost perfectly on some of those. The other thing you'll notice on some of those test dates, you'll see some 2020 test dates, you'll see some 23 test dates. Because we have such low levels of contaminants in our water supply, New Bern is qualified for reduced monitoring for a lot of constituents, which means we don't have to test annually. We can test sometimes on a 2-year cycle, 3-year, or 4-year cycle, depending on what the contaminant is. Over time, if you get the same results over a 20-year period, they understand it's likely not going to change, so they're not making you look at those things year in and year out. All right, there's 2 things that really, they're not talked about a lot in the water quality report. They are mentioned a little bit, but they do get some headlines. And I want to give you just a real quick snapshot of where New Bern is in regards to lead and copper monitoring and also PFAS monitoring. So lead and copper, it's not something that's new. It's been around for quite a while. The EPA has had lead and copper monitoring rules. It's largely just been in testing for the last 20 or 30 years. We take required samples, make sure we're within those MCLs and ACLs for lead and copper. Starting in 2024, that changed quite a bit. It went from just a water quality testing to they really want to know what's out there in regards to lead piping. So in 2024, we started our lead line service inventory, where we basically have to identify what every water customer has in regards to service line material, not only from the main to the meter, but from the meter to your house. For some of that, that's very easy. So everything in Ward 3 on the east side of the Trent River, that's new enough construction. We can just say all of that is non-lead. There's no way, based on the age of construction, that any lead over there. We can wipe that completely off the inventory. We know what that is. It gets a lot harder as we get into Ward 1 and Ward 2, as we get into our older areas of town. The construction of the homes and businesses in those areas was at the time where lead was a usable material. And we do have a little bit of lead in New Bern. We have found some over the years. We've found some lead service lines. But for about 40 years, New Bern has had a find and replace policy for lead service lines. So anytime we encounter a lead service line, as part of doing any type of street work or any other construction, find a leak in the lead service line, there's a service order generated. It gets completely replaced with new PE tubing at that point. And we've been doing that for quite a while. I'm not going to say there's not any lead lines left in New Bern, but we don't know where any are at this point. We're currently going through this inventory process. We've completed the initial submittal to EPA where we thought the the non-leads were and where the unknowns were. And we had quite a few unknowns, not because we didn't know what was from the main to the meter, but we really didn't know what was from the meter to your house. That's part of this inventory. We have to know both sides of that. So our initial inventory, we had about 6,000 unknowns. We developed a statistical analysis model, submitted that to the state for review. They've approved that. And what that's allowed us to do is take that sample size of 6,000, and instead of having to go out there and actually field verify 6,000 services, we now have to go out there and field verify a few hundred services. We'll take that data we get back from those verifications, plug it back in the model, and at the end of the day, we'll come up with a very high confidence level of what the rest of them are in those areas. We're currently working through that process now. They've actually completed the first phase of that, which was the stuff in majority of Ward 1 to core of downtown. They've gone through that in the last couple of months. And later this summer, we'll start the rest of it, which are some areas from downtown out to about Simmons Street and back into Duncanville. So just to kind of give you an example of why we don't have I don't anticipate finding a lot of lead in New Bern. Just in general, the lead service line issue is more of an upper Midwest and New England type issue. You kind of see the prevalence of lead as you get to the southeast is a lot smaller. In North Carolina, it's an average of 8 lead lines per 1,000 customers. In New Bern, I would anticipate it's actually less than that. Really just pure dumb luck that at the time lead was highly used. They just used other materials in this area of the southeast. You see a lot more galvanized piping, a lot more cast iron piping. It just didn't use a lot of lead. Good now. So again, our lead service line inventory we're going through now, having to determine both sides of that, the city-owned side and the customer-owned side as well. And all that data gets put back into, we actually have a dashboard that keeps up with all this. It's part of the web, it's on our website. There's information in the water quality report where to find this on our website. There's also letters that have been distributed to any customer with an unknown service line. There's information on how to get to this, but we're tracking every time we figure out what one of these is. We'll update this map so you can see in these if you've got an unknown service, if you've got one that's non-lead, where we are on the process. You can put your address and take you right to home and see exactly what we know about your service line at this point. All right, so right now it's kind of an evolving thing as we're continuing to wrap up the inventory. The next phase of this, we'll have to wrap up in 27, have all the inventory done by the fall of 27, and the next step will be a replacement program. So the EPA is going to require us to come up with a lead line replacement program for all the known service lines that we've got. Our goal is to have 0 known service lines. So we get to the replacement part. I'm hoping we have none that we found. If we find any in the summer and going through the inventory process, we're going to go ahead and fix them. We're not going to wait and come up with a plan to fix them in 4 or 5 years. We're just going to go ahead and jump out there and knock those out. So by the time we get to the 2027 and with the next phase of the EPA requirements, I'm really confident that we will have 0 lines that are needed to be replaced, so we really don't have much need of a plan for replacement. So the next step for us should be fairly easy. Okay, the last thing I want to touch on, because this gets a lot of national headlines, and I actually see it on a local level on a pretty regular basis now in the news feed, is PFAS or PFOA contaminants. And what these are basically man-made compounds that are showing up in water and wastewater streams, have been for quite some time. Up until recently, they were unregulated, so there was no real regulation about what was coming out of factories going into water bodies. Really the biggest issue that popped up from this was somewhat of a local issue with the Gen X issue in Wilmington and the Cape Fear River. It started about 10 years ago. That made national headlines, kind of really put a spotlight on the industrial production of these PFAS chemicals and how they could impact water supplies. So PFAS, it's just man-made compound. It's in literally everything. There's stuff on this table that's got PFAS compounds, the candy wrappers, water bottles, any type of commercial packaging, non-stick cookware, fast food containers, you really name it, there's PFAS kind of in everything. So we've been exposed to PFAS for a long period of time. This isn't anything that's really just emerging. what is emerging is the prevalence of it in water systems. You'll see that as a bigger problem in surface water systems. I use the Cape Fear system as an example. Had a factory upstream of the water treatment plant. They're discharging into the Cape Fear River. All that flows downstream to the intake of the water treatment plant, and now that becomes in the water supply. One of the benefits of having a groundwater system like Bern has, we have a lot less susceptibility to those type of contaminants getting into our water supply source. Our water supply is from very deep aquifers, way underground. What somebody puts in the Neuse River is not going to impact our water source. So that's a huge benefit of having a groundwater system. While these are still an issue, and we still test for them, and we're still, it's not something we're just discrediting. We have a lot less of concern than somebody would have from a surface water aspect. So there are some current PFAS rules. This is kind of evolving at a very fast pace as they're getting some good data in what's out there at PFAS, where is it coming from, where is it at. There's EPA and the state are starting to develop rules. There are some rules now. In 2024, we sampled all of our wells for the 27 PFAS contaminants at the time that they wanted to get some information on. We had no detects on any of those, which I wouldn't anticipate having based on being a groundwater system, having deep aquifers that we're pulling from, and where our well field is located. There are some more rules that are coming out in the spring of 27, so they're kind of taking these preliminary data, and you'll have a new round of rules coming out in 27. I'd imagine we'll have to start monitoring for those annually for a couple of years, and much like some of the other contaminants, there's probably an opportunity for us to have reduced monitoring because it's unlikely we will find it. So yeah, again, the groundwater aquifers is kind of a safeguard against surface water issues in regards to PFAS. There are groundwater systems that have PFAS contamination. That is because they've had contamination right at the wellhead. They literally have to have a problem right at the wellhead. I think there was a smaller water system in the state somewhere that had a very small, one well, one water tank, and they were emptying their firefighting foam, kind of just cleaning the fire truck out on the same site. So that was kind of leaching down, running right down the side of the wellhead, and actually contaminated, we got contamination right there at the well. But it's very difficult, other than having that type of contamination, it's very difficult to have anything happen for a groundwater source. We do have a wellhead protection plan. We've gone out with the state regulators and members of the Kale Water Rural Association the last few years, surveyed all of our well sites, looked at potential contamination sources around there, kind of developed an action plan of how to mitigate those and be aware of what's out there and what could create problems for us. It's a very detailed document, 300 or 400 pages. So we're very cognizant of the potential issue and making sure we're doing everything we can to keep New England's water supply safe. All right, so just kind of in summary, how safe is our water? Because I get this question from time to time, and it's kind of entertaining through some of our one-on-one classes that come through. There's always a couple of people that say they don't drink the water because it's not safe, and we have a lot of conversation about that. But New England's water is extremely safe. We do a lot on the front end, from monitoring as everything's going through the treatment plant, we're monitoring everything out in the distribution system. We've got a highly qualified, very professional staff that's taking care of water quality monitoring, water quality production, and we're also staying on top of any emerging issues or regulations that are coming out, make sure we're getting a high quality product across our entire customer base. Any questions?
Jordan, I get a question often about hard water. It used to be softer because we used to get it from the Black Creek Aquifer, and people want to know why, we have staining and things like that. Can you just touch briefly on what that would look like and the cost associated with it?
Sure. Well, it's a cost in chemistry. So we do get our water from two separate well fields, two separate aquifers. The old water came from the Black Creek Aquifer, very good water, very high quality, extremely deep aquifer. That water had a chance to filter through many layers. By the time you pull it back out, it's very clean water, very low hardness. It was great water to the point that everybody was using it. The aquifer was being depleted, and in the early 2000s, we had to develop a new supply source to replace some reductions we were having to make from that well field. We drilled new wells in a shallow aquifer, the Castle Hayne aquifer. That's the new water, and it's not as deep. The quality's not as great. There's a lot of hardness in it. You've got calcium, iron, manganese we're trying to take out. That's one of the main things we're doing in our water treatment plant. That water is actually running through the water treatment plant where we're removing iron, manganese, and calcium, which is where the hardness is. One of the most expensive parts of that is the salt. The salt that's required, the salt is one of our higher treatment chemical costs. So making extremely salt water actually is very expensive. It's also not good for water chemistry. You don't want empty water. Empty water is not a good thing for it. May be great coming right out of the plant, but as it travels through the distribution system, travels through the pipes to your homes, the hardness in that water actually helps, and the chemistry of that helps prevent leaching of other things into the water system. So we're trying to balance that. There's a lot going on, trying to balance good water chemistry, a high water quality. We're always cost conscious on what this costs everybody to keep the rates low. And we do that, we have an opportunity to do as best we can by blending the good water and the new water and the old water. They're both good water. What we do every day is we pull as much of the old water out of the Black Creek aquifer as we can every day. And we make up the difference, whatever else is needed every day, we make up that with the newer water that has to come from the treatment plant. So it's a balance of chemistry, cost, and quality.
Jordan, part of that shift to drilling wells in the Castle Hayne was based on, I think there was a moratorium at one point for the, was it Black Creek?
Absolutely, yes, sir, absolutely. So it's we actually had reductions. So it's a moratorium plus some reductions. There's no more permitted withdrawals in the Black Creek or the Cretaceous aquifers. And everybody that was pulling out of that, there was a tiered system over a 10-year period. 25% reduction, 50% reduction, 75%. The good news is that as everybody started to find alternative supply sources and started to reduce their withdrawals in the Black Creek aquifer, those levels came back up actually quicker than all the modeling had predicted. And we're currently at the 50% level, and it appears to be very sustainable. Those levels have come back up to higher than what they thought they would be at 50%. So at this point, we're actually running on they call it a temporary permit, but everybody has got it kind of holding it at 50% level. We haven't had to go to the 75% reduction level, which is good for us. It gives us more of that high quality, low cost water that we're able to use every day. At this point, we thought we don't have 25% of that, and now we've got 50%.
And the moratorium and reductions are from state mandated.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Unfunded state mandate.
How many wells do we have?
We've got 20 in total, so we've got 5 of the Black Creek wells, the old system, and we've got 15 of the new ones. Because the aquifer is a shallow aquifer, you don't get quite the withdrawal through that as you would the old one as well. So we've got 15 to kind of replace what we're getting from 5.
And all of them are included under the wellhead protection program?
They are, everyone is there.
To circle back to the lead pipe survey, you had said that first phase you had kind of downtown area, and next is going down to Simmons and then into W Field. Well, and you said all of it needed to be kind of turned in fall of 27. So we get those survey results back in phases or all at once? And
we will have all of our, so what they're doing now is actually, we took our statistical analysis, put all of our unknowns in there, and it spits out a random data set. It says, go sample these. And so the ones we're sampling, we are literally digging holes on both sides of the meter to get down to the service line, identify what that material is on the city side of the meter and the customer side of the meter. All that data is going back into the model. So far, we've not found a lead line. Don't anticipate. So we broke it up just for ease of going through the model. We had one data set that was primarily downtown-ish, one that got back towards Simmons Street, kind of Simmons Street back to Trent Road area, Ghent area, and then a third one that's down in kind of Duffyton, and that works its its way back up North Creighton that area. They finished the initial inventory for that first phase last week, and I think they got to take a break. I think they'll be back in early July to start working on those two sections. So I would anticipate by September, we'll be done with those other two areas as well. We'll have all that data in the statistical, run back through the model and spit out our confidence levels. The goal with it is we should have 0 unknowns before November this year, which will be our next trigger point, having to send another round of letters out to them and service lines. We should know what all of, have a high confidence level of what all service lines are by later this fall.
So by around November, is when we see the results of that.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is number 5, financial report. Ms. Ocean.
Right, in your packet on the left, you have the monthly financial report, got the blue cover. And this report includes, it's included in your monthly departmental report every month, and it consists of the budget to actual reports for the general fund and proprietary funds. It also has several financial dashboards consisting of cash and fund balance, days cash on hand, ARP-enabled project budget to actual report, and the hurricane floods report. So moving into the budget to actual report for the general fund. I just want to go over the setup of this. The first column are the reporting categories. The top section reports the revenues by source, and the bottom section reports the expenses by function. The second column consists of the revised budget, which includes the adopted budget plus all board-approved budget amendments. That also, those amendments include like rollover repeals from the prior year and rolled ARP-enabled funds. Third column is the fiscal year-to-date actual expenditures that have been posted. The fourth column is the encumbrances, which in this picture here you don't see it because it's for expenses only. But those are purchase orders that have not yet been liquidated. Those are our commitments that we still have. The fifth column is the total of both the year-to-date, fiscal year-to-date actual expenses and encumbrances together. And this sixth column takes the remaining budget and subtracts out the total. That seventh column is the percentage of budget used. So that takes the remaining budget the total divides it into the remaining budget, or the revised budget. So when we look at that, sometimes we're looking, when we review these reports, to see if we're in the 11th month out of 12, we may expect 92%, I think is the average. And then we address some that seem off. When we take a look at the revenues, for example, sometimes those are off just simply because of the delay, the 3-month delay in the collection of taxes, sales taxes. At the beginning of the fiscal year, there will be a much larger gap due to both the sales tax revenue and the ad valorem tax revenues. Additionally, it may or may not be actual cash collected as it's reflected bills revenues only. So that's some of the differences. And then as for the expenses, it includes the encumbrances in that total, which sometimes include a full year for that service agreement. So you may see, oh gosh, we're already in the 3rd or 4th month, and it looks like that's 90% expense. Well, that's because it's also including the full year's encumbrance for agreements. So if we have any red flags, then we go ahead and investigate it and see what's going on, and then try to note that. Yeah. I guess going through this section, are there any questions that you may have? I know that I just talked about the taxes for the revenues falling below, and that's because we had a delay in those receiving those revenues. The intergovernmental revenue is the Powell bill, and that one's paid twice a year, so that's a delay as well. And then the proceeds from borrowing, I wanted to touch base on that and the revenues, and that's two things impact that number, and both are pretty much due to timing. If the reimbursement for the capital item, we submit that, it depends on how the bank treats it, and if we're receiving the money up front and we hold it, or if we submit for reimbursement and ask for it. Either way, we have to submit a report, whether it's a reimbursement or a report of what we're drawing down. And what you see from last year to this year, I just wanted you to know, they gave it, or the last borrowing, they gave it to us up front. And so what happens is you don't get that revenue that comes through as a reimbursement. That was, when you get the money, we have to report that as revenue immediately for that year. So then the unspent debt proceeds sits in the restricted fund balance. So you won't actually see that tie right out if you were to add the revenues and the expenses for capital.
So essentially, some loan proceeds came in last fiscal year, what it spent last fiscal year, they were supposed to be spent this year, and so it's a carryover, but it doesn't carry over the revenue column.
Right, and it's not that it wasn't supposed to, we could have had stuff that just didn't get received yet. And ours was $920,000 from last year to this year that was brought over that way. So then we'll have the reimbursement from, if the bank holds the funds, then we'll get actually submit the reimbursement and then report it as revenue as it comes in.
So as of right now, this report is June 11, 2026, almost the end of our fiscal year, with revenue under expenses, but you're saying it's from sales tax revenue and PAL bill, which will come in after this fiscal year closes out.
Yeah. So, for example, the revenue for the sales tax that we have reported in here right now is February sales. So that's how far behind it is. We will not have June until September. So then as that money comes in, then we post back to that fiscal year to make sure we report the true revenues and expenses for that fiscal year.
So you see this right now, this report, you don't see anything structurally wrong other than, you don't see anything structurally wrong with revenue versus expenses. It is solely a lag in getting sales tax and PAL bill funds.
That, and then we have, we will probably take from fund balance as we had planned to, because with what I just described in the proceeds borrowing, ARPA funds, that was already received and recognized years ago. And so that rolls into restricted fund balance. So when you look, when we get to the fund balance charts later, you'll see where that really consists of ARPA. And so when we're short, in a sense, and we're able to draw, we're drawing from our restricted funds that we have set aside for that funding source, yeah.
Where does our sales tax and PAL bill funding come from?
There's several, go ahead.
Well, PAL bill is the state aid, and the sales taxes are percentage of sales tax received from within the city.
So the state essentially cuts us a check for the PAL bill.
Okay.
Who cuts us a check for the sales tax?
It comes from the state as well.
State as well.
Okay.
So the state requires local governments to pass a balanced budget by June 30th. But some of their funding that is due to us, we don't receive in time. Is that what you're saying?
Well, we don't, it's their collection and their payment schedule. So no, we do have delays, and it's very normal when they're dealing with the funds from the state and even the federal government, because they have to take and look at, for example, they look at the sales, then they process that, they have to then distribute it, and it's always just several, we have to wait for that month to close. So then by the time we get that, that's 3 months behind.
But we have a regulation of maintaining an 8% fund balance. So not here, but there could be a situation where a city is waiting to receive some of those funds that have been delayed, so they have to dip into their fund balance which they could go below the 8% requirement, and it's because of the delay in getting the funding from the state.
Well, they could throughout the year, fund balance is calculated at the end of the year. Those revenues will be reported, even though you're receiving them in July, August, and September, you still have to report them in the prior fiscal year. So if they dip below 8% after reporting all of that, they were in trouble to begin with.
But those revenues are not, what you just said was those revenues are recorded at the end of the fiscal year to avoid, to the mayor's point, to avoid looking at some kind of shortfall. But as the report before us now, it does not show collection of those, or it does not show those revenues in here.
It doesn't show it for May. It shows it through the sales month of February that we just received. So, and this is governmental accounting.
So it's basically like that each year, you're like 3 months behind.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So that's why you'll consistently see that line short throughout the year every time you look at these monthly reports.
At the year end, it'll be there in the fall.
Mhm. And then the fund balance appropriated, just to remind you, that line consists of $825,314 from the original adopted budget. It's just over 2.7 million in assigned board projects for the ARPA funds, or ARPA enabled funds. 1.872 million in rolled purchase orders from the prior year. 2 million in added MSC projects, and $118,077 in budget funds through that board throughout the fiscal year. So when you see that number, yes, that's left blank, but that's not done until the end of the fiscal year. Was there any other questions for the general fund? Okay, if we move to the enterprise funds, water fund and the sewer fund budget reports are located on page 2. The water fund revenues are $255,722 over expenses for this period. You'll see that some of the budgets for miscellaneous revenue is 50%, which is lower than budgeted, and that will be adjusted in the final budget ordinance amendment. That's just consisted of pretty much sales of fixed assets, sales scrap, that kind of stuff that we just didn't get the revenues that we had anticipated compared to prior years. And the reimbursements and transfers, those are also adjusted a little bit. And again, the fund balance appropriated was $40,654 in rolled purchase orders, and then board appropriations was the amendments. The sewer fund revenues are over expenses by $333,444. And again, the same thing with the miscellaneous revenues. Those are a shortage of sales of fixed assets, some scrap, some revenue rentals. The fund balance appropriated, and that consists of $220,653 in rolled purchase orders, and then board appropriations that were amended throughout the year. The electric fund, do you have any questions on those two, water and sewer?
Can you speak a little bit more to the shortfall in revenues? You said unexpectedly the water and sewer did not get as much as previous years.
Oh, for this miscellaneous revenues for the sale of fixed. So we budgeted looking at historical information, and then we just had not received that same amount yet this year. So that budget will be adjustment with the final budget ordinance amendment.
So you're not concerned
No,
about that right now? Okay.
It does vary on what actual equipment goes out for sale and stuff like that, so it does vary with those things and that.
Okay.
So we're at electric fund. The electric fund and solid waste is on page 3. The electric fund revenues are over expenses by $9,971,972. The same thing with the miscellaneous revenue, that one's 29%, same reason as the others. And then the fund balance appropriated, nets with the transfer to fund balance, revenues and expense, that'll net together in the final budget ordinance amendment. That's noted in note 3 on there, and the fund balance appropriation consists of rolled POs and approved appropriations and then adopted and amended budgets. I think it happened because one amendment was putting it back into fund balance, and we had already had taken from fund balance. So those two will get netted together.
Kim, does the billing day or the days within a cycle, does that affect the days cash on hand?
So the billing is recorded in the revenues, and the days cash on hand has nothing to do necessarily with the billing, it's just what's been paid in. So, yes.
Okay. So like if there's a month where there's 34 billing days and we've done a good job in collecting that, we could theoretically have more cash
Yes.
on hand than we would in a billing cycle of 28 days, and maybe there's Christmas and people are cut off and they haven't paid their bill.
Correct. The solid waste fund revenues are over expenses by $258,499. And same thing, the intergovernmental revenue is at 83.8%, and it's the state distribution, the last quarter's outstanding. We are a little bit below the target range for charges for sales and service, and that'll be adjusted in the final budget ordinance amendment as well. And the same thing with the miscellaneous revenues, just sale of scrap, mulching services, sale of fixed assets are just lower than what we expected. The fund balance appropriated consists of $13,028 in rolled purchase orders and appropriations in the adopted and amended budgets. Do you have any questions on that?
Kim, looking at, when I compare the electric solid waste and then water fund sewer, like water and sewer has for example, water fund has a fund balance appropriated of $664,000. And then the revenue over the expenses is $255,000. If you back out that fund balance appropriation, is it fair to say that the revenues collected in the water fund this year, revenues collected this year, don't match up with the expense amount for the year without that fund balance appropriation? Like the revenues are not sustaining the expense without that fund balance appropriation. Am I reading that right?
So the fund balance appropriated is only the budget. There's no, that transaction will not happen until the end of the year. So I just want to make sure I understand your question.
So it would include the fund balance, I was trying to follow to, the fund balance appropriated. Those are all of the amendments that we have brought to the board from the original adopted. So anytime, and it is mostly the rolled POs. It's just, we have to, when we roll the expense, we have to roll the revenue as well, which would be the fund balance. So it's from the previous year.
Yeah.
But what will actually be taken out will depend on the end of the year. But this includes every budget amendment that's been brought before the board.
And remember that some of that is sitting in restricted fund balance too.
Thank you.
So those revenues were received in prior years. page 4. This is the revenue and expense comparison chart so that you can just see them side by side. The chart gives you a quick view of the revenues and expenses for each fund. The green bar represents the revenues and the blue bar represents the expenses. The red line represents the net amount, so revenue minus expense for this reporting period, and the yellow line represents the prior month's red line. So looking at the red and yellow lines, you can see each fund is trending about the same as the prior month. You can start to see their electric revenues are starting to creep up and are now above their expenses. Okay. The next report on page 5 provides an overview of the following charts that you'll see in the next page, along with the pertinent information regarding compliance and reporting. So, the general fund cash and fund balance chart is located at the bottom of this page. The cash reflects funds that are currently available, whereas the fund balance includes assets and liabilities that may not have yet been converted to cash. For example, FEMA reimbursements are recognized as revenue when it's billed out and included in the fund balance, but the related cash is not available until payment is received. This shows how the hurricane funds impact the general fund cash and fund balance over the last 7 years. In 2019, you can see that cash was in the negative by $7 million. Through the years, you can see the reimbursements coming in, and then in 2025, general fund cash was at $20 million. Currently, we have $7,765,111 in unreimbursed expenses from FEMA. And this should explain why it's important for the city to have a really healthy cash balance, because when you look at even prior to 2019, it was even lower. The blue bar shows the general fund balance, and the gray bar shows the general fund balance net the hurricane funds. On page 6, this shows the data for the cash balances and the fund balances for both April and May. These numbers drive the charts in the next 2 slides. If you're looking at your report, it supports the 4 charts below this one. The chart to the left shows the cash by fund for the months of August, November, February, May, from 2024 to present, reflecting the high and low periods. With the general fund, the top darker blue line, you can see the dips due to lag in revenues, mostly for ad valorem and sales taxes. The chart on the right shows the general fund days cash on hand from July to present. This also reflects that dip in the fall months. This chart shows the bottom. This chart shows the breakdown of fund balance for the general fund. And this is an important one that I'd really like to spend some time on and go over. First, it's important to note that the calculation for the current year is an estimate, and it will fluctuate throughout the fiscal year. The true picture of fund balance is after closing the books at the end of the fiscal year. The general fund balance shows $35 million, but of the $35 million, $17.4 million, which is the yellow, is restricted. That one is consisting of funds restricted by state statute, like the Powell bill, MSD cash, unspent debt proceeds, and non-spendables like inventory and prepaid expenses. The purple, which is the $2.1 million, is assigned, and that's consisting of the ARP and ABLE funds and subsequent year fund balance allocation, which for this is $500,000 that was adopted in the budget for next year. Those 2 categories can only be spent according to those restrictions. However, the assigned funds can be reallocated by the board. The gray is the $12.9 million, and that's committed funds. This maintains the minimum 25% fund balance policy. The calculation for committed fund balance excludes, it's important to note that that excludes non-recurring capital, NSC, and ARP. So that leaves the 2.6 million, which is in red, and that's the unassigned fund balance that is available to appropriate. The total available fund balance with committed plus the unassigned is 15.5 million. That is available, but know that once you use the 2.6, you're now dipping into going under the 25% per policy. The chart on the, well, let me, before we move forward, that's a lot of information. Are there any questions?
Did you say the 2.6, once it's used, that would be below the 25 benchmark or the 35?
25, because that committed only sets aside the 25%. Because that was the minimum. The chart on the right compares the fund balance as a percentage of general fund expenditures, including hurricane funds, which is the blue bar, and excluding hurricane funds, which is the gray bar. The two red bars indicate the fund balance benchmarks of 25% and 35%. Looking at 2022, you can see a big difference between the two bars. There was a much larger gap in the prior years after the hurricane. Currently, the estimated fund balance is approximately 38% of general fund budgeted operating expenditures. However, revenues and expenses are still being reported, and as mentioned, in the budget to actually report with the delays in revenues, it also impacts that. Any questions? Page 7.
Kim, yes. How many days on hand are we supposed to keep for our fund balance? General fund. General
So
fund.
days cash on hand or
Yeah.
the fund balance? So the fund balance, our policy, our targets are minimum 25% or
Right.
35%.
Okay.
We do not have a policy for days cash on hand,
Okay.
but we do report that.
Okay.
Page 7 provides information on the following charts regarding how to read the charts, the policy benchmarks, methodology, and compliance reporting information. At the bottom of page 7, this chart compares the current days cash on hand with the prior 2 months for utility funds. May is in the blue. Water is at 320 days cash on hand, sewer 245, electric 92, and solid waste 164.
What would be the reasoning for such a difference between water and sewer for the days cash on hand as far as the benchmark?
Jordan has that answer.
About a month and a half ago, we made a budget amendment. We moved some money from water fund balance into the operating fund to cover that water treatment plant SCADA project that we're going to put in next year's budget, but when it had got a jump on this year, that's what that did was the last couple of months. Plus $450,000 to get that SCADA upgrade project up and running this fiscal year.
Yeah, sorry, I meant the policy benchmarks. So we've got, I know the 90 days for electric, I get that,
Mhm.
but the water being 240 and the sewer being 175, how did we calculate those?
So that policy, I hate saying this, but it was developed before I got here, so I'm not really sure how it got to that. That's been, do you know, Jordan?
It was developed when we went through the city's first revenue bond process. The consultant we were working with at the time, they came up with looking at all of our operational needs, looking at what we needed for revenue bonds, came up with a policy for water, sewer, and electric. If you look at those numbers, they seem okay. I mean, that amount of money in reserve, I thought we would tackle any emergency that would come. Know what we're going through with hurricanes, or events. I thought that's sufficient funding to cover any unexpected expenses that happen to the water.
I think I've done some comparisons on that too, and I believe it's right around what the rest of the municipalities had too.
I guess this is Kim and Jordan, to the mayor's point, I mean, is there any, do you all see an issue with keep having that discrepancy with the minimum cash on hand between those two funds? Should they be equal for the policy? I mean, is that?
So I will have to say, we have been researching combining water and sewer together and just having water resources. And I think that that's what we'll be doing here in this next year. Just want to work through that process with the auditors. So it won't matter at that point.
What explains the dip in cash on hand for solid waste from the prior month? I know budget amendments, but
I'd have to take a look to see. I don't know. Just be greater expense, yeah, I would have to look deeper into it, but.
is it receivables?
Yeah, usually receivables.
Just
Our expense, they're in there more than the receivables.
Thank you.
This is something else. I don't remember, but
Okay.
Before you move on, and I'm sorry to go to backtrack on page 6, the fund balance excluding restricted fund chart. From 23, I mean, do you know, or could you look into it? Now, look at the fund balance including hurricane fund 23 is pretty substantial. And then the dip to 24 and then further to 25. What are the expenditures that is causing that decline?
So I have looked into this, and I can tell you that in 23, that was when we were dealing with a lot of delays in our receiving our capital. That was also the time frame that we were, I think, the first full year that the time study was fully implemented. Salary study, sorry. The salary study was fully implemented. So, and then of course, the inflation right around there had gone up quite a bit to, I think it was average of 8%. If I remember correctly, yeah.
That's just what hadn't been budgeted. The increase, the inflation costs not being budgeted for caused additional budget amendments, is that right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, there's a delay for the 23, right? So 23 is up because we hadn't received quite a bit of capital. We started receiving, I think it was, a lot of stuff was a year, 18 months, 2 years before we were receiving. So we did receive quite a bit in those following years, which dropped that. And then, yes, we had the salary study was fully implemented, so one full year, because we had done that in phases. So one full year, I think, was the FY24, if I remember correctly. And you just asked me, I'm sorry.
You had also said inflation.
I think we were dealing with inflation, so yeah, the expenses were much higher.
Much higher than anticipated, hence budget
And
amendments.
I think,
that caused
yeah,
it.
we had to do a budget amendment that year.
Kim, wouldn't also the reimbursement of FEMA come into play with this as well? Because I'm not exactly sure, like when we closed out Stanley White, but I mean, we paid for that as construction went on, and then we would get reimbursed. So theoretically, you know, we could have gotten some expenses into one physical year and not being reimbursed until the next fiscal year?
I'm trying to think back, that could affect maybe cash on hand more than fund balance. We did seek funding for Stanley White Rock, and we did do two, if you remember correctly. We did one, or if you remember, we did one for that short-term cash kind of thing, because we knew we were going to have delays before we received reimbursement from FEMA. But those would all be recorded, in this situation, this is fund balance, so they would be recorded in that because the revenues would be there. It's the cash that you would see the drop.
Thank you.
Do you have further questions? I saw your mind.
I probably will, but I'm processing.
Okay. So I think we were on the one. Okay. Okay, this is page 8. The data to the left shows the cash balance with comparison and change from the prior month. It also shows the calculation for days cash on hand. Looking at the water fund, the chart on the top left, operating funds cash balance of $12.674 million dropped just under $1.8 million from the prior month of April. The annual budget of $14,438,087. The budget expense per day is you take that and divide it by 365 days and you get $39,556 a day. Divide the cash of the $12.674 million by the $39,556, you get the 320 days cash on hand. So that's how that's calculated. This is an estimate of how many days you can make it with the cash you have in the bank. And then due to timing, sometimes this budget amount does fluctuate. It may not necessarily tie right back to the monthly reports we went through because we're pulling them at different times, depending on the day. So the chart to the right reflects the cash for the periods of May, August, November, and February, like we went through in the general fund. The red line, it reflects the policy benchmark, and the water fund benchmark is 240 days. The sewer fund shows 240 days cash on hand, and the benchmark for the sewer fund is 175 days. Any questions on that? Also on page 8, the electric fund shows 92 days cash on hand. The current benchmark for electric is 90 days. And we've talked a little bit about this. That's pretty low, so we'd like to at least increase that to 120 days when we get there. The solid waste fund is at 164 days cash on hand, and there is no current benchmark right now for the solid waste fund.
So if the days cash on hand is a indicator, why wouldn't we just go ahead and establish one for solid waste? Is there a reason why we haven't done that?
It just wasn't part of the original cash on hand policy.
So who would make the recommendation on what, I mean, it's a small amount, but who do we need to seek the recommendation from on what that should be set at?
We can do some research on that.
And does the board agree or disagree?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Steve?
Sorry. No, that's fine. No, we've had some general discussion about this, but currently there's no state requirement for a cash on hand for solid waste for us. So establishing one, I believe unless Kim finds something different, would be just a city standard.
So next, we'll get to that in a second, but next is you've got the audit, or I mean the ARPA enabled funds report in your packet. So on this, I just want to point out a couple of the projects that have been completed, and I'd like to move those to the non-allocated. The Ward 2 is project number 29035, the Evergreen Cemetery fence screening and landscaping. That's been completed, and we have a remaining balance of $1,602.23. The following project, the 29036 for Trent Street paving, Pembroke, that's complete. You have a balance of $7,378.24. I'd like to move both of those to your non-allocated. In Ward 3, we have a little balance of $913. I'd like to move that to non-allocated. And then in Ward 4, there's $128.48.
We'll spend it all on place.
Do you, I guess if you want to move it to another ward or, okay. And then Ward 5, we have the Duffield Street Improvement Project. Those have been complete, and it has $82,428.95. I'd like to move it to non-allocated. And then for Ward 6, we have the College Park Drainage Improvement Project that is within the bond projects. So that's $55,000. And then the Pinehurst Drive Pump Station upgrade, that's been complete, and that has a balance of $15,070.13. I'd like to move both of those to non-allocated. Okay.
Are you gonna bring that back? I mean, do you need direction or anything from us?
In the past, we just make it publicly and put it in the minutes.
Okay.
But because this is all one department, essentially, I don't need any, and it's not federal dollars, I don't have to have a motion, you just all agree, and then I've been able to do that.
So you can just, once that's done, you can update, so for example, like Ward 2 and Ward 5, they don't have a non-allocated line because all their money was essentially spent.
Right, we'll add that.
So you'll add that line and then those aldermen will know that they have that funding available.
Yes. Okay, we also have the Hurricane Florence project fund. These are on page 10 and 11 of your report. The page 10 is pretty much all gray. Those projects are completed. The dark gray are closed, the light gray are pending closeout. They are considered small projects and will be closed out all at once. On page 11, you've got the green, which represents closeouts that have been submitted, waiting on FEMA reimbursement. So if we request a reimbursement and we're just waiting for FEMA. The blue represents closeouts that will be submitted in the near future, currently working through those. The tan are open projects that still have activity. The total spent to date is $34,187,026. The reimbursement to date is $26,421,916. Our total outstanding is $7,765,110. We have submitted just over $5.9 million, which is pending FEMA approval, and we currently have $1.8 million to be submitted for closeout. So this is do you have any questions?
Well, what's the total amount from FEMA that once everything's done, we should be expecting to receive? Is that the last three columns?
Yes. It would be the $7.7 million outstanding plus whatever we still have in activity that we still need to close out.
And we've already absorbed all those expenses, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
I know this is really hard for you to project, but 1% of fund balance is roughly how much? You can get back to us after lunch if you need to. I think it would be good for the board to know that if we're currently sitting at 38% fund balance, for example, once we receive this reimbursement back from FEMA, we'll then be at 50%. I'm just trying to give some guidelines on what that looks like.
Okay.
Because I think it'll be a fairly significant percentage, at least 4% maybe, so.
So, hold on, let me go back to this one chart. Because I think we have that picture. So if you were to go back to the fund balance one, if I understand what you're saying. So when we take a look at the fund balance, including hurricane funds, which is the blue bar, and then the fund balance excluding hurricane funds is the gray bar. So, as I talk through this out loud, the excluding the hurricane funds is where we would be if we got reimbursed. So does that answer your question?
Somewhat, but I think that,
Okay.
that probably includes what you've closed out, right? There's gonna be some in here that haven't been closed out yet, that probably wouldn't be in those numbers.
Yes, a little bit, yes. That doesn't have the, yes, I get what you're saying. I think that would be the 1.8 million.
I
Would
just
not
know
be
that
reflected.
oftentimes when we're looking at a project that may come up through the year, the question is always asked, how are you going to pay for it? And when we talk about fund balance, we always say, okay, what is our fund balance sitting at? And, you know, we have the 25 minimum, we have the 35 benchmark. If we're sitting at 45, then we kind of know we have 10% of fund balance
Right.
that we can spend and still be within that guideline. So, because I think that $7 or $8 million, once it gets reimbursed, we're already above the 35% benchmark, right? So if we get $8 million back from FEMA, that's $8 million more that is unallocated that can't be spent.
But are you saying that, I see what you're saying, but are you saying, Kim, that the gray bar represents the amount assuming reimbursed? Or is the gray bar
Just
not including the 8 million that the mayor is talking about?
So the gray bar does not include the hurricane funds at all.
Say it again?
It does not include the hurricane funds at all. So considering that would be like a wash, like if you got it reimbursed. So the gray bar and the blue bar is the comparison of with and without hurricane funds. The blue bar being how it is impacting us. And this is fund balance, this isn't cash. So the stuff that we're waiting on for reimbursement is recorded in the revenue since we've been, and it's sitting on the balance sheet, waiting for that. Does that make sense?
What makes sense is an update on the recovery of those funds. We had a consultant, and our consultant years ago on earlier hurricanes was Chief Bobby Astor, and those funds, because they were leaf and limb, seemed to come in pretty quick. Now we're into more capital type CAT funds, and what is our relationship with the consultant, and is there any means by which the collection could be expedited more? How could we let that funding quicker?
So,
Or is this, I mean, we all know what's happening with FEMA.
yeah.
Can we anticipate these funds coming back within the next 2 to 3 years, the next 90 days? Are we gonna get them at all? Is there an allowance for doubtful accounting of how much debt we will receive?
So our consultant changes all the time. We had just received, I think yesterday, 286,000, I believe is what we received. And I do know that that is a result of us we always make contact with them, but 2 weeks ago, I believe, maybe 3 weeks ago, Kim Rose, our county manager, had reached out and asked for an update and asked them to just kind of get started in looking at these closeouts. And so I think that it has happened because we received one check, so hopefully they'll start coming.
How often are we receiving reimbursements? So you said we just received that 200-some thousand, so we received additional in this budget year so far?
No, I don't think we have. think the last, I mean, we've got some sitting out there since
And-
2025.
So we can reach out to the consultant and see if they can help push this along a little bit more.
That's what we just, yeah.
I mean, all that was reimbursable to begin with, right?
That's correct.
So why would we not to, for time of the essence, be working through the consultant to expedite their
We have
receipt
been.
funding?
Mhm. But I think they have been, from what I understand, very busy with what's going on, what is going on the west side of the state.
Right.
I was in Washington DC last week, and there's supposed to be some FEMA funds being released, I think July 2nd or 3rd. So if we have requests in that's been approved and we're just waiting for that to be spent or reimbursed, it could be as early as the first week of July.
That'd be great.
And then just for a relevant example to see if I understand this correctly, let's say on early July, we get a huge chunk of that, and then we have a fire station that needs to be built, that we could use that money to build a fire station. In theory, if we voted for it, is that the kind of money that we're talking about?
The numbers that you're seeing, the revenues are already there, so, no. It's not going to be a big jump with what you're getting now.
Not, but over time, as we get reimbursed, in theory,
So right
like
now,
that means that we have money to say that we want to allocate toward, for
So-
example, a
So
fire
I
station.
think if you're looking at something like a fire station, that's gonna be a financing.
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
It would
thank you.
not be a
Yeah.
cash
Yep.
deal.
Thank you.
Kim, how much of this money is basically state holdback?
In what section?
Well,
You're talking,
And maybe like Cat D stuff?
so because the ones that are closed out, those ones are closed and done. It's the management costs that they hold 25%. And then I think that's it. Yeah. Because if you take a look, the amount spent to date on those and the total amount reimbursed by FEMA, and then, I'm sorry, here we go, reimbursement and process pending FEMA approval. That right there could consist of some of that 25% as well. But those, once it's closed out, once they close out, then that will get paid out, and that's gonna be a little bit of the 25%, and then any additional expenses we still had to request for reimbursement on.
So is this money in the state's hands now instead of the feds?
No, I think it's still at the feds.
But the state doesn't pay to the feds.
Right, the state has, it's what, 25%?
25%.
The state.
But they wait till the feds write the check before they
Mhm.
do the match, right?
I think so. When you look at the
Yeah, I know, I feel like it all
details.
comes together in one payment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
It
think
gets-
it's
So
all.
I don't know how
everything.
the state and the federal level worked it out, but we receive it as one and then divide it up between us.
I think the feds send it to Raleigh, then Raleigh adds their 25%, and Raleigh pays us.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's the reason why I was wondering if this money has already been sent to the state, and the state's what's holding out. Because, I mean, a simple phone call to Charles Edwards might speed
No,
that up.
yeah. That has not happened. We are waiting on the federal level, yeah. Okay. So this is your monthly report. Again, it's included in your monthly departmental reports that you receive. The quarterly report, so every quarter you'll also get with this the investment report and the debt service summary reports. In the near future, we're planning to have the multi-year funds in there as well. It's just a very messy, difficult report to work with. but you only see those once a year, so I'd like you to see those a little bit more often. Some don't have much activity, but it's good for you to look at those. And then also included in your packet, there's 2 articles. One is why a balanced budget is not enough. Explains the cash flow and the fund balance. And the other one is the myth of 8% fund balance. That's the LBC staff guidance and fund balance available.
Thank you.
Oh, the audit committee. Mine are all out of order. So,
I think once we get through this, the board wants to take a break. I'll give you an idea.
So we established an audit committee 3 years ago to strengthen the oversight of the city's annual financial audit. We discussed this in January at the board retreat and provided the audit committee work plan. I have also included that in your packet today. The purpose of this committee is to provide oversight of management and board engagement. The committee consists of the finance director, the assistant finance director, the accounting manager, city manager, assistant city manager, the mayor, and 2 board members. The mayor and the board members provide governance oversight. The committee typically meets 3 times, at the beginning, midway through, and at the end of the audit. These meetings are usually virtual through Teams or Zoom with the auditor. The first meeting is approximately 30 minutes long, and the auditor covers the audit process and answers any questions you may have. The second meeting is usually around the late September and is approximately 30 minutes as well. The auditor provides an update of the work they have done so far, discussing issues or concerns and the next steps. And then the third and final meeting is held when financial statements are available, and this is expected in late October this year. And that's approximately 30 to 45 minutes. Depending on the audit results and questions that the committee may have, could go shorter, could go longer. I am asking for 2 board members to volunteer to serve on the committee. For the first meeting, the auditor has the following dates available: June 30th, July 16th, and July 17th. They do need me to respond tomorrow with the selected date. So it would be great if we could commit to one of these dates by the end of the meeting or tomorrow morning. So who's interested in this exciting opportunity participating in the audit committee?
Who would like to participate?
I'll bring candy.
I'll do it.
Okay, we have 1. Trey said you would do it, so we need 1 to 2 more.
So what's the duration time for this committee? Is this just to finalize this 26 audit?
Yeah, we'll go through we'll do the introductory meeting with the auditor. We'll talk about the process. You can ask all the questions you want at that time. And then we'll go midway through, we'll have another meeting, and that'll be another 20 to 30 minutes. And they'll discuss where they're at in the audit. If there's anything that they found, any concerns that they may have, they'll answer questions again at that time. And then the third meeting would be to go over the financial statement.
So 3 to 5 months time frame, approximately an hour per meeting.
Sharon and Trey have both committed. It's 2 to 3, so if anybody else wants to participate, they can as well, right?
Yeah.
And should we call this an audit working group instead of an audit committee?
Sure.
Yes. Okay. Just want to be clear on that one. Okay. Anything else regarding the finances?
Yep.
Okay. The board would like to take a 10-minute break. I would entertain a motion to do so. Have a motion and a second to take a 10-minute recess. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we're in 10-minute recess. Okay, we are reconvening after our break. I know we're ready for a couple of aldermen to step back in, but the chief of police was not able to be here for the earlier section of the public safety updates. I believe he's here now, so he's going to do his portion now. So, Chief Kale.
So, thank you, and I apologize, I was at a doctor's appointment. So, I have a few things I do want to cover with respect to public safety, and before I end, I will make some brief comments about feral cats and some of the issues that we are trying to wrestle with. But the first thing is, if everybody could utilize the handout that was produced. The very first thing I want to talk about is the workload that the men and women that serve this community with respect to patrol duties. And in 2025, we responded to slightly more calls for service than we did in the previous year. Now, our call for service is any activity that is CADed, which CAD stands for Computer Automated Dispatching. Anything that is officially CADed constitutes a call for service. None of these stats that I'll talk about has anything to do with the proactive patrolling. So a patrol officer for 12 hours is driving through the neighborhood. That is not a call for service. So roughly 46,000 times last year, a patrol officer was engaged in some kind of official activity. And if you can see by breaking these down by percentages, you can see that the greatest amount of what we do is what is called proactive policing. And if you look at the percentages, the two of the top three happens to be security checks at residential homes or businesses. So, oftentimes people wonder, well, what are those police officers doing as they're driving around, especially at night? Oftentimes they're out of their vehicles and they're checking on residential and commercial businesses to ensure that they are secure. The other bulk of activities that we're involved in is traffic enforcement and addressing the investigative duties at traffic crash that occur here. And amongst many of the things that I often talk about, not just to this body, but to the community, is the need for more enforcement and more education in terms of trying to convince our population to slow down and drive safer. What I also want to share in this is that 96.9% of all the activities that are generated are carried by roughly 65 police officers. So 65 officers addressing 96.9% is a little easier of a share. 3.1% of that 46,000 calls for service are addressed by 1.5 employees. That's one full-time and one part-time animal control officer that are addressing 3.1% of all calls for service that we deal with. Now you might say 3.1% is a small number. Compare that or juxtapose that against the 46,000 calls for service, you can see they are very busy. And I'll speak a little bit more about that in just a second when we talk about the issues of feral cats. Because feral cats is an animal control related duty and responsibility. If you flip over the form, I'll talk more specifics about the crime rate that we're dealing with. The top chart is 3 full years of Part 1 FBI reportable crimes. So that's everything from homicide down to arson. These are the stats that we are required to produce to the FBI, and these are replicated through the 18,000 other law enforcement agencies in the country. They are correlated, and you can compare the crime rate between different municipalities. So that's 3 years of 2023 through 2025. Obviously, we're only in June of 2026. So we only have year-to-date data, and it's very hard for me to give a comparison when I deal with year-to-date data. So that's what the second and the bottom chart is for. What this is year-to-date data compared to the same exact time frame for the 3 previous years. So we are comparing the same apples to apples across the board. So from January 2023 to the end of May of 2023, you'll see all of the year-to-date data for those exact same crime categories. The fourth column there is an average of the 3. It's always important not to focus too heavily on one particular year because things can influence crime patterns. So as you can see, the averages of the 3 previous years from 23, 24, and 25, this is these averages. Then compare that to the crime stats for January 1 through the end of May in 2025, and there's a remarkable statistics to compare it against. In every category, with the exception of arson, there has been a decrease, and it's not just a little decrease, it's a significant decrease in the number of reported crimes. 50% less homicides, 76% less reported rapes, 78% less reported robberies, and 41% less reported aggravated assaults. You can see the aggregated data all the way down this line. That's a significant decrease in criminality. I've often said that the police chief should never take credit for the decrease in crime, nor should the police chief be responsible for the increase in crime. However, there's always a correlation somewhere in there. Are we doing things correctly? Are we trying to be as evidence-based and intelligence-led in terms of how we look at our data and how we deploy our resources in a way to influence the outcome of these crime stats? And certainly I am, as police chief, pleased to be able to stand here and tell you that crime is decreasing, and that if you live in New Bern, you live in a safe community. That is not an excuse to those that were victims of crime. It just gives a little bit more context. And I'll end with this before answering any questions. The issues associated with the feral cat population is something that I inherited when I came here 5 years ago. There are 2 schools of thought. Well, there's multiple schools, but I'll only speak of the 2 schools of thought that involve feral cats. And those are very well-intended, very hard inspired members of our community that want to engage in humanitarian relief for cats that do not have homes. We call them feral cats. A cat is a domesticated animal, whether they're feral or not. A cat is not built for life outdoors. They're just not. They are not bobcats. They're domesticated cats that happen to live outside. They live a very dangerous and very unhealthy lifestyle. Those that feed and take care of feral cats, my heart goes out to them. I think they have all the great intentions in the world. But there are health and safety concerns that follow that their activities. There is currently some language in our city ordinance that directly relate to this. However, over the 5 years we've been dealing with feral cats, issues associated with trap, neuter, release, otherwise known as TNR, and some of the agreements we have made with certain parties to allow some of these activities to occur has placed us in a tentative situation in which we either have to make the decision that we are all in or all out of the feral cat issue. Meaning this, that our ordinance specifically addresses things like if you feed an animal, you become the custodian of that animal and you own certain outcomes of what those animals do. Now, from the legal perspective, if I'm an attorney and I have two in the room here, they will always tell you that the burden of proof is always going to be on the side of government. Government has the burden of proof to prove that if a person has violated the law, that they have in fact, beyond a reasonable doubt, violated the language of an ordinance. And with respect to feral cats, this is not an easy outcome. It is very difficult for government to say that the feral cat that happened to have created the bad outcome at a residential home is the same, in fact, feral cat that is being fed down the street. Now, we can draw some reasonable conclusions, but at the end of the day, how do you prove that that particular cat created this problem? You can see there's a great deal of issues associated with that. Assistant city manager, the city manager, our legal counsel, we have been working on this issue for quite some time, and we are continuing the conversation about how best to address this. I think that it's a fair statement to say there is some political connectivity between how government enforcement should occur in our community and what is the will of the elected body. Do we need to readjust our ordinances to tighten those up? These are all parts of much further conversation, and I'm here to tell you I do not have an answer for you today, but I wanted to provide as much transparency as I could because I know we have some community members that are dealing with this in residential areas, much the same way. We deal with this in the commercial districts and also in our parks and recreations spaces. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that I can.
Chief, I have a question for you. If a citizen is experiencing a feral cat issue that their next door neighbor is actually feeding and giving this cat water, if that citizen can take pictures of this person feeding these cats and watering these cats, would that be evidence enough to try to, I might say, deter this individual from feeding and these cats or whatever, because it becomes a problem, like you said?
I'll try to make my answer a little bit easier. In many cases, the persons we deal with are they're not trying to deceive law enforcement. They will tell us, and they're very transparent, I do this. I do this every day. This is why I do this. I do this in the open. Everybody sees what I'm doing. So the burden of proof that the citizen in question is in fact feeding cats is not in question. It is not illegal to feed cats. I want to make that perfectly clear. You are allowed to feed cats just like you're allowed to feed the ducks. You're allowed to feed the other animals. I feed birds all the time with a bird feeder. If you go to Union Point Park, you'll see them feeding the ducks there too. The issue comes about with respect to what responsibility does the person who's feeding these cats, what responsibility do they have with respect to the what those cats do in a private setting to somebody else's home. And then how do we prove that the damage, in fact, that has occurred was a result of the specific cats that were fed by the neighbor? That's kind of why I was trying to say it's not as easy as one might.
Additionally, Alderman Best, if I might help Chief out, we have an ordinance on the books that makes it illegal to abandon animals or enable them to be a nuisance. And I think in the past, previous boards have designated areas of the city where that previous board felt that it was appropriate for people to feed feral cats and to provide services to them in connection with TNR programs. what has happened over the course of the years, and I think Chief would agree with this statement, is those types of activities where people are feeding the feral cats have evolved and spilled out of those designated areas. I think also there might be some argument that the TNR programs have enabled the cat populations to be curtailed to a certain extent, but not necessarily balancing externalities such as, you know, impacts to wildlife such as birds and those types of environments, and impact to the neighboring people who own properties. So the tension that the chief is struggling with is how do we enforce this ordinance when we have direction from previous boards saying let people feed feral cats and cooperate or accommodate these TNR programs.
And one of the other points that I want to make is even if we catch a feral cat and there is not space at the animal care facility that the county runs, and more times than not they're at full capacity, there's nothing we can do. We have to release the cat exactly where it was caught because we have no place to take it. And you can't relocate. So for instance, the suggestion is we'll just take it out in the middle of the county and drop it off there. Well, that's a crime. You cannot abandon a domesticated animal. That's, in a TNR sense, it's the release part. The trapping, the neutering is legal. Releasing a domesticated animal is a crime under the General Statute of North Carolina.
Well, someone broke the law 6 times last week because those six-week-old kittens abandoned at one of the sites, and I don't want to mention the name because I don't want other people to think they can take their cats out there or whatever. I know you were involved in that email as well, right? There was 6 kittens found in a box, where they were abandoned. The problem is, if it wasn't for some of these volunteers doing what they're doing, we would be overrun with cats. They spayed and neutered, a lot of times out of their own pockets, 2,800 cats. And there's 600 more on the waiting list. This problem is never going to go away. As long as people continue releasing their cats, it's never going to go away. There needs to be some major education, and I know your police officers don't have time to sit around and watch somebody throw a cat out of, at an area where they've been throwing them out at. I know they don't have time to do that. There's other things they have to worry about. But maybe a little more into some security cameras or something might help. But if it wasn't for these volunteers capturing and neutering these cats, we would be overrun with them.
I don't want anybody to misunderstand my last statement. My last statement was only why our animal control cannot release cats in another location.
And I understand too, if your animal control picks up a cat and its ear has been tipped, which means it's been spayed or neutered, the Humane Society or your animal control shelter,
they
won't take it.
We release
So now what do you have? There's nothing you do. And just about every cat that is in one of the locations that started out, I think were you included in this, Laney? I think she said she started out when they started doing this program, there was 80 cats or something like that. Now they're down to 26.
I thought it was in the hundreds, and now they're down to about 80.
I don't know, but there was a tremendous amount. Because once they're spayed and neutered and released, their lifespan outside is not very long. They just, so I'm not a cat person, but I certainly hate to see anybody take an animal and just drive it out somewhere and throw it out, especially a box of kittens. And if it wasn't for these volunteers out there picking these cats up and having them fixed, we would be, instead of 100 or 80 cats, it'd be hundreds and hundreds of cats out in some of these locations.
Exponential growth.
So Chief, is this, I know they came before the board before, this group that was actually going to take on that project of spade and neuter and the cats. Are they, do you keep in touch with them, or do they keep in touch with you, give you reports or anything? Or it's just that their organization is out there alone and they're still doing, do you know if they're still doing this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Our agreement with this group is that we could be a referral only. So if a citizen comes to us and says, we have a feral cat problem, we would say, there is this organization, they are independent of the city, you can contact them if you want, but it comes with some stipulations. Stipulation number one, if they come out and catch and neuter, they bring the cat back to the same exact location. So a lot of citizens are like, you're really not helping me, because you've taken the cat, but I'm going to see the cat back after it's been neutered. So I don't know what the success rate is for that, but again, the city of New Bern is not in a TNR program. We do not have an official TNR program.
Well, is there anything that we can do to update out to implement something in our ordinance for as reference to, I'm going to say, these cats becoming a nuisance to citizens? Is there something in our ordinance can we?
Well, what would you do? Really? I mean, that's the whole question.
Okay, just say for instance, I'm going to use you as an example. If you had a neighbor beside you and they're feeding 10 to 12 cats, they become a nuisance to you.
Sure.
So, wouldn't you like for there to be some kind of clause in our ordinance or something put in our ordinance to say, well, you're going to get fined, some kind of fine, I'm not going to say a number or whatever, because your cats is becoming a nuisance to me. They're jumping on my car, they're scratching my car, they're going up into my car, they're causing me mechanical problems, it's costing me money. There's a lot of issues going on. It's unhealthy and safe because of their daily feed and disposal issue. So that would be a problem. So I think that, and I know this is a open subject that's got a lot involved with trying to come up with a solution for these cats. So, I mean, is that something that the board would be amenable to doing?
I would defer part of the answer to our city attorney, but you're the Board of Aldermen. You
Right.
set the conditions by which ordinances are passed or not passed.
So Chief, in that example that Alderman Best gave, does the person feeding those feral cats become technically the caregiver and the owner of those cats?
They become the caregiver. They are not technically the owner, but that's just semantics only. When you become if you're the caregiver, you have certain responsibilities like providing shelter, medical care, and these types of things as is defined by the ordinance. But I'd let the city attorney provide a little bit
So
of context.
what I'm getting at, our animal control ordinance says you can have a certain number of pets.
You can have it no more than 7 cats or dogs, provided they are over the age of 4 months old.
So we can change that. We can say you can have no more than 3.
You can change it. And to Alderman Best's point, we have an ordinance on the books that makes it illegal for a person to engage with animals such that it creates a nuisance. So the question, I think, from the chief's perspective is, we have a circumstance in some currently designated areas in our city where arguably people are permitted to feed cats and allow them to engage in nuisance-like activities, like decimating birds and things like that. So if the attitude of this board is that we do not want cats or domesticated animals creating nuisances in the city of New Bern, then what's good for one is what's good for all. And if that's the will of the board, the chief needs that direction.
We had, years ago, tried to, at the Board of Aldermen were talking about limiting the number of animals a person can have. And it brought people out of the woodwork. And I know, for example, I sat there and listened to one guy that lived out near Bosch. I can't remember the name of the road, but he deer hunted. And another one that was, rabbit hunter and stuff. And they had these guys in pens in their house. And that became an issue. You limit the guy to 3 rabbit dogs, and he's a big rabbit hunter. You're going,
Probably should live in the city.
you probably might be right, but you know what? He wasn't living in the city when he got those. The city went out and took him and put him in the city.
And just to be clear, I think we're talking about 2 issues. One is when people own animals and exercise custody, dominion, and control over those animals at their home. That's one set of regulations. Then there's a separate set of issues where there are feral cats or dogs, where these are cats that just roam, they don't live in any particular place, but we have citizens in our community, albeit well-meaning, who are providing certain amount of care to those animals who then wreak havoc, arguably, elsewhere in the neighborhood. So there are 2 issues.
Is there also in that second category, is there a caveat that it is a neighborhood setting?
No, we don't, I checked that. It's not contingent on whether it's a, zone for one thing as opposed to another. For instance, we have cat populations over behind some of the businesses downtown, behind Target, behind Walmart. Those are commercial districts. Then we have right down near Lawson Creek Park, we have a huge cat population out there with people that come every day to feed those cats. And then we have what we have on Monroe Avenue, Monroe Street, where that's a residential area, and that could be replicated in several other communities. But the ordinance doesn't differentiate commercial, residential, and the others.
So let me ask you this, if you're saying that the board has given mixed direction in the past, it's okay to do it here because this group is managing it, but it's not okay to do it somewhere else. If the board takes a stance and says, okay, fine, we'll be consistent, you can't do it anywhere. So the chief goes and starts picking up all these cats, what do you do? There's nowhere to take them, right?
No, the only thing we could possibly do is charge and fine those feeding cats. Now that,
charge and fine what?
those that feed the cats.
But that's not going to fix the problem.
That's not going to fix the problem.
It's gonna make it worse because then they're gonna stop paying for the program or paying to have a spayed and neutered. And what was that diagram they sent the other day about how many cats?
Exponential.
Female cat can have how many kittens a year or something was it? I can't remember, but it was a bunch.
Doesn't the sheriff's office have a T&R program that they do out in the county?
It's the same program.
It's not an official TNR program, I can tell you that.
The program that I'm talking about is a T&R program.
I'm talking about a government.
Oh, no, none of them are government. The volunteers that are doing this TNR program will work in the county as well as in the city.
The city, and like a lot of cities, has been a bit passive about this issue. There are about 40 to 50 female cats in the colony to the 1 male. And the way to get the problem under control is to have some means of collecting the male cats and have that, if they were spayed, would not have this problem. The proliferation of these animals are from the fact that the one that needs to be caught and spaded is not getting caught. That's the male cat. But all the females are getting spaded. And
but then if you miss one male, now you got a female.
Well, you put a hurting on the procreation formula there. If you pull 8 out of 10 of them to the side. But again, we deal with it on a kind of passive basis. We don't really get into it seriously.
I would like to know this is not a numerous issue. this is an issue all over the place. You know, I would like to know what other cities are doing. You know, are they putting a stop to the TNR programs? Are they putting money into the TNR programs? I mean, what are other cities doing? I mean, this is just, didn't I read not too long ago or a few years ago where Bridgeton was having a problem and they had actually a cattery developed over there or something?
Bridgeton's got a real problem.
There are very few cities in North Carolina that actually have a government-sponsored TNR program. Very few. Because think of it this way, the taxpayer is paying for all these spayed and neutered cats. And then you have to have a veterinarian who's willing to do that. Location and place to drop them off. Now, the private citizens that do that, they fund all of these things, to your earlier point. But very few cities in North Carolina do this.
But every city in North Carolina has this problem. So what are they doing? Are they dependent on the volunteer groups to do this? Pick them up and have them spayed, neutered, and released? Or are they just not doing anything and becoming overrun with cats? Did you get that information? The number of, but it's definitely a problem. I mean, and we all are having the same problem. I mean, every city is having this issue. But
What would it,
the issue is how do you go about resolving it? Here's this is the information they sent the other day. One unspayed cat has 4 kittens, and 8 months later, they have 4 more kittens. 16 months later, they have 4.
You knew the
16,
real cat.
and then 16 months later, there's been 32 cats out of one cat. You can take one female cat and it will produce in 16 months 32 kittens. Does that sound? That's a lot of cats.
Well, my only concern here is that with the feral cats is if a neighbor is feeding that cat, then they should take the responsibility of spading or neutering that cat or cats or however many they have. And it shouldn't overflow, create problems for the neighbors.
I agree.
Yeah, so I'm looking at it from a perspective of let's, as a board, I don't know how all of you feel about it, let's put something in the ordinance saying we're gonna find these people, that are feeding these cats. If they don't take ownership of it. And that's not gonna eliminate the problem because there will still be a nuisance of getting on people's cars, getting in the cars, whatever. All of that is gonna come into play. But at least this person that's feeding these cats will be fine and know they got a responsibility. You need to keep your cat confined to your yard or whatever you're gonna do. If not, you're gonna be heavily fined.
I'm showing here Charlotte, Gastonia, Concord, Pineville, Raleigh, Greensboro, and Mooresville neutered male cats.
And you're
If you
right.
neuter those
that-
male cats,
exactly.
your colonies will decline. But I really hate to throw any fuel on the fire, but y'all probably may or may not know that there are places in New Bern where this has gone to the next step, and that is there are miniature housing available for kitty cats in New Bern. And if anybody's been in Lonesome Creek, you've seen them. And if you haven't seen them, you need to go see them. But you're adding fuel to the fire of this problem by providing that housing. At the same time, I have many friends that are doing a very benevolent job in New Bern of trying to help feral cats out. But I think you're going about it the wrong way. You're spading female cats, and you need to be neutering male cats. That will make the colonies decline.
Well, Alderman Outlaw, they actually are doing both. I mean, they're not
good.
singling out either one, whichever they catch. That's why it's a
Well, good. That's good to know.
Yes, sir.
I didn't know they were neutering male cats.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're doing, whatever they catch, they have, they do
But
spade, whatever you call it.
process though of capturing these male cats is what, I don't know what they're doing as far as caging.
Well, every cat, and again, I'm not gonna mention the location because they asked not to publicize where these colonies are at, but every cat in one of the colonies that's here inside the city limits of New Bern has been captured, spayed, and neutered. The problem is, every week, somebody else is bringing more in and dumping them out. That's the problem.
If we know where some of these colonies are, where people are releasing, and it's against the law to release domesticated animals, I mean, to your point, is there a mechanism for us to add some sort of surveillance to some of the colonies to catch these people releasing domesticated animals?
I'm going to give you an example. Lawson Creek Park has they may have 20 cameras in that park. We cannot put a camera in every square inch of that area. And we have cameras strategically located where if you're coming down the road, we see what's coming in, we see what's going out. But all you have to do is pull in a parking lot, stop your car at a boat launch, and drop something off. And there's no way.
So for the Lawson's Creek example, I mean, if you're saying there is houses or some feral cat colony housing that is being put on city property, to me, first thing is if it's on city property, we can remove it, and we should remove it. We should not encourage. I mean, I think that just encourages it. As far as this conversation, I think what the chief is looking for is the direction of this board. I don't really know what that is. I can say from my perspective, I think if we have an ordinance on the books, we enforce it uniformly. And if there's areas that we've not been enforcing it, we need to say this is not okay practice. We're going to enforce the ordinance there. We're going to find the folks feeding the cats. And if you are feeding it, you're going to be subject to the caregiver and hold them responsible to try to prevent that. That's where I'm at.
Well, that's where I'm at as well.
I think that it is a complex problem that needs multiple approaches. I think that is oversimplified to think that we're going to ordinance our way out of this problem. That's not going to create an uproar. That's not going to require extermination of cats. Things like that. Like, I don't even think that we could do this and make any real progress unless we were working in partnership with the county. Like, there's nothing simple about this issue, and it's certainly not going to get solved in this conversation today. So, can we?
And that's not to say do nothing. I mean, I think
To
your point, I think it's two.
Can we get a group together to?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a two-part. The chief is asking, what does the board want to do? And we say enforce our ordinance. That's not going to fix the problem, but it should, an attempt to help. And then on the second front, to your point,
It's gonna make it worse.
Yeah.
Then get with the county and form a cat task force that the city of New Bern and the county are going to start figuring out a way to ameliorate these issues.
That's more in line with what we should do, because we at this table don't have enough information to do this.
I mean, because if this is this bad a problem, then the county and the city, we have to get together and form our own government TNR program and say, these volunteers, they've been doing us a great service, but if we're going to get serious about this problem, then we're going to fund a joint animal control officer whose job it's going to be to partner with a veterinarian and go and catch these and start addressing them.
They're actually working on trying to get additional cats spayed and neutered as fast as they can. There's a group that has been in touch with NC State. NC State veterinarians are now out of school. They're trying to bring them down here and partner with a local vet that allow them to use their facility, and for the TNR program, spay and neuter these cats. There's an estimate, the email I got said there was 600 that are waiting on to be spayed and neutered right now. But it's very expensive to do this, and they don't get a break unless they take these cats. The local vets have been great, but they can't do all of them. So they have to take them to Wilmington and Greenville. So you take a group of cats to Greenville, somebody volunteer has to sit up there all day long, wait till they get spayed, neutered, and then they put them back in the van, they bring them back here. And then they stay at somebody's house for a day until they can be released back to where they were picked up at. So there is some progress being made in trying to get one of these veterinarians out of NC State, or a couple of them, even some students, to come down and share a facility. And in fact, I think it's already been confirmed too. So there's some work trying to get as many of these cats spayed and neutered as quickly as possible.
Hey, Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we were to enforce the ordinances on the books, those folks that are picking the cats up, getting them spayed and neutered, and bringing them back, they're violating the ordinance when they bring them back, correct?
Yes. The other part, and I don't want anybody to forget the fact that I had said it is not illegal to feed cats. That's what causes the big problem. There is a lot of case managing and investigative work that has to occur to make the link between you fed this cat and this cat did this bad act. That, and remember, we have one full-time animal control officer and a part-time animal control officer that are gainfully engaged in many other activities. So if you're going to change the ordinance, you'll need to be very specific to say just the feeding in and of itself is the illegal act. Not that you have become the custodian and now we have to prove that nexus between the custodian and a bad acting feral cat.
Can we do that? Can we do that?
Can we make cats illegal?
No.
Okay, we can't ban cats. Feeding cats and not providing the requisite care that's required by a custodian under our ordinance is certainly something that we can investigate and bring back to you.
Sure.
What we have in our ordinance right now are responsibilities of custodians. That if you have a cat on your premises and you're providing food and shelter to it, you're responsible for that cat. And I think what we're seeing now is people are neglecting that responsibility. So certainly we can clarify that, but those breadcrumbs are already in our animal control ordinance.
And it's going to make it worse. If you go out here and tell these people that go out and feed these cats twice a day, they also capture these cats. They also pay for a lot of times out of their own pocket, the spayed and neutered of these cats. Plus they pay for out of their own pocket to buy the food for these cats. They're going to stop doing it because they don't want to get arrested. They're going to stop doing it. So now you stop the TNR program, and now you have increased the number of cats fourfold.
No, we're not trying to stop the TNR program.
Well, you think if 1 minute that they're going to go out there and spend...
Well, I mean, there could be some kind of clause in there or something in our ordinance to exclude them because they're doing us a service.
Right. Agreed.
So, I mean, that's the way I'm looking at it.
Well...
So there could be essentially an exception
Yes.
under that, or maybe the city attorney could investigate a
Exactly.
exception for a TNR. I think the issue becomes, we're saying you're feeding these cats. There are some people, what Alderman Astor's talking about is there's a great group of volunteers feeding cats as part of their TNR program to try to manage this problem. Then there are other irresponsible individuals who are just feeding cats because they feel sorry for the cats and then aren't taking care of them any other way. We're looking at the people who are just feeding the cats, allowing 10 to 20 cats to come in that vicinity in neighborhoods and cause a nuisance. Those are the folks that we're trying to...
There's no way to enforce it. I mean, what are you going to do? If I've been feeding cats and you tell me I can't feed cats anymore, okay, I can feed my cat, so I'm going to open up my back door and I'm going to put a pan of food out there. I can't help it if a wild cat comes up and eats it. I mean, it's just, I'm not, and don't get me wrong, I've never fed a cat, and since my cat died 15 years ago, I've never fed a cat, I've never watered a cat, I've never tracked a cat. Some of these people have been talking to me about this program, and I've been trying to learn the problems with doing away with TNR. And it's all related the same. It's all related. You know, they feed the cats, they capture the cats, they put the cats, there's a reason why they take the cats. And if you go out to some of these places, and there is some boxes out there that these cats live in. And the reason why they live in those boxes, because I said, you create a problem by doing these boxes. Well, you're creating more problem by not having it, because now they have somewhere they can stay in the daytime. They're out of sight, they're out of mind, and they're not up here in the picnic table trying to beg food off somebody. You know? So it's danged if you do and danged if you don't. And I would recommend before this board does anything, that maybe they should bring in one of the experts in the TNR program and listen to what they're doing.
So you're opposed at all to giving direction to the chief to enforce the ordinance uniformly?
I think you're going to create more of a problem.
Okay.
Because again, then they're going to stop doing the TNRs, and you're going to have 4 times the cats.
Well, I'm not wanting to stop the TNR.
I understand, but I'm just saying,
The thing
if you're
is
going to
that
write
it
the,
has to be enforced in a blanket way.
you call these people and they'll come to your neighborhood and collect these cats and have them spayed. And
You're gonna have to bring them back to the area.
that's right.
So that's still the problem because.
But at least they're not going to have kittens.
I would like, if that's, seeing how Alderman Astor has strong feelings about this and is educating himself on it, I think his proposal is a good idea, where if Alderman Astor and Alderman White wanted to get with this group, and ideally get with the county, because they have the same problem, and do some kind of joint subgroup to figure out what can we do. And if it means, let's look at funding a joint officer for this, or a government TNR, look at the options for it. If we're not going to give him, the chief direction. My personal thought is give him direction to start enforcing the ordinance, and if it increases the problem, then we'll address it, because we have to do something.
Yes, we
I would
have
tell
to do
you,
something.
if you do have a problem at your house, this group will come out and they will capture these cats. They will spay and neuter them, but they are going to bring them back.
That's some smart cats.
Pardon me?
They are smart cats. They don't be good to catch them.
Well,
Cats in
they-
our community is rough.
So,
And they reproduce.
Attorney Bullock, are we able to differentiate between neighborhood enforcement and not neighborhood enforcement?
That's a challenge. So the way our ordinance is written right now, if you are engaging in nuisance-like activities with these cats, allowing them to run wild and be on other people's property, that is illegal. So if we're talking about differentiating that enforcement to carve out, commercial districts, that may have some unintended consequences. What I'm hearing you say is you would like to see an ordinance that allows in residential settings perhaps, or agricultural settings, for people to be able to release cats, feed cats. I don't know what types of activities you're contemplating as part of this accommodation for people who are trying to help the cat population.
I think it's too complicated to provide direction today
Oh,
and make a big change.
I agree with Alderman Astor. This is not a Newbern problem. This has got to be a problem elsewhere. There's got to be some things that's been done in other places. We probably don't hear about other cities being overrun with cats because we don't live in those other cities. If we live there, they may have the very same problem. But I think staff needs to figure out some options and bring it to the board. And then politically, the board can make a decision. You're going to tick off one side of this argument or the other one. You're not going to make there's no solution that we're going to find that's going to fix this problem that everybody's going to be happy. So just be prepared. This is
probably one of the first times for some of you that you're going to upset half the city, okay? So, but I think staff needs to bring back some options to us, because certainly we're not experts on it.
Sounds like a plan.
I think we ought to hear from the experts.
Well, if you do, you've got to hear from both sides of it. Because we've heard from some of the experts that say, you got to do this TNR program, and we've supported that, and we still have a problem. Now we're hearing from some other folks that are still experiencing the problem. So there's other folks that say, this TNR program, you're sustaining these populations. Is that correct, Mr. Manning?
That's correct.
Okay, Alderman White, go ahead.
Chief and Alderman Ferguson, we have had a conversation, Alderman Ferguson and I, hope I'm not stealing your thunder, sir, about how the fire department does such a great job at educating, like we were both kids and we know stop, drop, and roll, et cetera, et cetera. And Trey brought up the idea of like what could the police officers do to have a similar education program in schools. Maybe we could address releasing cats and speeding and make that somehow a fun education topic for young children. Just tying together two different conversations.
Yeah, I want to make it clear that I don't think I suggested police officers go into schools to educate about cats. I
He
just
did
want to
not.
be clear on that point.
Yeah, but since
Well,
this is a
I
topic
think-
today.
Again, I think to Alderman White's point, and I like her earlier suggestion of, hey, a group talk through this. I think Alderman Astor and yourself and an animal control officer wanted to get with staff to try to figure out alternatives, like the mayor said, and bring it, and then we'll hear from the TNR folks and make a decision at that point. I mean, I think based on what I'm hearing, we don't have unanimous consent or direction for the chief. I don't necessarily, I'll look at the city attorney, I don't necessarily think a motion is necessary for that direction, and if it's not unanimous, it would probably be worthless to make. So at this point, I think we're just chasing our tail, pun intended, and we should let you guys work with staff to come up with some options here.
I do think the board is pretty strong in feeling we need to do something, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so staff has direction. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Is there any way possible we could say something to
If the board wants to allow the public to speak, a motion is going to have to be made, seconded, and voted on. But we typically don't allow public comment during a work session or a retreat.
No problem, okay.
Well, I make a motion, it's totally up to the board that this young lady has a couple minutes to speak.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second.
I second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Let's have a roll call vote, starting with Alderman Ferguson.
Alderman Ferguson,
Yes.
Alderman Bryant,
No.
Alderman Astor,
No.
Alderman White,
Yes.
Alderman Best,
Yes.
Alderman Outlaw,
No.
Mayor Odom.
No. Okay, anything else for the police chief?
I had a question before we talked about the feral cats. How are you doing on recruitment, and what's your current open positions right now? If you know.
I try to every day. We are doing well on recruitment. The issue is, and I mentioned this before, is the process between the hiring and the officer actually going on the street is such a long period of time. I have 2 resignations, one of which one of our employees is getting married, and Mary the Marine is being relocated. We hope to get her back in 3 years. So we've lost that one. We have another employee that is leaving for other reasons. This happens in every profession. We are currently now, as it stands, on the books 4 short, but those are going to fluctuate between now and July 1. So we're doing pretty well. I would really wish that we could accelerate the training, but at the end of the day, this is not the job that you want to put a brand new staff member in place without having extensive amount of on-the-job training.
Are those for sure, are some of them folks that you currently have in training, or is that just completely, you don't have anyone lined up yet?
The foreshortage we have, we are in the hiring process, which means it goes through background investigations, oral boards, psychological evaluations, before we even get to a point where we could offer a conditional hire.
Thank you.
Anything else for the chief?
Chief, I did have one question. In today's world with mental illness awareness, does that change your statistical modeling of crime? Sometimes crime, 20 years ago would have been crime, which is now thorough investigation. I think all of your LTs are pretty fluent in recognizing mental illness situations. Is that changing the collation of information?
I think the answer, if I'm tracking correctly, my response is yes, absolutely. A bulk of our patrol officers are CIT, which is Crisis Intervention Training. They are certified 40 hours of training with a certification test at the end. We are able to divert 90% of all of our mental health persons in crisis calls away from the county jail into services. We currently have a co-responder program, which, by the way, the grant is running out, and we're working with our local provider to continue that program. Trillium runs the program, so we're really hopeful that we can continue to have that sponsored, but our grant ends in the end. That grant will end at the end of October of this year. So we're working to continue with that co-responder program.
Is there means for acquiring additional grants for that?
We are always looking at additional grants.
Thank you.
Chief, I have one more statement to make to you. When you gave us your report on the crime data, your crime data report, how much of an impact has the shot spotter been to help aid in decreasing this crime?
We're discussing that.
That's coming up too, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for taking the time to explain about feral cats. I know there's some citizens here that needed to hear that information, so I thank you for that.
Okay, Mr. Hughes, would you like to break for lunch now?
If it's the board's pleasure, we'll let you as well, if you'd like to go ahead and break.
Motion to break for lunch.
Have a motion and a second, break for lunch. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are now broke for lunch. Okay, we are back in session after lunch. So the next item on the agenda is item number 6, general obligation bond update. Mr. Hughes.
Yes, sir. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Tim Oster, who's going to talk about the update, and then we'll also have the department heads that have the various projects, going to give you an update on time frames for those, when those projects will start.
All right, so this is where we're at with the GO bond process. Staff have been working with our consultants to prepare for the bond rating calls and provide the information for the LPC, which is due on June 25th. The due diligence conference call will be held on July 8th. Also on July 8th, we have our bond rating call with Standard & Poor's, and July 9th with Moody's. At the July 14th Board of Aldermen meeting, staff will introduce the issuance resolution and ask for approval at the August 11th Board of Aldermen meeting. Bond ratings will be published August 12th, and our bond sale is scheduled for August 25th, with plans to close on September 16th on our first bond issuance. Projects will begin shortly thereafter. Right now, we're looking at the first issuance of $13 million with streets and sidewalks, $5 million, parks and recreation, $5 million, and stormwater, $3 million. That's total $13 million of the 24.
So at this time, I'd like to have George Childs come up and go through the bond project.
Good afternoon. So we'll go through the streets and sidewalks with the $10 million portion of the bond. And it is broken out into the first $5 million that we're going to get in the scheduling. We have decided to go after more localized, larger projects to economize the money for reducing mobilization fees. So the first one we're looking at, based off the PCR ratings, is going to be Ward 3. So tentatively, we're somewhere around just over $1 million for that first project. And we'll have similar ones come out to the rest of the wards in that kind of phasing. So there may be areas in a ward that do not get addressed with a big project, but then there'll be subsequent smaller areas that we'll work towards. So that is our first one we're going to do. You'll see successive paving projects come out afterwards. We'll also be doing some concrete work on those, so as we go through the paving, curb and gutter that needs to be reset, ADA ramps that may need to be installed, and casting adjustments. A lot of our paving, and this is specifically addressed in the PCR, but on a lot of our roads, we may have manholes that are set high or low for the surrounding pavement. We're going to try to address those too as we go through these paving. The second set for the stormwater, so there was $6 million total.
Before you go
Yes.
on to that, so we have one paving project associated with the bond this year. Is that what I'm understanding?
We're going to try to push them out successfully. This is the first one we've gotten already.
Okay, so we're not saying that we got 7 years to spend this bond money, and we're going to spend $7 million every year until we get done, or we're going to try to get like 3 or 4 million done in the next year or two?
We're going to try to go as fast as we can and try to get them out. Yes.
Because that certainly was what I think we had in mind when we did this.
Right, so, and of course, 7 years with an optional 3-year extension, but we're front loading $5 million in paving, and so the goal is really within a couple of years to get those things squared away.
We would hope to be somewhere in that year 3 that would go for at least half, if not more. The stormwater, so there are 11 projects presented to y'all.
Yeah, just real quick on the streets and sidewalks, I don't know how much in this area it's going to matter, but when we start looking at other places with more connectivity, are there opportunities, or are y'all looking at opportunities with existing streets, adding bike lane, or if you're redoing curb and gutter stuff to do, I mean, any kind of bike or pedestrian?
Where we would, not really adding width to roads, that gets into a whole set of infrastructure changes or whatever may be in the right of way. Where we're going to be looking at these are, if you have existing sidewalks that may not have ADA ramps, which there are several in the city that predated the rules that need to be addressed, we're going to try to get those done at the same time as we do the paving if it's required in that area. You know, the stormwater, when we get the stormwater, that's when we talk about where we can create accommodating right-of-way availability or shoulder availability for future sidewalks. So we've got a lot of areas. The stormwater, we're broken down into 11 projects, so that's $6 million total. So we're trying to use the first $3 million in this first period. And what we have done, we went ahead and sent out RFQs for the design work, and we received back responses from we had 8 responding consulting firms, and we have graded those and selected 2 firms, and each one has been selected separately for each project. So we're going to try to go after, we have 6 of those 11 that are not as heavily burdened by needing more in-depth engineering or design work or permitting. So those first 6 are more of an existing culvert requiring a large capacity. So if you have an RCP pipe, just a regular round one, may make a large culvert. But a lot of these crossings also do not have, where the head walls are on the crossings, there's not enough width between the head wall and the ditch to accommodate a sidewalk. So when we try to do these, we're going to try to accommodate a wider width between the head walls. So we'll still have the roadway, but we'll have shoulder availability then to put in sidewalk as well. So there'll be a lot of accommodation in those stormwater projects for future sidewalks.
So is that, to George, before you move on, so would that be included in Oaks Road River?
Yes, ma'am. Oaks
Just
Road's a
one
perfect example. There's several areas there that actually have no drainage at all
Right.
on the roadside. And we're gonna try to accommodate some of that, and where you may have ditches that if we can pipe certain sections, then we've got right of way width then to put sidewalks. So we're trying to accommodate the future installation of the sidewalk within these projects. Okay. But we're gonna try to do those 6, so our plan is the first 6, the construction and engineering cost estimates, when we initially reviewed these, was just over $2 million. And so we're planning to try to get those out to bid as fast as we can get them designed, and if any permitting is needed for them, so we get those bid out there and start in the fall on some of those projects. The balance between the 2 and the 3, the extra $1 million in that first allocation, we're going to use to go ahead and start the design on the other 5. So we're not just putting aside 5, we're just going to try to push these first 6 and the design work on the next 5, because they're a little more in depth. These may have jurisdictional ditches that are tied to them, or they may be close to a river, so there's more permitting also that needs to be taken into consideration.
What's the timeline? I mean, I'm just not, I'm missing. Timeline for the 6 that you currently have?
For the 6, we're going to try to get some of these out by the fall.
I'm sorry?
By the fall. We're going to try to get some of them as soon as we can get them ready, we're going to put them out to bid. So those first 6 are going to be our priority to go
Out to
ahead.
bid in the fall.
Yes, to bid in the fall for construction.
And construction timeline from that point is what? 18 months?
Usually we'll put them out for probably a month, and then we'll get bids back. And once we select one bidder, it's going to be availability and scheduling. So we're going to try to turn those around as fast as we can get them designed and permitted, out the bid, and get them ready.
And then in tandem working on the design
And
together.
designing the other ones, and as those come to fruition on all of the completed design work and permitting, we'll put those out there as well.
Are they being bid separately?
Yes, we're bidding them separately. Yep, so as soon as we have one ready, we'll go ahead and push it out for bid.
George, are all those culvert improvements there, are they more because of the integrity of the culvert, or because the culverts that are in place are undersized?
Most of them are undersized. You may have, when you have a single pipe, we can go back to the larger arch culvert. It's going to provide more capacity, and it's also, arch culverts seem to deliver a better maintenance issue where you're not getting blockages in the pipe, it flows a little better, and we have a little.
I know probably at the time all of them were done, the impervious services were different than they are now, but are you going with electrical or?
We're going to try to go with arch culverts. Some of the ones currently have existing just round RCP reinforced concrete pipe, and we may in those cases be putting in one beside it, so we can double in the size if we don't have the great clearance to accommodate a larger pipe.
Brunswick Avenue, could you give a little more detail on that Brunswick Avenue?
The Brunswick Avenue, that pipe actually comes down there's an auto parts store and a gas station on either side, and then it goes into the backside of Fox Chase Village. But this water that is carried on that comes off of, some comes from Roanoke across underneath Glen Burnie, some of it comes off of Glen Burnie, and it goes to a rear ditch on those properties that face Glen Burnie, and then come down to Brunswick. So when you see water standing, it could be on Glen Burnie or in those areas, or even the head of Roanoke. It's likely could be caused by that pipe as being undersized. Any other questions I can answer?
Thank you, George. All right, Carrie, if you'll come up.
Okay, so as far as the Parks and Recreation bond projects, the major ones that we're going to be looking at starting with this first implementation is the aquatic center improvements, which we are working on and going to be beginning design in the fall of this year. Once those designs are finalized, we will look at starting construction in spring of next year, 2027, and then hopefully opening with the new renovations and upgrades in summer of 2028. At Southwest Parrot Park, we'll be looking at design for the skate park and pickleball courts, and then beginning construction on them in summer of 2027. And then Martin Marietta Park, we would be looking at designs for the amphitheater in fall of this year, construction in spring of 2027, and then hopefully opening the amphitheater in summer of 2028. The adult event course and bike course will be designed in spring of 2027 with plans for construction in fall of 2027. And then the meeting space and trails will be designed spring 2027 and construction fall of 2027 also.
Can you go back a slide, please? Who's doing the design for the aquatic center?
We have talked to a couple.
So that would be a design build, so that would go out to be that would be design build on the aquatic center, the skate park. Go to the next slide. The adventure course, bike pump course, those would all be design bid projects.
What about the amphitheater?
Amphitheater, the majority of that would be self-performed in-house.
I get the amphitheater, but for the aquatic center, have we looked at exploring, public-private partnership, trying to work with some group either for naming rights, or we're trying to expand more than just a Lady River, adding more water play, water slide type of component to it with all of the land that's out there? Is there a possibility to look into that?
I mean, we can. You got to take into mind, we're going to have to expand parking out there, so that's going to take up some room. And based on the number of people we're going to be able to accommodate, we may have to increase restrooms. So it's not just the fact that we would be expanding the footprint of the pool, but we would also have to accommodate the park and restroom facilities, things like that.
I think that there's quite an opportunity, and we all know and have heard we have to have more things for families to do. That pool is, super successful, super well utilized, and we're about to expand it. I fear that the way we're currently looking at expanding it, it's going to reach capacity. And if there's an opportunity for us to go even bigger with using the bond money as leverage, we ought to look at that for, an amenity that is widely used. And so those are my thoughts. I don't know how you feel about that, but I would like to see that.
It's a thoughtful consideration. Also, that you need to think about future operations too, because that's going to expand as well, and I'm going to need additional staff to accommodate that. So.
I have a question. So a lazy river, I can understand the timing that it takes to build, design and build, but we're projecting that the lazy river construction would start in spring of 2027. But the pickleball courts are going to take longer. To me, I thought that would be one of the easiest things to do. You find out where it's going to be built, you pour your foundation, you put your nets, and you stripe it, and you open it up. So what's taking so long on some of these? Skate park, my goodness, that was the first meeting I went to when I got elected in 2013, was with Thurman Hardison, talk about the skate park. So we've been talking about it.
We've been talking about it. We don't have design. Going out for a design build, that's pretty easy. And we say fall of 2026, which is literally a couple of months away. Construction estimated to start in spring for a lot of these. That's basically when contractors are available. The good thing about the skate park project is that the county, in their budget that they just passed, is basically contributing $150,000 toward that project. So it's a $300,000 skate park that we're going to see.
So
Mr. City Manager, you know that I am in close contact with the pier, that the skate park is very, very important too. Are we vetting the design with people that really know skate parks?
So with a design build project, like something like that, there's gonna be a public component in it.
Okay.
People would have an opportunity to come in and make their comments.
Thank you.
We don't want to build a skate park that no one wants to participate in.
And we do have that survey we did a while back where community gave input on it.
So, Carrie, I know Foster says that for the amphitheater, a lot of it be done in-house. So when you say in-house, are you speaking of, I know some of this bond monies will go towards the amphitheater, but are you also including grants and naming rights, or is?
So you may remember we did apply for a $500,000 Parks and Recreation Trust Fund grant for Phase 2 of Martin Marietta Park, and that includes several of the amenities out there. We do have another grant that's coming up for a Land and Water Conservation Fund, and we're having a conversation now on whether that should go toward something with aquatics, because that is something that does qualify, or something else in another park. So that's something we're going to be talking about over the summer. I think the deadline for that's this fall, so the board will be getting that information soon. But looking for any type of grants that we can find, and we're always also happy to look for partnerships with naming rights for any of these.
And we'll find out about Florence at the end of August, and I think LWCF is due October 1st.
What do you visualize as far as the amphitheater? What's it gonna look like? What's it gonna be? For $1 million, I was just wondering what you can build.
Well, if you're looking for the Wilmington Amphitheater here, that's not what you're going to get. As part of the design, you're going to get to see what this is going to look like. So that'll be coming up very soon. It's going to be a large stage. But yeah, you can see the design of this.
I think, I mean, to your point, I think there are a lot of community expectations about this amphitheater.
Yeah, I agree.
And, I mean, they're thinking Wilmington, Red Hat, Kokobu, and for $1 million, that's not gonna get it. And if the goal is to build an amphitheater that you are gonna get musical acts to come to actually create a music venue, I think that there needs to be serious push working on trying to find public-private partnership, working with naming rights to bring in some influx of cash to expand that at a minimum, to provide seating. I mean, I know seating adds to it, but I mean, I think there needs to be a push for that if that's the goal. And if the goal is to do $1 million amphitheater that's glorified picnic shelter for acoustical type concerts, then I just don't think that's what the community expectations are. And so I think there needs to be a group that really works on that design and recruiting for those funds.
Fair comment, and if you're looking for a $15 million amphitheater or a $30 million amphitheater, it's going to cost that. Right now, we have $1 million allocated toward that. And I think we've been pretty consistent, even over the bond process, about that. So if the board's got other ideas on what you would like to see, I mean, we're happy to hear what you have to say.
We showed pictures of what $1 million amphitheater will look like when we did all the charrettes and the.
We did.
In terms of our planned amphitheater and the Coca booth, what is the difference, roughly?
Millions of dollars of difference.
Tens of millions, or?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Right now, the
That's a big
operations,
Yeah.
Mayor, what, about 8 years ago, we were looking at the baseball deal, and it was 21 million.
Yeah.
So you look at 30 million bucks, but to me, this whole, what you got going on here is a carrot on the end of the stick to lure and find the right balance and partnership with the city, with a private entity that wants to get the naming rights to this. And I think it's money well spent to get that right component,
So I don't want to sound like I'm beating anybody up, but the meeting space and
Go to
trails.
the next slide, please.
Yeah, the meeting space, I mean, didn't we kind of talk about almost like a log cabin that's going to sit out on the point at Martin Marietta?
Rustic type thing, yes.
So I can't speak to the trails, but for that meeting space, knowing how the current construction industry is, what's your idea of that? I mean, I'll be honest with you. My thought was we will be having our 2027 January retreat at that facility. But we're saying we're going to start designing it next year.
So, I guess I'm going to talk about this for Parks and Recreation and every other project, especially what we're going to be talking about shortly. We've got probably more projects that the city has seen in decades, all in a very short time frame our goal is to implement. And the construction management part of that, a lot of it is going to be bid out with consultants. And we can certainly, when was the go date for the bonds? September? We're certainly going to be doing RFPs before that. And anything we can get started on as quickly as we can, we'll certainly do it.
From a finance standpoint, if we, like we do with FEMA from a reimbursable aspect, if we decide, hey, look, we know where that meeting facility is going to go, instead of waiting until we get the bond money, can we not spend $20,000 or whatever it takes to get that started and then just reimburse that $20,000 when we get the bond? Okay.
Was meeting space, was that a design build, or was that a design build?
No, that'll probably be self-performed.
Yeah, that would be good to move it up like the mayor's talking.
The other thing is the adult adventure course and bike pump course. And I think in the Martin Marietta strategic plan and what was kind of put, there was a conversation on that adult adventure course. It was, at one point it was a zip line, but we really don't need, I mean, I think that's going out of style.
Originally it was zip line, adventure roads course, climbing walls, and what we've seen in that industry is zip lines and ropes courses are going by the wayside. One of the biggest issues with the ropes course in Martin Marietta Park is when you go out there and you look around, there are no trees, there are no shade, and that's an issue. And so we've seen a trend with zip lines, ropes courses transitioning to more of adult adventure, almost, for lack of a better word, playground type thing, to where it's something that is not manned. There's a lot of netting around it to help with fall protection and things like that. And so based on that trend, that's where we've looked at.
Obviously, just my opinion. The adult adventure course, and again, what we hear is the need for things for families to do. If this is going to be tailored to young adults, without family, I mean, I don't know how tied we are to that project. If it's not family friendly, you know, kids of all ages type. If it was a larger, I guess, play structure that included, I have some concerns spending money on that type of project, and it's going to be there and no one uses it. If what was shared back when they did the plan was the zip line, and that's what people kind of, you know, coalesced around, and then we kind of changed it to this. Is there a real desire to do this?
Well, we're here to take direction with the board, so if this board wants to have us go in another direction, we can certainly do that.
I mean, what are y'all's thoughts on that?
What is it, on which one, the zip line?
The adult, well, it's not going to be a zip line, it's an adult playground.
Well, I do want to point out the fact that the area does not have a lot of trees, and that when these discussions were originally had, people were probably envisioning trees, and that we really need to ensure that what we're providing there is okay to be out in the sun, or at least that we can have some kind of shade.
I bet if you did a community survey on that or more pickleball courts would be chosen out of that.
I guess I'm just wondering how, I mean, you're saying more pickleball courts, you're saying there should be trees to have, I mean,
No,
or
no,
there
there's
was
no
a-
trees.
Well, right, so I mean,
It's not gonna
I
happen.
guess my question becomes, of these three for Martin Marietta, can we really, I mean, can we explore something different than the adult adventure course, take that off the table and look at some other parks project?
I would be open to that.
I don't even know what an adult adventure course is. I mean,
It just sounds a little brutal without shade.
I mean, so is there a general consensus that we can, I mean, Carrie, how much of a wrench are we gonna throw in your plans?
I mean, we change whenever y'all say so, so there's no wrench.
What's the dollar amount that was put on that, do you know?
About 300,000.
And then do you already have ideas?
I mean, we've been looking at some companies, and the consultant that we work with has been filtering out some possible groups that do these types of things. I think one was called Beanstalk, the name of it. So we've been putting out some feelers.
That doesn't include a zip line, does it? Under following this, okay.
No, we're kind of, like you said, moving away because zip lines are kind of no longer the trend and people aren't really using them. And then with the tree issue.
Right. Okay.
If that's how, I mean, y'all feel, I don't hear any strong opposition, I'd really like to remove the, I don't know about the bike pump course, I don't really know what that is or what the.
What is that?
It's a track, and it can be dirt or it can be paved, and it's for bicycles. It'll have hills and jumps and things like that, geared more towards your younger population. Very much like a skate park, but for bicycles.
Like mountain bikes, not dirt bikes.
Yeah, yeah, bicycles, not motorbikes. So, I mean, we are gonna have elements that gear towards kids, and we're gonna be adding the skate park, even though it's at a different location. I mean, so we're adding a little bit of everything for kids. I mean, I feel like we need something for teens and adults as well.
Well, later on in this presentation, are you gonna have pictures of what an adult adventure course is? Or can you maybe explain to what it is? I don't have a clue.
Well, it's
And neither
basically-
does Sharon, by the way.
I mean, it can be an obstacle, it's like an obstacle course that's in case that adults can do, like you say, Ninja Warrior and stuff like that.
Give us 1 second, we'll pull an example of something.
While we're, I mean, doing that, I think this goes back to what the mayor said, and we know the bond revenue is going to come in if we have the means, and I think we do in the general fund, that we can start some of the planning process and start spending the money knowing it can be reimbursed with bond revenue. I think the sooner we can get to some of that, those planning activities, the better. I think I speak for all of us when we say we're ready to see shovels in the ground for a lot of these projects. And I realize that we're confined by, we have a bunch of projects and staff constraints, but
Well, it's helpful to me if we have a consensus before I'm applying for grants, because I've already applied for a grant with these certain projects.
Okay.
And now I'm gonna have to change, if we get part of the grant, there's gonna have to be a change, because I already applied with this.
well, I think that's what I was asking about, what a wrench. If you've already had grants for it, then I certainly don't think we.
Well, we haven't been awarded yet, but if we were to get awarded.
You would have to use it for that grant
Well,
purpose.
we've got the opportunity, if this board wanted to veer into another direction and we did receive this grant, we could basically request a change in the scope of the grant.
Once we get the contract.
What age bracket does an adult adventure course attract?
I would say, 16 up.
Okay.
I mean, probably even a little bit younger teens, but it'd be based on what we want to open it up to. You would have to have some sort of supervision if it wasn't. If it's younger than that.
well, that's a good example of an overarching type thing, but go to features project, and just click on a view.
It's adult bill, so get to it. Right?
I don't think.
Mine's
So, yeah, click to another one. Another project. You literally have to look at a variety of those examples to try to get an idea of what it could look like.
Resembles a road course. It's just different elements.
I mean, it looks like it could, it looks like it could accommodate, as adults and kids with the proper supervision.
I mean, there's some shade elements there, right? You got to go there. I would just say this, I don't want to do anything that's going to slow down the process. So if this is what is being planned, this is what it's been applied for, then I would say move forward with this.
And these are some of the.
These are examples of the adventure.
I'm saying, and you're planning on implementing some of these?
Yeah,
The
like we're
pictures we
looking at
just
those
saw, some of those.
companies. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we would work with them to do the design like Mr. Hughes talked about.
So this one would be a design build.
It would.
I'm a little befuddled here. What's the purpose? Just walking through these things and climbing some
People
ropes?
who like to do recreational activity out in the wilderness or parks. I mean, you have your adventure enthusiasts that's what they want to do. Trey would get on it, right?
I would, I'd get on. So, I just wanted, I did not know what an adult adventure course was, and I know we had talked, and I think back in when we did the presentations on the bond, it was all about zip line, and so making it clear to the public that it's kind of a shift. I think it's a shift where we're not going to have staff out there. I mean, whatever we do, we should not plan on having it staff at that expense. So if we've already got a grant in for stuff like this, I'm kind of with the mayor. I don't really want to slow it down, looking at it as long as when we're in the design phase, making it clear that we're looking at family. It's not just, upper teen, young adult type. It should be an inclusive, structure to try to, if we're trying to make Martin Marietta a regional destination for recreation, this could be a nice component, but just keeping that in mind. So, but I'm with the mayor on, we need to, if there's planning expense and costs that we can incur now and get reimbursed, let's just move this ball.
You can always go back and do some, design night possible.
Well, some part of the grant, right?
Yeah, it's part of the grant, so once we get the grant, I don't want to program anything with the grant.
Yeah.
It's a big giant tree transplant right there for about 2 days.
Thank you, Carrie.
It's going so much.
So is anybody on the board interested in not expediting anything that we possibly can? It's not a leading question, but.
Yeah.
If it's tied to a grant, we need to go down there.
All right.
Okay, any other questions on regional elongation?
If not, we'll go ahead and go to discuss on boards and commissions. So in your information, we've just got some information on all the boards and commissions. Most recently with the redevelopment commission, the board talked about reducing that board by 2. So don't know if there's any other conversations you'd like to have regarding any of the other boards. If there is, let us know, and we're happy to start working on that. If not, we'll certainly move on to the next item.
Can you tell me a little more about what the status and meeting schedule and frankly projects involved in the Community Development Advisory Committee?
So the whole purpose of the Community Development Advisory Committee is to basically take public input regarding CDBG projects, like the annual action plan. I think traditionally they'll have 3 meetings a year. They definitely have one first of each year, and they listen to input from citizens who possibly have a project that they would like to be considered for CDBG funds. It's not a requirement from HUD to have a standalone committee to vet this. So if the board was interested in doing something else with this committee, certainly could. But basically, about 3 meetings a year with
It's not required, it takes staff time, and we have a redevelopment commission that encompasses all the CDBG area. So they could.
The Redevelopment Commission does cover all CDBG area.
Well, all of the CDBG area falls within the redevelopment commission. There's CDBG area outside of the redevelopment commission area, but the vast majority is within that. That's correct.
What would be the downside in essentially using Redevelopment Commission as a Community Development Advisory Committee when it comes to CDBG funds and cutting that Community Development Advisory Committee?
The only thing to bear in mind is the redevelopment commission is kind of geographically limited to its domain, the RDC overlay district. So to the extent that any CDBG activities would be affected or fall outside that geographical area, that presents a challenge for them.
Well, I mean, we had that joint meeting with the Redevelopment Commission, and they said they wanted direction from us, and they want support from us. It would seem to me that if we combined these, not combined boards, but essentially gave them additional resource in the form of, you're going to advise us on how to spend the CDBG funds, that gives them an extra tool in their toolbox for the redevelopment area and would show our support to that board, right?
And also, there's at least one person on that board who is very interested in things other than economic development, which it sounds like.
I mean, and we could, in our discretion, to spend CDBG funds within the redevelopment commission anyway, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, does anyone have any issue with eliminating Community Development Advisory Committee as a separate committee and asking the Redevelopment Commission to work with Development Services on the CDBG plan as needed?
As long as there wasn't ever a conflict, and I'm not sure there would be, but could there be one? And if there was, how would the redevelopment commission board recuse itself from discussion or approving a block grant if there was some infield development that was in conflict with a block grant? I just don't know. That's a good reason that they're separate.
If they're just acting as advisory in nature, I mean, ultimately, this board is the one that decides that plan. And so I can't think of a situation where there would be a conflict, and I think it would likely alleviate some staff issues with having these 2 different boards, right?
It's a board that was established at one time, I believe, and had a purpose and really doesn't right now. And no, they're not required by HUD to exist. Typically, the only meeting they've had, I think, since I've been here is they come in January when we have our needs hearing for CDBG. But Jamie, I know we've pulled this up recently. I don't think we have to have this. I don't even think we have to ask another board to do what they've been doing. It's just not it's a little bit antiquated, and I don't feel like we need it. And I don't have any concerns with eliminating it if that's the will of the board.
I mean, I would think that the Redevelopment Commission would actually benefit from, if they took on that role and they did a January needs hearing or whatever, that those commissioners would benefit from having a public hearing and have people come and talk about those things So I'm in favor. I'd like to see, if y'all are going to, I'd like to give direction to staff to get a resolution in place to dissolve the Community Development Advisory Committee, and then ask Redevelopment Commission to essentially take on some of their advisory roles.
So Jess, you said they've only met like once, and I think we were actually asked at one time, Ms. Clerk, to not appoint anybody because we were trying to figure out the direction. So I mean, I certainly think that I don't have a problem with it. Does anybody have a problem with that board going with? Okay, so staff will bring that back at future meeting. Any other commission or board?
I have talked to multiple, I don't know if I've talked to everybody, but I've talked to multiple people on the MSD Advisory Committee. I know the last meeting they had, they didn't have a quorum. And Bobby, you tell me your thoughts on this. I'm sorry to spring it on you. But that group was intended to come up with ideas for MSD projects. They have done that, and we have a ton of projects, MSD projects that are in the pipeline. They get really bogged down in the weeds of some technical aspects that I don't think they are equipped to do, nor does our board ask them to do. I think, and frankly, I want to be respectful of those volunteers' time, that I would like to look at eliminating the advisory committee and have that on the next agenda, and then we'll give everyone in that committee notice, and if they feel strongly, I can remove it from the agenda. But of the folks I've talked to, no one has strong feelings. It takes away staff time, frankly, and I feel like they spin their wheels on things that they get frustrated at because then we don't take some of their recommendations. So I would be open to.
So if MSD funding is a separate, 13 cent range, are you saying that staff of the city of Newbern would take over that role? Who would do what they were doing?
Well, I'm saying what we have right now, MSD has a lot of crossover with Swiss Bear, and you have between Swiss Bear, Hydra, and the Chamber, you have a lot of entities operating in that MSD footprint that can come up with ideas. And I think a combination of those entities coming up with ideas and projects in the MSD, then it would be incumbent on me or Ward 1 Alderman to take those projects and bring it before those groups as well as this board for funding. Because the MSD Advisory Committee, they don't authorize, they just recommend projects.
I've always felt that, and I remember when this happened, it was whenever the exodus of downtown Denver to the mall. I remember when MSD was formed, and I've always felt for the many, many projects and the ambiance of downtown Denver directly attributable to MSD, that anything that MSD recommended to the city, I kind of always felt like it was their money.
I think it's important to, and please correct me if I'm wrong, those who have been on the board longer, but MSD at the time you're talking about wasn't a separate advisory formal committee. It was made up of business owners, residents, and Swiss Bear derived a lot of those projects. This advisory committee is a formal.
Let's don't throw Swiss Bear or anything else into the MSD pot of money. That's MSD money.
I'm saying the advisory committee itself, which was made up, I think, maybe 2 years ago, as a formal city board, that committee of folks, there's a lot of crossover in all those other entities, and I feel like it is a waste of their time to meet every quarter.
Your predecessor was a big proponent of creating this, and I think after they had 2 meetings, he was asking how to get rid of it. So, if that speaks to me.
So is there any opposition to asking staff for a resolution? I mean, Bobby, what do you think? I mean, you go to those meetings.
I've been to 2 of them. I mean, I've just recently been put on the main 3, but I don't know. I kind of was thinking that if I'm paying the tax down there, that I would want to say so is what the money was used for.
I do too. Because that's an additional tax for them.
So let's keep in mind, when was the MSD created?
It was created
The
back,
MSD tax itself.
78 or so.
Okay, so 78, before I was born, was created. And we created this MSD advisory committee a couple years ago. So it operated for decades in a pseudo provide your feedback and input and the projects got done. So
Right, and then I believe you said that this advisory committee has already come up with plenty of projects that are in the pipeline, so in essence, they've completed their task and are kind of
They,
just hanging out.
I think they have completed their task as of right now. Obviously, MSD tax brings in revenue every year, and so you'll see more revenue come in projects that need to be advanced. So
And
if
who
you
would do that? Who would meet and make the recommendations as to what? I mean, the last meeting we had met with a vendor about the communications downtown. If it wasn't for the advisory committee, who would do that?
My understanding of how it operated prior to having that formal structure is you had the aldermen meet with resident group, business groups, Swiss Bear, Chamber, Hydra, those entities already working there. About
I
project
always
ideas.
thought that it was a committee basically formed by Alderman Bingle before she was an alderman. Because I think what she was kind of heading it up and trying to
I
get.
think when she was an alderman, I think that's right.
Yeah.
If it makes, I mean, this is just my thought after going to some of these, and I went to them prior to being elected and watched it. And then as we, since the election, have gone to them, and I think if there's some consternation there, if it would make y'all feel better about it, I don't mind tabling this idea and asking that committee outright, do you want to continue? I've asked most of them, so I think I know the answer, but we'll do it.
What's the answer?
Most of them say, yeah, I don't have a problem with it, but I'm fine at a formal meeting to ask them and have them put something on the record that says we don't need to be anymore.
Most of them don't have a problem
With not,
expanding.
yes, with disbanding. But again, I'm happy to do that in a,
I'm still not understanding that if this mapped area that's 13 cent per 100 valuation,
11 by 22.
thank you for correction on that. This money is there, and then hypothetically, it could evolve to where the city and your staff is spending the money as they see fit for
no, I think
these resident owners.
I don't think that's right. I think any money that is spent from MSD projects has to be approved by this board, just like general fund projects or annual budget.
But it's always, in my opinion, been at the pleasure of whatever MSD requested that the money be spent on.
The MSD's only been around for 2 years. I don't think that's right. I mean, the MSD advisory committee itself. But again,
So back when the MSD was created, 70s, 80s, there was a committee established at that time. I don't think it was reconstituted after the terms expired. So it's just been an impromptu group that I believe the Ward 1 alderman at that time pulled together.
I mean, to be honest with you, the Ward 1 alderman could hold a town hall at City Hall early in the budget process and invite anybody that has MSD ownership to come to City Hall and give us your opinions, and then the Ward 1 alderman can share that with the budget staff and build that in the budget. And that can be done. I think what Trey's getting at is, I mean, I watched one of those meetings where they're supposed to recommend, they want an upgrade to the parking lot at Bear Plaza. Okay, they're supposed to say, yes, we want to spend our money to do that project. Next thing we know, we've got engineers in there, we've got architects trying to design it and saying this is where trees and park benches need to go, and that's not within their purview. They're supposed to say, we want to spend the money on this project, then it's up to staff and the board to make that decision. Is that?
And that's exactly how I see it. And you have quarterly meetings where our city manager, our assistant city manager, camera, our finance officer are all sitting there while they're going through a design process that this board may or may not follow. So, again, I'm fine to table this matter and bring it up at that committee and have them all vote. And if they change their minds or the majority of them say absolutely not, I'll drop it. But from my understanding, I don't think that's going to be the case, but I'll ask them at the next meeting and then bring it back to this board.
Anybody else, any other
submit the committee reports.
The only other thing for redevelopment commission, I believe, this is just as a follow-up, I believe at our joint meeting, those commissioners said they were fine with 7 members, and we had asked staff for a resolution, and so I just want to make sure that that's, bringing that back up, that will be at the July meeting.
It's gonna be an ordinance, but yes, sir.
Thank you. So we can have that decreased to 7, coupled with, we would like to do the community development advisory type functions. Correct? Like we just.
If that's what you would like to ask of the redevelopment.
Yes.
I do have a question for Alderman Ferguson. Are you good with the composition of the HBC? There, at time, there's discussion of whether or not individuals that do not live at HBC should or should not serve on HBC.
I mean, I would like to see, when it comes to the HBC, that we appoint folks that have some specialty. I mean, the statute requires.
RDC?
Well, I think he said HBC.
HBC.
HBC. He switched up.
I mean,
Okay.
yeah.
The statute for historic preservation commissions, I think, requires, or either requires or strongly suggests having certain professionals, like architects, contractors, and those types of people with that kind of background. And I think we have gotten, I don't know if we've ever had that, but we've gotten away. We have some who have that background and others that don't. I would like to see a better makeup, but that board is fully, I think that's more of an appointment issue, not a changing of the statute itself. I mean, I would love to be able to say, let's only have folks who live in the historic district, but looking at the roster, there's, I think, the majority of them now do. So.
Chief, the Police Civil Service Board, when was the last time that they had a meeting?
I've been here 5 years, we've not had one since.
Never had a meeting in 5 years?
Didn't somebody just get appointed to that one?
Pardon me?
Yes,
Somebody just get appointed to that one?
the 2 people appointed.
You still appoint people, but they just haven't met. So.
Yes, but when they're appointed, they understand that it's a serve as needed and that they could fill the full term and never have need to be called.
And I think New Bern and Charlotte are only 2 cities in North Carolina that still have one.
And it's my understanding our officers like, I mean, granted, 5 years we hadn't had to use it, but the officers like having that as an option.
Yes, they do.
I have a question. I saw that the P&Z board had to cancel their last meeting because they didn't have a quorum. There's 10 members of that board.
So I put there 8 on that board.
Okay, so there's 8. So is that the right, how is there 8? It should be odd number?
We have to have one in the ETJ, I think at one point in time, and that's how we got number 8. That's how most places ended up with an odd number of P&Z members.
So are we, is staff okay with the number?
I think the planning and zoning board is the right size and
Okay.
functioning okay right now.
Any other comments? Okay, number 8.
All right, so next item is discussion on the strategic plan. So we got your information and your direction on the strategic plan. We have not started working with staff on this yet. The plan is during the month of July, we'll get with the plan and roll out the information that you provided and then come back to the board probably toward the end of the summer with some updates on that. So any questions on that?
Is there a plan or discussion, because originally what we have, looking at the September, October timeline for some public engagement, and I again go back to last year's bond project. There was it was an incredible outreach from the city on how you engage the public in different settings. If we're going to look at changing priorities, is there going to be a plan for that type of public engagement?
Absolutely.
And is our timeline realistic? Do we need to adjust the timeline?
As we sit down with staff and talk through it, we can let you know an update on that.
Okay, Number 9, update on department projects.
All right, so I'm going to give you an update on a variety of projects that are either going on now, some things that we've been working on in the background, or are coming up in 2027. So with administration, just to let you know, we have been working on website updates for the newbernc.gov. We anticipate rolling the new website out sometime by the end of the summer. We have been looking at some areas along the New Bern River Walk where we basically have gaps. And so when we have those gaps, we're having to go back on sidewalks. So we're looking at how we can basically work with partners, adjacent property owners to tie in and create a seamless river walk across the entire area. So we are working on that. We're talking to property owners, doing some preliminary planning and cost estimating. When we have some more information and possibly revenue source, we'll bring that back to the board. We just want you to know that. For about 2 years now, we've been talking about the potential for specialty shops on the corner lot at Hancock and South Front Street. Currently, we have not gone to the MSD Advisory Committee to talk about any funding, but I will tell you we are going to be taking that to the HPC on the design we have to get their input, and then we'll be coming back to the board at some point or this fall to talk about this a little bit more. So just giving you an update on that. Any questions on those 3 things? If not, I'm going to ask Chief Locklear to come up and talk about some fire rescue projects.
Good morning the first time, I'll say good afternoon this time. So just a couple of projects to discuss very briefly. Everyone's aware that we're still in the process of our accreditation. Sometimes I catch myself saying re-accreditation, but Commission likes for us to really say accreditation because it's an opportunity for third-party validation to come through, look under the hood, and really go into depth. We do appreciate those who are present with us as far as the open and then the closing briefing. So where we're at right now is the team that come in 1st of June. Was with us for several days, and at the end of that, the one thing we wanted to hear is that they were going to be submitted to the commission for our accreditation. So that's a great thing. Next steps for that is we're looking at August 18th that we'll be going out to Chicago, Illinois, have to do a Q&A session in front of the commission, answer some questions, and hopefully be leaving back with accreditation. With that, because it's on that 5-year cycle, obviously we have our compliance reports, but we're actually getting in line now with our strategic plan and our standards cover. So that's going to be the next steps for us. We're already starting to work in that direction of rewrites for both of those. The standard cover is several pages as far as that document's concerned, but during the time that I've been in place, there's been a couple of operational changes that we want to make sure that what we have in black and white reflects the manner in which we operate. The strategic plan does have a couple of steps. There will be internal stakeholder meetings. There will be external stakeholder meetings. We'll actually be doing a survey to the community. We're hoping to have both of those completed and the rewrite done and brought before the board around the February timeframe of next year. Along with that, I kind of briefly spoke on this earlier. The new fire truck on Nashville was asking about is still in that process. Next week, a couple of the committee that sits on the apparatus committee is going to be flying out and doing the inspection for that. And again, like I stated earlier, we're looking at taking delivery sometime in August, and then we will have to look at the equipment that goes on it before it's placed in service. So placing in service is to be determined. I don't have any exact date for that this year. Last thing I'd like to kind of briefly talk on is the QRV program. I was called up to the manager's office a few months back, had a meeting with a few that are present that was asking about this type of program. It was something I presented on the first year when I was here. Recommendation was for the additional personnel and equipment needed. But just in that particular meeting, was there a way that we could try to make this happen as a pilot program based on what we have in place? So that's a crawl, walk, run kind of program when you're talking about just implementing into your current operations. So what I did was met with each one of the officers, sat down and talked about what that looks like based on the current staffing that we have, and we actually looked to go live, and we did that back in May. The reason why I haven't really brought anything to the table is because we don't have a lot of data to go with it. It's based on where we are each day with our staff. We run 18 to 22. You can have someone out, whether that's vacation or whether that's sick. So the way we implemented it was, I was looking at how do we least affect our current operations when assignments are needed on scene. So anytime we're at 20, 21, or 22 is when that unit is in service. We're trying different things to see how well it works. First off, it's at Elizabeth, we're using one of the brush units. We had to sit down and identify the staff that would be applied to this concept when it's in service. We actually had to take the time to go through each type of dispatch determinant to make sure that that would be in line. So we're not affecting CAD, it's not being dispatched that way. Their understanding of when a certain call comes out would be a type of call that they would basically cancel the first due engine company and do response into that. So we're tracking data as we go along. It's only been in service a couple of times, being that this is a high time that people are using vacation and some of those things. So we're looking at the 6-month time frame, 3 months at Elizabeth Station and 3 months at HQ Station. We're going to reevaluate, reassess at that time. We're making note each time it's in service, what are the pros and cons associated with it, and how well it's going to work. That's pretty much all I have on that at this point. But if you have any questions, I'll be really glad to answer.
Chief, can you explain to me, what is your standard of cover and strategic plan review and revision?
So
with
those are
stakeholders and.
Yes, so those are 2 documents that are currently, you can go to our webpage for the fire and you can see it. So it's actually a strategic plan specific to the department. And then the standard of cover goes through multiple things as far as the department's concerned. I can't remember how many pages I've read it a few times, but each one of those are specific to the department. They've already been in place. They were initially in place right around the time of the first 5-year cycle that accreditation took place. And it's just a rewrite to what's already there.
So that's when you include the external and internal stakeholders?
On a strategic plan. There'll be a process. We'll bring in assistance from other departments, and we also assist other departments when they're going through theirs. One of those being Greenville, one of those being Jacksonville. So it's done fairly and consistently, and we'll be putting out information as we get closer to the internal and external, so you'll be aware of it.
Okay, because I was thinking when you said stakeholders, it was like citizens, but you're doing it with other fire departments.
So external will include citizens as well as business owners.
Okay.
Internal stakeholders will be specific more so with internal as far as performance.
Okay.
So the quick response vehicles, you guys have already started doing that, and in 6 months, you guys will have a good pros and cons list.
Yeah, so like I stated, when we were going to do, when we had that meeting, we had to take the time to meet with, because it's a change in how we operate, to put something in place like that. So it took a few weeks to go through that process. May 1st was the first day that we were shooting for a go-live day. It's only been in service a couple of times. I think today is actually a day where it's at 20, so it's in service today. And we're doing 3 months at Elizabeth Station and 3 months at HQ to see which way it works best. It's not a unit that would be responding as a first due out toward Thurman's district, obviously because of time constraints as far as response. So we're looking at all the pros and cons as we move forward.
I'm looking forward to hearing about it. Thank you.
Okay, Chief IT?
Good afternoon. I would basically say that the focus of our department is on 3 main things, which is, first of all, maintaining our current technology, working on investments in new technology, and maintaining our network infrastructure. I've listed a few of the projects that we have here. It does not include projects that we provide assistance to the other departments. Just want to highlight just a few, and then I will get out of the way. The first one on the Secure NC project. This is probably one of the ones where I think the state has gotten it right. Some of you who are aware for technology needs, we've got the North Carolina Department of Information Technology. And as a state, they're looking at statewide initiatives to help provide technology resources to local and state entities, and also to deal with the cybersecurity issues that all of us are facing across the country. So thankfully, with our involvement with those entities at both the state and the local level, we were granted to be a part of a pilot project for this thing called Secure NC. For the state, it actually provides us resources to help us manage all of the devices we have locally. Not only that, but it gives us access to software and resources, and the state pays for it. So this is to be an opportunity for us to actually take advantage of a state-sponsored project. One of the few times when we've actually seen the state actually fund a mandate. So we're looking forward to that. We're actually a part of the pilot project. From what we understand, that they're going to be going before the state boards and doing all the things at the state level to get this thing renewed and approved going forward. So we're happy to know that there's going to be an opportunity for us to be a part of that, to be take advantage of a statewide resource of not only the system, but actually access to the technical experts to help us get all this stuff implemented. So that's one of the things that we're working on. The Munis enhancements, again, part of the thing that we do on a continual basis is to try to get the most out of the technology we've already invested in. So that's probably one of those things along those lines. And then the others have to do with maintaining the investments we're already making. One of the big ones, again, is our telephone system. We just finished a multi-year project of moving our telephone lines from the old analog technology to the new digital technology. And one of the things that we've got to do for the coming year is to work on upgrading the telephone system itself. So unless there are some questions, hopefully we've kind of outlined those here for you. And unless you have some questions, that's my report.
Thank you, Ernest. All right.
Thank you.
Parks and Recreation.
All right, so we have quite a few projects we've been working on and finishing up. The Riverwalk Fishing Pier, working on the restroom structure that's going to be going down there. We have received our COA from the HPC. We're in the 30-day appeal posting period for that. I have recently contracted with original engineers to do our design plan that would meet floodplain development requirements. We have received the restroom trailer. It's in storage, and hopefully once we get those plans back, we plan to have that structure completed within the next few months, construction-wise. Dawson Creek Park, the boat ramp and fishing pier. We recently redid the ramp there, the platform. We removed asphalt, reformed, poured with new concrete. We added additional rocks down to the end of the ramp to help with any washout. Just this past week and beginning of this week, Bobby Bahoon has been out there removing old boards on the pier and putting in new pilings. I think they're close to being done with that, and staff are going to go back in and do the decking on it. It's much sturdier than what it was.
The ramp looks great.
Huh?
The ramp looks great.
I think it does look great. And we hope to have that done in July. Henderson Park project, we have completed the restroom, the multi-purpose field lighting has been completed. We are in the works of field construction. We've brought in 120 loads of dirt and sand. It has been moved around, and we're working on getting that graded and set up. We've received quotes for irrigation and looking at placing an order for dose supplies, so the guys can start on that next week. And also received quotes for sod, and once we get done with irrigation, we'll be working towards the sod and the school pool installation. Parks and Grounds Maintenance Shop, this is our future upcoming project. Hopefully, we're working on getting the Sexton, we call it the Sexton House, but it's property over there by Cedar Grove Cemetery that we've used for storage and trash, and it's where we put the new storage building that we built for the Christmas decor. But we're looking at constructing another building over there, 40 by 60, upfitting inside to have staff, some office, restroom, shower, break room area over there, because currently they don't really have a great setup for that. And hopefully that'll be completed by June 30th of next year. Stanley White, we're looking at getting some permanent bleachers put in here, and hopefully that'll be done by December of this year. And then the Sexton House, which is over at Cedar Grove Cemetery, it is in need of some preservation and update to the exterior. That's a pretty old building, and the wood's kind of, getting eat up a little bit. So we've purchased supplies and staff are going to start redoing the siding on that, and hope to have that done within the next year. And that's all our current projects.
Carrie, what's the capacity of the bleachers here?
Oh gosh, like 400 total.
200 on each side.
Yeah.
What are your, you got evergreen listed, your what?
That was a typo.
Okay.
Sorry. That was a typo.
For the permanent bleachers, you're saying, what is that project, to install permanent bleachers?
In here in the gym area.
Would it be bleachers that are out all the time or the ones that fall against the wall?
They were tracked.
Okay.
Like we have it listed.
Okay.
There's been, at least I know of 3 different events people are going to use this year, but there wasn't enough.
Moving on to cemetery. Okay, so just want to talk a little bit about cemeteries. We're looking at, and I've asked this a couple times the past 2 budgets about adding columbariums. If you can move it forward. So of course these are our cemeteries. We don't bury and grind for them, we just maintain it, but the other ones we do continue to have services in. Total acreage on cemeteries are over 50 acres. Burials in 2025, we had a total of 120. I've got it broken down by cemetery, and then traditional versus cremations. And then each cemetery that had cremations, that was the number that was part of the burials in that cemetery. If you go to the next slide, these are some examples of columbariums. I've been researching a little bit. There's a couple different companies. They've made them easier to install. They're not as heavy. They're making them out of material that's not as thick and heavy as concrete, but still serve the same purpose. If you go to the next slide, these are some of the cost and how many niches are in each one of these. It's kind of small on there, but the smallest one I have up there is the 4-sided columbarium, 240 niches, a little over $7,000. And then it goes up, the biggest one being an 8 column. Once you order these, it's anywhere from 6 to 10 week turnaround time based on the size. If you go to the next slide, I have some information. These are current North Carolina cities that have columbariums, and what they're charging resident versus non-resident. Most of them, this fee is for one niche that holds 2 urns in them. As you can see, Town of Moxville, theirs range in tier. They have 1 to 4 tier. It's around $700 to $1,000. They don't have a separate fee for non-residents. And then Wake Forest, they have 1 niche for $900 and non-residents $2,000 for that. If you go to the next slide, I've got just in some of the cemeteries locations, these could basically be put in a very small footprint. We would just need to pour a concrete pad, whatever design we wanted to do. So that's Cedar Grove and the extension. And these are just ideas of locations, nothing permanent. Go to the next one, Evergreen. Couple places there in Evergreen Cemetery. And then I think next one is a Memorial. A couple different locations there as well. We have a few traditional additional spaces left, Newburgh Memorial, quite a few there. We do get questions often about cremation spaces. We used to have some smaller cremation spaces, those have all sold out now, so we don't even have any more of those to sell. So I just think it'd be a good idea for us to capitalize on what we're doing here already. Past couple of years, we have exceeded our projection in revenue for cemeteries, so we would like to be able to put some of that money back into offering these columbariums.
So, I have a question, Karen. So with the columbariums, the structures, is there like a weight limit to these things so that if we have storms or whatever, that they won't blow over? Are they attached to the ground? How are they
There's a
constructed?
cement pad that's poured, and then it would be attached to that structure. I mean, no different than any other structure that's out. that
So
has
it'd be
been
like
secured.
bolted into the
Yeah.
concrete and stuff like that. So I guess what I was really focusing
Like
mainly on
that.
about storms and it blowing over and you have.
No. I mean, they're engineered for this reason.
Okay.
And, I mean, people have them all over the place. If you go on some of the websites, there's just, I mean, it's amazing what they do with them.
Sherry, could you go back to the slide that listed the sizes and the number of units?
Right there, yeah.
So if we just look at the middle one, it's 10,000. I'm sure it's probably going to be probably 15 to get it installed. So 15,000 costs 360 niches, and you said there's 2 that go in each niche. But a niche would be sold for around $1,000 based
Yeah,
on
whatever,
that.
of course, y'all see it.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer.
What do you need from us?
The approval to move the funds when I ask.
Just give us direction, then we'll come back to the board. of budget.
Anybody opposed to this?
No, that's a good point.
Okay.
All right, any other questions for Carrie?
That was easier to be a building.
All right, I'd like to ask police to come up, talk about this project.
Hello again. Can we hit the next slide? So, ShotSpotter. We implemented our program in March of 2024, and during that time frame, we've seen a decrease in the number of actual ShotSpotter activations year to year. Last year, we've seen a decrease of 7.8% of the number of violent crimes that have occurred within the ShotSpotter footprint. Even more helpful and productive is we've seen a 28.5% decrease in the number of deaths and injuries as a result of gunfire incidences within the footprint. Next slide. So these two slides may look similar, but they are in fact different. So the slide on the far side is 24-25. That's quite a number of activations in the first year. The second year, I would love to be able to have said ShotSpotter has eliminated our problems. It has not. Violence is still part of the gang culture. However, what we can say is because we have ShotSpotter, because it has a 99.98% reliability, and also our notification of shots fired in this footprint are retrieved by our officers in just slightly less than 47 seconds after the shot is fired. We are able to be on scene much quicker, and as a result of that, we have made 11 arrests and recovered 11 firearms. In some of these cases, if you look very closely, each one of these is an activation, and in one case there were 33 shots fired in that one incident. So the need for this program is, I believe, self-evident just simply by looking at that slide. last year, and we tracked these March to March because we started our program in March of '24. Last year, we had 60 activations. We tracked 297 rounds that were fired downrange, and in each incident, we were averaging right about 5 shots fired per incident. It is every bit as evident, as far as I'm concerned, that we continue the shot spotter program moving forward, just like it was important that we implemented in 2024. I'm happy to answer any questions regarding shot spotter. And Alderman Best, I hope that addressed your earlier question.
Yes.
Chief, I know it's really hard to say out of the 11 arrests how many you would have made without ShotSpotter, but it's probably safe to say that ShotSpotter certainly helped make sure that you got those 11. Is that fair?
Yes, and what we have been able to track, and I can say that in 75% of all the shots fired during the 2025 to 26 time frame, we did not receive a corresponding call for service from a citizen. So had we not had ShotSpotter, those 75% we would not have known about it, would not have responded to it, and likely would not have resulted in a positive arrest seizure outcome.
Okay, any other questions? Public Works?
Thank you, Chief.
Afternoon, we'll go through what we have currently active in our projects. First one, there's a portion of the ARPA enabled board directed project for Ward 1. This is on Hancock Street, so there's 2 blocks in there that we've been working on. We have finished up the Parole to New Street section with some pipe replacement and some relining. So the relining is an effective method where you don't have to tear existing pipe out of the ground and tear street structures, trees, curving, and it is cost effective to utilize that, especially downtown where we may have terracotta pipe. And so we are working for scheduling the second block, of course, on Hancock, because other people's interest is there. So trying to work out our scheduling with their flagging requirements to finish that up. The next project, this is the East Rose Culvert and Backflow Gate. This is also an ARPA-enabled project for Ward 5. And what we have is, this is where the East Rose lift station is located, and the outfall culverts that then go to the headwaters of the creek. So what this would allow us to do with the gates especially, is when we have high wind, high northeast wind, which pushes water in from the river, it comes up the creeks, Jacksonville Creek and Rennie's, and tries to come back into town, we'll have the ability to a point have those gates shut and keep the water from coming back into town. Also, with this project, we're looking at raising, there's a dip in the road right there at the culvert, going into the cemetery on this, along these roads, that we're going to look to raise that, which will also give us a little more elevation above that water cresting road. And so right now we're in the structural design part of the gates itself, and we're expecting to see those in the upcoming weeks. So we would hope to have this out to bid for going in the fall to winter. Next project. We also have working on the Duffy Field Canal Restoration Master Plan. So this was a grant we received from the Resilient Coastal Communities Program, which is administered by DEP. They have started the public outreach. We had our first meeting on the 26th of last month here at Stanley White. We'll have another one for the community to come attend if they would like on the 18th of August, and it's from 1 to 4 p.m. Also, if the public would like to go to the city website, there is a link to the restoration master plan input or feedback from the community, and the public can go in and do a survey. It lets them go in and give ideas of what their concerns are, what they've seen in their community, and it'll be included in this plan. So the plan will be to look at the Duffield Canal, which basically runs from Henderson Park to East Rose to the Alfalfa Railroad track. That section, about 4,000 feet. And they'll look at how we can repair degradation, erosion, bank stability, and improve water quality. There's no construction funding with this first part of the grant. This is just the planning and design. So next slide.
First, can I ask you a question
Yes,
on
sir.
that? All of that water has to go through the Simmons Street pump system, pretty much, right?
No, it can cross right over there at the East Rose Culvert and go out to Ringsby.
Well, but that part was all delineated out with the railroad to segregate out that particular basin of water that was going to be the Simmons Street extension pumping system. So is the part you're talking about everything but that?
It is the entire canal. Where your water comes from, the East Rose lift station is when we can activate those pumps, and it can go around to the Jackson Lake Creek wetlands. So that some of that water does go that direction. But
Well,
this is just the section of canal from Henderson Park to the East Rose Pond.
so
there's no
and that, as I recall, you know, when we had a hurricane and we did some emergency pumping where we went and got pumps from Stewart and others. I think Trader Construction actually. We had to get a permit to go across the railroad, and we traversed the railroad right away to get that water pumped out through that system.
Yes, sir.
Right. So again, because anybody has a question over there is holistically got a question about the whole area back there. Barbara, you and I walked it. So if the water at Evergreen on that pumping system is pumping down that ditch to the trestle, to the Simmons Street pump, if it's not turned on in concerted effort with the other pumping coming from the rest, like Hazel Avenue, that area, that water, and I'm not really sure if I'm trying to make sure there's not a circling effect of, are we on top of all that?
We've actually, when we did the Duffield community restoration with the new pond and the new force main system that runs along East Rose, we actually have some telemetry built into that, and we can actually see when the pump's activated. And we have floodgauge levels now that are live to us, so we can kind of see where we are when the pumps are on. And we're hoping to input some type of that telemetry in the gates too. So we can look at, can we remotely shut the gates? Can we open the gates remotely? Or possibly even have them hooked to a floodgates that they self-operate at some point.
You're not talking about those check valve gates?
No, sir. No, sir.
Yeah, right, okay.
No, we're not going that direction.
Well, I don't know, I haven't checked them lately, but last time I checked, O-rings on them were permitting water back into the Duffield area.
Yeah, those are very difficult, and that's one reason we've promoted this project is to put a better gate system in.
I mean, I don't know why you don't just permanently put some type of a barrier there. But if I were living in the area, my question would be the floats themselves on the pumps and to the depth and invert of how much pumping is or isn't happening. And I understand there's a limit to what legally, environmentally we should be pumping, but I'm still not sure that we might could be pumping a little bit more than we are. Because, you know, there are times of year when, particularly this time of year, when you don't want to see standing water in ditches. There is some, and that could be the grade of the ditches themselves and the need to go back in and refine that. Or it could be the fact that pumps could be pumped a little bit more than not.
And we've looked at exactly your point that we're looking at, it's not included in these projects, but ways that we can actually do supplemental pumping when we're in a situation where we need to either draw down or decrease the volume of water that's currently in the area. So pre-storm, those types of things. If that's a viable option for us and we can do something like that, we certainly consider that. And we're looking into those options. So we've got two projects, Golden Leaf, this is a $250,000 project for the Elizabeth Avenue culvert replacement. We received a Golden Leaf grant for this one and the East Road lift station improvements to actually lower that lift station down a foot. We had those designed, put them out to bid. Both of them came in well excess. The Elizabeth Avenue was about 2 times what the grant money was, and the East Road was 3 times. So
Wouldn't you want all them things to be pumping at the same elevation? I mean, the
depending on the
contractor,
receiving, how high the water is in the receiving area.
I mean, because where's going to find the slowest level, and I just don't understand why you wouldn't have them all water table wise pumping at the same level, but.
I do understand your point. But, so these two projects both will bid, they came in over the grant funding, so we have gone back to Golden Leaf and requested combining these two projects. So we requested taking the East Rose Golden Leaf grant and moving it to the Elizabeth Avenue, because as we talked earlier about the culverts at the East Rose lift station, that is step 1 of that project, and then the lift station itself. That does not mean we do not have these plans available now for the East Rose lift station to bid again when we have secure funding. So our request is into Golden Leaf, and we've had conversations, and they have verbally approved of this move. And so we are preparing to rebid the Elizabeth Avenue culvert. And that is a situation where we have an undersized capacity issue on Elizabeth Avenue, and we'll take that culvert out and put in a larger system. Next one. Broad Street Fishing Pier, this is a municipal service district funded project. So bids are actually due today, and there's a sketch on the next sheet, right here of what will be constructed. We'll evaluate the bids that come in today and select the appropriate qualified bidder, and we'll move forward as fast as we can in that construction. Construction, once you're on site, should not take a considerable amount of time. So we're hoping a 4-week period, start to finish, and we'll see how bids come in this afternoon. The inner core parking lot improvements, and this is another MSD project. So we have our consultants working on concepts right now, and they have integrated or working to provide us with a concept utilizing a larger storage area for the dumpster containers, actually using a compactor style. So it will facilitate more volume, less frequency of the need to pick it up. It will also allow us to align a walkway from Craven as you visually look through the plaza on Middle. So that'll be incorporated into this. It'll be resurfacing the parking lot area and adding some brick walkway features between the existing parking through the planted area to their plaza. We've also, in addition to this part of this project, we're looking at the structural requirements that cost to remove the vegetative planted circle that is existing in their plaza. So this is closer to the Middle Street side.
So let me ask you a question about that. That's a perfect example, Alderman Ferguson. Hypothetically, what would be your hypothetical on how that situation 2 years from now would be handled with your conceptual idea of management of MSD funding?
Well, it wouldn't have taken 10 years to get to the board to approve this, for one.
And
But it
why
would
is
be,
that?
this, I mean, 10 years ago, if they said, hey, we're gonna do this, or we'd
Right.
like to see something like this,
Right.
then it would come to this board and say, hey, we'd like to do this project, let's allocate some funds and go through the design
How would
process.
that be
with George.
expedited from the 10 years to a quicker time period from city resources or what?
Well, I don't understand your question.
Well, I'm not understanding where you want to go with MSD is why I'm asking the question. I mean,
I'm saying inner core, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Mayor, was a problem for, or a discussion for at least a decade about what to do in that area. And it wasn't until earlier this year that the Board of Aldermen finally got a recommendation from the MSD Advisory Committee to put together, to allocate money towards a plan for the inner core. And that's a prime example of the 2 years that that committee met. They talked about all these different design aspects that, I mean, they went over over that 2-year time period, that advisory group went back and studied 10 years of discussion and had people, architects come in, engineers come in and talk about all these different plans. And then they started critiquing all these plans they had a trash committee, trash compactor, all of these things that are not incorporated in this plan because that was outside their scope. So they really spun their wheels on the design element. I mean, George was at almost all of those meetings.
I mean, to your point, I think part of the triage of that was that at any given season of MSD, they have a bunch of money and they don't have a bunch of money. And so what their projects are, I think in the past.
Well, their projects, I mean, the
been-
advisory committee itself is only an idea generating group.
Right.
We want this project. And so then it's incumbent on the city staff to design that project like we're doing right now.
So would MSD reimburse the city for city spun resources of doing the design?
The MSD is a taxing district
Right.
that the city levies and collects money just like we do with property tax.
Right.
The advisory committee themselves have no authority over spending any money.
It's their money though. But anyway, I won't belabor it. That's an example of what I was trying to figure out. It's like MSD asked us to go buy the tower slot. It's MSD
Alderman Outlaw,
money.
for the 2 terms you were Ward 6 Alderman and the 2 terms you were mayor, there was never an advisory committee.
Well,
Just by way of example.
there's a certain number of people that were running, were making all those decisions that it seemed to flow pretty good, but that's all. I just wanted to.
George, you said that the container would be, for the trash, would be large enough, like compactor size. Are we currently looking at putting a compactor there, or is it large enough to accommodate a compactor should we get the utilities in place?
What we're doing is looking at an option, because we're limited right now in room to really add existing containers. We've got expanding needs downtown. Restaurants are constantly upgrading their facilities, having more seats, they're generating more turnover on the tables, or, utilizing second and third floors of buildings. So to go through this exercise and expense, I think it would be beneficial to be able to accommodate additional volume within the footprint we already have. And so that's why the compactor system is something that I fully think that we should look at, so we don't end up 3 years from now, we're at a capacity issue, we have no place to put it back.
In GFL, just like with the dumpsters that are there now, GFL is billing property owners for putting
Portions, yes, the ones that share.
And so if we did a compactor, they'd be the same
Be
situation.
very simple.
And this is not, obviously, this is not the design concepts that we've seen because I think there was the discussion before, this is what's there now.
Correct, right now, but we should have some concepts in the coming weeks to share of where we are.
What's the timeline on that?
We're hoping to have something to be able to bid out from the end of this year.
The end of this year?
That's what I would hope.
What about the timeline for the actual, for concepts for us to look at, or?
We should have one in the next 2 weeks for the compactor layout. We're having to do vehicle turning motions to see what we can accommodate, and what that does, impacting utilization for parking in the area.
Thank you.
Next project. I'm sure y'all are aware we're working on the brick crosswalks downtown. This is the MSD project. We have one going on in front of City Hall right now. The pictures I saw at lunchtime was they should have 3 legs, at least they were placed at lunchtime, done with bricks. I'm imagining the 4th leg will be done. Water Resources was gracious enough to come in and redo 2 of the castings and manholes in the center of the intersection today. So that'll make it a smoother transition when we resurface. We're hoping to have the intersection open back up to traffic next week.
And after these are done, after the one in front of City Hall is done, we won't be doing the next one for another couple of months then.
Right now, we're going to at least delay until after July 4th, and we'll look at that window of can we accommodate in between July 4th, any already scheduled events, and one.
What's the timeline for, ideally for completion of all the crosswalks?
We had 3 contractors for this year, and we're planning to do 3 at a time. Some are more complex and difficult. So it's, 3 is about all we can do with current use of downtown streets and festivals and events. The window is very limited. It's regardless of the season we do it, it's impactful in summer. And so we try to pick times that we can get in there and have the fewest people complain, but it's still working in the right way.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate whoever ordered the signs and giant banners that say businesses are open. Thank you.
We'll put that on the city manager. The next project, we currently have right now the Kings Grove, Emmys Creek area. We had a contract put out for bidding, and we've received low bids. The contract right now has been received back to the documents. It's in the hands for final execution. We have had a pre-construction meeting for this paving, and we're anticipating starting that in July. That is funded through the FY 25-26 resurfacing road budget. The City Hall clock tower. We have got Virgin Bell and Clock Company who did the original repairs on the clock from Ohio. They have ordered the part to repair the clock, and as soon as they have it, they are scheduled to come down and do the install of that gear and the small parts that run on that clock back running. We're looking probably 4 weeks right now is kind of the window. We're anticipating, granted, this part that they are receiving comes from overseas as well and has to be machined. So we're hopeful that's their kind of schedule right now. So we're going to stick with that until we do it.
You know the ballpark cost for that repair?
With their repairs and coming down and ordering the parts somewhere about $9,000.
How much?
$9,000. And that was an estimate without them being on site. We anticipate some of
I'm actually surprised.
All right. Also coming up, we have some other projects that are included in this upcoming budget. Our systematic replacement of our HVAC units, so we have over 275 units within the city that we maintain, and we typically try to replace a minimum of 13 a year. Some are normal size units, some are larger that have a lot of lead time getting manufactured. So we are looking at, when they hit that 20-year window, we're well in excess of the useful life. We've had some transitional things with the efficiency and the refrigerant requirements of the new rules, so we can't take separate parts and separate units, try to make one work now. So we run into additional lead time to get those done, but we're still on schedule to continue that process. We also have the City Hall roof replacement, and so that'll be a similar roof replacement to what is currently on the annex. So that is a simulated slate. Fire alarm panels at headquarters of the police department and fire that are now outdated. and the upgrading an elevator door at police headquarters. For capital projects, we have another $100,000 for sidewalk installation for gaps in fields. We also have some roadway funding for the control cabinets and structural supports for our traffic signals. Public Works currently maintains 19 traffic signals for intersections in the city. And one that we are going to be looking at is the Craven and Broad intersection, to upgrade that cabinet to accommodate pedestrian controls. So have something similar to what we have at Middle Street or Middle and Broad. Stormwater, so we've got some infrastructure repairs on there, and that is for some additional smooth lining that we have been identified through our prior year AIA grant, which identified went in and cambered a bunch of our pipe systems. And so we're going to utilize some lining to facilitate some of those repairs.
All right, any questions for George? All right. Redevelopment Commission.
Yes, good afternoon now. In regards to the redevelopment commission, most of you all know that we have a lot of new commissioners, so in consideration of that, we're going to have, before our next meeting, the plan is to have, we've scheduled some small group meetings so that we can go over some of the highlights of the redevelopment plan, as well as rules and procedures, best practices, and look at some of the current goals and priorities. And with that in consideration, some of the projects that they are currently considering, a lot of the board is considering this Avenues project, which is sort of new to some of the members because it was just getting started with the previous executive director, but had not been really presented to the board. That's going to incorporate basically a lot of the properties that the board already owns over on First Avenue, and also the consideration of purchasing some additional projects to basically develop an area that's going to be just a housing development. They can incorporate a whole housing plan in that one particular area, and they're going to be looking at that at our next meeting, as well as they're looking at the overlay for the overlay for the redevelopment area that does not allow right now for manufactured homes. There's been some consideration of maybe allowing for that in that area to try to help with some affordable housing. And they're looking to have some demonstrations and some discussions on that coming up, as well as increasing the market for property sales. The board is looking at putting some better signage up so that they know that the available properties are more visible, utilizing some type of marketing for that coming up in the near future. And the last thing, right now they're looking at neighborhood projects to enhance the neighborhood. Again, in the past there's been neighborhood cleanup with the assistance with the city, and they're looking at trying to request that to try to help enhance the neighborhood. But right now that's pretty much everything they're doing right now. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Can you, you and the city attorney that attends those commission meetings as well as the liaisons or ex officio, to the extent they get to a point where they said we want to move forward with modular or manufactured or both, can we, I just want to be able to short circuit it, that if the commission wants that we go ahead and work on a draft ordinance, goes to planning, and then, unless someone at this board is vehemently opposed to changing that overlay with manufactured modular homes?
Well, currently they can, I believe they can have modular homes, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Modular homes are permitted. Manufactured homes are the question, and I think at this point, we're waiting to have some consensus from the redevelopment commissioners before we undertake that preparation process. But certainly anything we can do to expedite the adoption of this ordinance, we will have to do.
And to the extent they have, part of their strategic plan includes the neighborhood appearance. And so if they have certain design standards, brick, foundation, those types of things, I think that board should put together a draft, not say, yeah, we want to do it, and then it takes us 3 meetings to get that together, have them do it, and then come before us.
Yes, sir.
And as far as the enhancement of the neighborhood appearance, we discussed a strategic enforcement of our minimum housing along the corridor of the avenues area. And so I don't know if Development Services needs board direction for that, or if you have enough that we would like to see strategic enforcement to help with that appearance. Is that something that?
It certainly helps to have direction when I send a staff person out there and the first thing somebody says is, why are you picking on me?
I mean, is this board, when we sat with the redevelopment commission, part of what they said was we wanted to look nice, and part of that is minimum housing, and so that's a tool the city can use to help with the appearance of at least the entryways of those avenues of First and Third.
The only comment that I have is that I believe Commissioner Stewart was talking about if we're going to enforce these housing standards, that we need to have places where people can go if they're going to be displaced because the standards are so poor. Do we have any idea?
I guess my question is, do we really want to wait for them to build potential home? I mean, the market is what it is. They might be able to build 2-3 modular homes. Do we want to wait on that to give staff direction to strategically focus enforcement efforts?
I'm not sure.
You said yes. You said you want to wait.
Okay.
I mean, I think if it's, the majority are rental properties, so the enforcement is going to come from the city to the owner of the property. I don't think we're necessarily telling people you got 30 days to get this fixed or get kicked out, but it's given the property owner notice that their standards and you're not meeting them. I don't know what the harm in that could be.
To me, it's the city cracking down on slumlords. That would be, I mean, unless anyone's vehemently opposed, I think we should give that direction to staff.
Well, you're gonna have to apply that evenly throughout the city and not just that one area, right?
Well, I think, well, this goes back to our earlier conversation. If you have an ordinance, go ahead and enforce it. But what I'm saying is we have limited staff resources. And so staff right now, it's all complaint driven. And so what we're asking them is to, hey, strategically focus on this area that we're trying to redevelop. That the redevelopment commission says we want to enhance the neighborhood appearance. So I think it is fine to give that direction. But I'll certainly defer to our city attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. I would just illuminate the minimum housing process just a bit. There's a long runway between receiving a complaint or engaging with the property owner and an order from the building inspector saying that you have to take particular action within a certain amount of time. If I'm correct, and Ms. Ruth can correct me if I'm wrong, the first efforts by our minimum housing officers are always voluntary compliance. So they go out, they assess the circumstances, they engage the property owner, and sometimes it takes time to identify and contact an individual. And if those efforts to try to gain voluntary compliance are fruitful, then we begin a more robust process of filing documents with the county clerk to initiate a formal minimum housing case. So if you all are inclined to offer direction to staff to be more strategic in employing those resources, I don't want anyone to leave this conversation thinking that somebody's going to be outside unhoused in 30 days.
What about properties that are in the redevelopment commission area that are they're vacant? That are, roofs are caving in, windows are boarded up.
Start there.
There's actually units that aren't houses that are in that condition. So I know at one time, Ms. Attorney, it was kind of held up in this whole air dispute on nobody could find out who owns it. But I was told, unless I misunderstood, that the county has a new attorney that's handling this and they've expedited their half of it. Do you have any updates at all on that?
Yes, sir. There is a new attorney that's doing tax foreclosures for Craven County now. We've been in communication with them. Their docket has been full in the district courthouse for the last several months with proceeding with tax foreclosures. And also, there's a process that we can utilize when, if we're, despite our due diligence, not able to find owners. It's a heavier legal process, but we can get a guardian ad litem appointed by the court and be able to serve people by publications so that we can move forward with litigation if we're not able to identify potential owners.
I would love, having done it with this board, I did it with the last board, I would love to be aldermen that encompass this area, for us to ride around one day with staff and properties. I think you'd be surprised at how many are not on our radar, and you'd be surprised at how many that are on our radar, that there's not a lot of movement for whatever reason, getting them rectified. I think, that's one way that we can highly impact the appearance without affecting people that have nowhere to go.
Mayor, I'd like to suggest that it was pleasure and direction of the Board of Aldermen that the city manager and the county manager and the mayor and the chairman of the board of commissioners get together and let both bodies be known that we're very much interested in spending whatever it takes to get all this stuff, the heirs found, and we're not going to get clear title to them, I don't assume, but clear up a lot of these dilapidated properties and get them demolished. If that's what the board wants to do. Otherwise, plan A and plan B is, plan A is do what you're doing, and that's what we've done, nothing. And plan B is to make a change and get these properties back on the books with improvements on them.
I would love for nothing more than staff to come to the board and say, we've run out of money that was budgeted to tear down derelict properties, we need more money. So whatever we can do to move forward, it looks like everybody's pretty much in agreement. So.
Yeah, and we did this before, we went out and rode the areas and saw all these blighted houses and nothing got done. So, if we don't take this upon ourselves this time, we at least need to see some progress. Because this has been done before, and I know there's a lot over in Ward 5.
I don't necessarily think that the two boards need to meet, but I do think maybe the chairman and mayor and the two managers should meet and see if we can coordinate our efforts.
Well, I think the county's very open to it, because I think there are quite a few properties for foreclosure that they gave to the city to give the redevelopment commission. Those things those efforts fell flat, so I think it was if we can push like we're talking about, but these derelict properties continue on that path, then yeah, I think they'd be really open to continued partnership.
But like the mayor said, a lot of these properties, heir properties, and that was the hold up, trying to get these heirs.
Yeah, and
locate these heirs. That was
our
the
attorney.
problem.
Yeah, our attorney says there's a process. So
I think we got two issues. We got properties that are being condemned because of lack of paying taxes, and then there's properties that taxes are being paid on that are imploding. And we, in the past, have not been able to identify all the heirs as were, other than at a certain point when it's it could be a danger to the public welfare, you can demolish them at that point.
We would still need to go through a process to avoid those property owners due process before we can demolish the structure.
I've said it for years, you put the value of whatever that structure is in a bond, you leave the money there, you tear it down, and you find out who the owner is after the fact, and then you've got the money sitting there. That's one way to find them out, tear the house down. So. Okay.
You need a motion on that?
Is staff good with the direction?
I think we're good.
I'm ready.
All right. Water resources.
All right, so most of our daily efforts go towards our water production, sewer treatment, and the daily needs of the operation, systems, collection, and distribution. But I do want to highlight a few projects that we currently have underway and a couple that are coming up in the next fiscal year. Our FY26 water and sewer improvements project. This is a complete rehab of water and sewer systems in the Bern and North Bern area that's currently underway. The contractor has all the new water infrastructure installed, trying to work on the sewer infrastructure. hopefully have that project wrapped up in the next 45 to 60 days. Our FY '27 water and sewer improvements project is actually, the project will take place right behind us here in one of the oldest sections of the Bradford Park. This is Queen Anne Lane, Fort Cotton Drive, Deeper Avenue area. We're currently finishing up the design and specs for that project. Hope to have it out for bid in the July-August window. We anticipated getting the contractor here to start construction early fall of next year. This year. Then we have our DOT water and sewer relocation projects for Highway 70, Highway 43. The first phase of Highway 7 is complete. All that infrastructure is in service. We're making good progress on the second phase, about a third of the way through with new sewer force main relocation on the extreme eastern end of the project. And then on the Highway 43 project, they've started both the water and wastewater relocations for that. All the DOT work is scheduled to be complete in early '27. That will wrap up those relocation efforts. And then we have a couple of technology projects that are currently underway. One is our water treatment plant SCADA improvements project. This is a large-scale rehab of our SCADA application that essentially runs the water treatment plant through replacement of hardware components as well as development of new software application. And then our sewer pump station SCADA upgrade, similar to the water plant, we're replacing some hardware in the field with pump station controllers, radios, some antennas on water tanks and window tower, as well as looking at some upgrades to the applications that make that system communicate back and forth and let us know what's going on. Happy to answer any questions on any of those initiatives. Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Just a quick update on some of the projects we're doing, but in our world, kind of, I think everything is a project. So some of it seems routine in nature, but I listed it anyhow. Overall, we're always doing full line maintenance, underground maintenance, setting new service for residential, commercial customers, new lighting services, as well as repairing lighting services. NCDOT, that's an ongoing project. James City, that's substantially complete. I don't know if it'll ever be complete. They'll always be moving stuff around, and we'll have to be readjusting or moving a street light or a traffic light form here or there. James City to Havelock, that's well underway. I have no idea when they're going to be finished with that project, so that'll be active for quite a while. Havelock to Miller Boulevard, they don't have a completion date on that. They're still in the design phase. And Highway 43, that's substantially complete, and we're just waiting to respond to necessary adjustments that may occur as they go through their construction progress. I'm happy to talk about make-ready broadband attachments and all the activity we've had with broadband providers coming into this town, starting with MetroNet, and then other competition to them following their efforts to establish fiber-based networks throughout the city. That takes a lot of work from us to make ready those poles for them to attach to, and I'd say that's substantially complete from all those pressures from those providers, and just responding to miscellaneous changes and additions that they have. And most of their activities now on extending drops from their primary lines to residential and commercial services. So,
Charlie, did MetroNet kind of get the advantage of being one first after Suddenlink in that you have to have a minimum of 17 feet clearance, and if 3 more providers want to come, I noticed that Brightspeed pretty much is doing underground. Are they doing any overhead, or has MetroNet kind of got the franchise on that as far as internet providers, or can you layer more on top?
You're right, it's first come, first serve on space, and your clearance is about 17.5 feet underneath. But then we allow about 4 feet between the bottom cable connection and our neutral conductor, and it depends on how tall the pole is. So in some areas we have a 35-foot pole, in some areas we have a 45 or a 55-foot pole.
So the new providers are having to go underground pretty much?
No, they're picking and choosing based on their cost to change our pole out.
Oh, yeah.
We have to put in a taller pole to accommodate there's space on there, they have to pay us for that pole and that work.
I got you.
So they'll make a decision on whether or not it's economically to their benefit to go underground or get us to raise our pole height. Does that answer your question?
Oh,
And now, I've heard from some staff that this underground is starting to get, it's becoming a problem. We're running out of space underground because all these fiber suppliers want to come in. Is there a point in time, no, statutorily, where we have to let them do it, but is there a point where we have to increase our fee or we have to charge them for more boards or something? Because I'm hearing there's places, I mean, we're obviously, they're hitting lines that we didn't know were there, which is causing problems. But when is enough enough, I guess my question is.
I think we got some competition now.
Right.
Which we really didn't have as well. We were kind of pushing the Metronet. But I do know that if a lateral is being run off of primary, and it's because somebody's quit using Metronet, started using bright speed or something, or vice versa, the one that's getting it ain't worried about hitting the other one.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
It's,
Because they're not, it's a mute point at that.
no.
But it's when they're hitting the primary right of ways.
Correct, and they hit mine or Jordan's and then ruins our brand and
Or natural gas.
natural gas.
Well, what would-
But they have a right to exist in public easements to do that. The easiest and most economical way for them to do that is get on our poles. And everybody can kind of play nice there. But as the system has grown over the years and as it evolved, we've gone to more and more underground. And they don't have our poles to attach on in a lot of locations. So they're forced to go underground. In a perfect world, if we had opportunities in downtown and congested areas, we could put in duct banks that we could all share and we could rent space and allocate space for different companies to share in that duct space. But it's a bit of a pipe dream. I've seen a little bit of it happen in other communities, but not real effectively. And you got to get way in front of it. You got to do it now so that when somebody comes tomorrow, you have it.
I know we had limited resources, but there have been other situations, and some of them in Trent Woods, where providers are going in and damaging sidewalks, and then they're blaming the city of New Bern.
Correct.
And it's not the city even doing it, and, how do you
I think public works
figure out
does a
which
good
one
job.
breathes the...
Right now, they have a full-time person that does their best to keep track of where those broadband providers are and where their subcontractors are. And George might be able to speak to it more than I can, but they're out there with the residents, trying to coordinate between the residents to the most part and the subcontractors.
We like Charlie mentioned, we've got an inspector out every day. The fiber installers are providing us with their worksheet where they're supposed to be during the given week. So he has an idea of where every crew should be at that point. He does a great job facilitating repairs when a resident, whether it is just a drop for a service or it is their mainline installation where they've damaged what is basically the right of way. In front of somebody's residence, get that either resided or landscaped or whatever their issue is to have it addressed. But to get back to Alderman Outlaw's point and the mayor's, it's getting very tight in these spaces. I don't know legally, there's no ability on our part to restrict them access to that area. So installation just becomes slower, which is more costly to the next provider. So that might be the stop point. They know you've got 4 providers in the ground, you've got water, sewer, gas, electric in the ground. How time consuming is it to try to get it?
Well, the way that process works, if you call 811 and hit something, it's not your fault if you call 811. But everybody down the line that's got something existing, they have a time element to get in there and get their stuff identified. And if they don't, 811 is not paying on it. So
Correct. and a lot of times they make the decision, they'll take the chance, and they're not locating it, they're
Right.
coming out for 3 days, and they'll take the risk.
I know
Depends
cities-
what's in that local area. If it's a big telecommunication cable, it gets their attention. If it's a couple customers on it, chances are they're not responding. Optimistic.
Do we have a policy in place? I know this would be likely difficult to enforce without self-reporting. But is there a policy where if a utility provider comes in and damages one of our infrastructure, whether it's electric, water, sewer, that they then pay the?
We go after it.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
On a regular
I mean,
basis.
between
9 times out of 10, these are contractors
Yeah.
for these companies. They're not the company.
That's true.
It's the contractors that are hitting
So
everything.
then to go back to Mayor's point, increasing the fee to access would
Well-
be, to me, be the only way to.
We don't charge to be underground in the right of way, and to be on the poles. Our best if we followed FCC guidelines on how to partition the cost of them sharing that section of the burden on that pole.
Don't we require them to get a right-of-way access permit?
We require them to get an encroachment construction permit to let us know, it identifies where they're working, what they're doing, it stipulates all of our guidelines of when they can work, how deep they're supposed to be, and what they're supposed to do, and maybe a little more requirements.
Like, how much is that, one of those permits?
And encroachment is $100 per.
So can we charge $10,000 for that permit?
We can, except for fiber communication lines are considered a public utility service, and we cannot collect even an encroachment fee from
Yeah, they won that argument.
it. We tried.
They have a right to be there.
And Mayor, another issue with that, probably half or more than half of the places where we have electric, water, and wastewater infrastructure, that rides in DOT rights of way, not in city of Google rights of way. So even if we had some great problems that we could control what's happening in our city streets, a large portion of our water, sewer, electric infrastructure would result in anything is outside of the city's jurisdiction. The DOT, they have some general guidelines, they have an encroachment process, but the DOT rights of way, the telecommunications company has the same right to be there as we do. In Auburn, Ferguson, back to your question a few minutes ago, we do invoice when there's damage. So there's that damage to our water, wastewater infrastructure, and that's pretty much a weekly invoicing at this point to various contractors. I think we went out last week for $11,000.
As much as I really struggle with broadband providers, their approach to surveying, extending their systems, and us making ready our facilities, it's a lot of work on staff. And since Metronet came in and the rest of them followed, staff, not just in the electric department, but in water and public works as well, we just made the approach that we're going to open the door and we're going to try to help them manage these projects and be cooperative as possible, and open the front door, cooperate, and get them out the back door as fast as possible. And that's what we did, and they built their stuff, and they got out of here. I think it's a success story. Things that they've hit, we've gotten paid for. We've helped our neighbors, our customers that have had personal property damage. We've pushed from our end. We've given them contact information where they can contact the companies directly. I think we did a really, really good job with it. As much as I don't like it, it's a burden on us.
Well, I think they're a little scissor happy myself for going out and just cart a block cutting, 2 foot by 2 foot cutouts in the road system and then putting their patch back,
I can go through sections of town and see where they've tied their cables to tree limbs.
Right. But, I mean, George, can you guys just go
farther than?
You know how they go and they're boring or they're pushing and they just middle of the road say, well, it's going to be too long to bore or push, and they just go and cut a place out right there in the daggone road. Do they even Lee, you know they done that? They did it out in Jimmy's Creek the other day.
They've done it on most of the streets that they've actually had to do crossings with, so there are different methods of going under the road, one which we restrict, which is a pneumatic. We don't allow them to do that underneath our streets. But when they do the locates, when they call in their 811 and they come pay where utilities are, if there's a utility in that road, they have got to be able to visually put their eye on it before they cross underneath. So they have to do a spot jig and check down to see where it is before they go underneath it. So if it's in the roadway, they have to cut out a patch to identify that utility. And that's where you see these small patch backs.
Moving on. We're using up a lot of our old fiber that we've had in stock years ago to extend fiber to our line reclosers. And once we get that finished up, expecting that to be the fourth quarter of this year, we'll be able to get off of a radio system that we use right now and eliminate the expense and the aggravation of maintaining a radio system to upgrade those reclosures. We've got about 21 line extensions. I do have 21 line extensions forecasted at the pace of developers. It's about 2,000 homes. Just got a request for an agreement on Blue Water Rise, Olympic Harbor Phase 1. That's 50 homes, so they're coming. Building starts, home starts are still on the upward. So we're responding to those. Hunter's Ridge, I think we'll talk about later. Substation security, we've got another camera system being replaced. Hopefully that's done in the fourth quarter of this year. Blue Water Rise, we're extending an emergency feeder to serve that part of the system. We're stuck right now waiting on a permit from the U.S. Forestry Service. We still have some more work to do at 210 Kale Road, so I have that on hold until I get some more funding for that. Southeast Substation construction, Glen Burnie Substation, part of the 5-year capital plan. I'm trying to procure engineering agreements that are executable, so we can get started on the engineering and bidding process for those projects. I'm sure I'll be back later with you for a budget amendment on those. Trent Road Substation, transformer replacement, Lewis Farm, transformer installation, new substation on the southwest side of the system. Those are all later in the 5-year capital plan. Power up grant that I'm working on right now involves control room modernization, which is part of the 5-year capital plan, and right-sizing underground feeders, critical parts of feeders. Greenbrier subdivision is our oldest underground system, part of the system. We've been working on that the last year, and I'll continue for another couple of years to improve that the underground for that community and make it reliable. 70 East feeder river crossing. We just received bids on that this week, and bids came in more than we had anticipated. So we'll be selecting a recommendation for a contractor there, most likely be coming back to you for a budget amendment on that. And that's that river crossing to get aerial under the river between Old Town and Matamore's Lane. That carries what we call the 70 East feeder. That carries up most all of James City.
We can't go on the bridge instead of going under the river.
What bridge would go on?
Twin span.
It goes to a different location.
Come on, past House Point there, Old Town,
Across the river.
Old Town to Matamore's Lane.
right,
Old Town to, I'm sorry, I'd call it Kelso.
past House Point. But that used to actually be overhead and trying really got put underground.
Well, that is overhead right now.
Mm.
That's overhead. What we're trying to do right now with this bid is put in a 26-inch casing under the river. And then after we get that casing installed, then we can come back and we can install conduits and wire inside that casing. We can pull those in ourselves. So, vegetation management is always ongoing. Updating our network mapping, particularly underground, is always ongoing. Pole inspections and testing, always ongoing. Trying to incorporate more retirement of backlot poles and get them out front throughout the city where it's feasible and where there's opportunity to do that. Expecting third quarter of this year, our customer information system will have some more enhanced reporting tools that are forthcoming. I expect our customer information and usage portal to be up and running by the fourth quarter of this year. Some additional positive feedback on customer information type stuff. Since we went with our new doxim provider, our bill printer, our bill presenter, back in February, we had 3,000 customers on e-billing. As of May, we have 10,000. So that's 7,000 more customers that are self-serving through an online portal. And that reduces call volume at customer service. That reduces postage. And that reduces bill printing costs as well. So I think that's a positive story right there. Immediate data management system, expect that to come online in the first quarter of 2027. That'll give us the opportunity to take more aggressive steps towards rate modernization. And the West Bern South substation, that's part of the 5-year capital plan. Substation maintenance is always ongoing, same with battery changeouts. Planning another financial study for later this year. Always working on rate modernization, customer payment services. Have plans to do some remodeling in that building, but that's on hold right now. And the customer service AI system have on hold.
You talked about your line extension requests. There was you made an announcement at the time. We can talk about it a little later, but can we discuss as a board on the current line extension policy has an 8-year recruitment on investment, assuming that there is a paying customer at the end of that line, right?
Yes, in very general terms, yes.
And so, there are quite a few developments in which you do development. The developer who creates the different buildable lots gets the advantage of the line extension policy, where it's some free extension to a certain amount to their property. And if they don't build in those 8 years, that's just prolonging any kind of recoupment.
Yes and no. They'll pay the line extension cost so that they can develop their buildable lots. The amount of credit they give is based on how much load they set, but they don't set any load in that particular business relationship. They're selling a lot to somebody that will build a house that will actually develop the actual real load that will connect to the system. So it gets a little weird there. So some of it's based on concept that they're going to develop all those lots, they're going to sell them, and there's going to be a house there.
Is there a way we can modify the extension policy to recoup those costs from the city quicker at a quicker rate?
Alderman Ferguson, we discussed this, the city manager and the attorney, we discussed this and worked on this a couple of years ago. City of New Bern's current line extension policy is still more cost prohibitive to developers than Duke and Jones Onslow, E&C, I can't remember the other one. We made adjustments. The developers, obviously, they don't want to pay anything or pay as little as they can. Staff wants to recoup all of the costs if we can, and we settled on where we are now with the line extension policy, which when you look at the fact that once the customer gets online, they're online forever. Yes, there may be a slower payback, but
Mr. Manager, do you want to add anything to that? I think you were part of those discussions we had.
I was, and it was very contentious discussions as well, and work out good. As good as the board would like us to do. Let's look at it, we will.
I was just saying that because I'm not interested in looking at that again. We came to an agreement, both of us were equally unhappy, and we kind of moved on. So I don't think there's going to be anything to gain, because you're going to stifle development if you charge more than what you're charging right now, because it's already more than what.
I guess, and I didn't know about the prior conversations from previous years, but my thought process would be that, one, I don't think we'd cycle development so much. I mean, we have so much building right now, and the way I look at it, you have new Bern customers subsidizing these new lines, whereas the developer, what they're going to do, like you said, they're not going to want to pay. So what they'll do is they'll pay it up front and then increase the purchase price of the lot. And so the actual end buyer is going to have the increase instead of the customer base subsidizing that extension. So that's just what I was kind of thinking through.
I think it was something that when we looked at last, it's like 70 or 80% of the building permits are being pulled by 2 or 3 developers. And they certainly have the ability to say, no, we're going to pause on this one and go elsewhere. So. But I'm happy to share with you more details if you want.
Yeah, we can look into that. I'm sorry. I just wanted to, as you brought it up, we'd had some conversations in our group, our committee meeting, and so I wanted to bring it up. And I think from what the mayor's saying, some new information that apparently the city manager has, we'll get into it and look at that a little more.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can we take a 5-minute break?
Have a motion. Have a second. Alderman Astor. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. We are in a 5-minute recess. Okay, we are back and we are at item number 10, Mr. Eaton.
Okay, so this next item is discussion of proposed ordinance updates. And so the first one we have on here is vehicles for hire, and the assistant city attorney is going to give a brief overview of that.
Mayor, members of the board, good afternoon. In your packet today is a draft version of Chapter 82, Vehicles for Hire. And I know you've had this, you've been able to ruminate over it a bit, but just to give you the highlights, the proposed revisions to Chapter 82, Vehicles for Hire, only apply to certain types of vehicles. It does not apply to taxis, limos, and ride shares. Of note, we have the designation of commercial pedal vehicles. Those vehicles, as proposed, are only allowed in the locally designated downtown historic district. And this ordinance also contemplates licenses, inspections, and insurance requirements for vehicles that might fall under this ordinance. If you have any particular questions, I'm happy to entertain them, but the sentences or phrases that are underlined in the version that you have are the changes that have been discussed or proposed since your last discussion. But otherwise, I think you all have talked about this already.
And this include the, I don't know what you want to call that thing, the pedal pub?
Yes, sir. That's the commercial pedal vehicle.
This primarily affects Alderman Ferguson, so I'll let him chime in.
This is I think y'all have a draft to look at, and we'll probably discuss, I think, my hope would be we discuss it in July. I've gotten mixed reviews from folks. So I'm talking with them. I have some meetings set up with Hydra and some other downtown business owners just about what this looks like. I think that the primary concern is noise, and so what we've tried to do in this draft is to limit where, and specifically I think it's the bike trolley component is where I get a lot of feedback. And so what we tried to do in this draft is limit the location of where that bicycle vehicle, that commercial pedal vehicle could go. And what we had in here is they could go in a commercial district within the historic district. And so you can only, it essentially follows the zoning map. You can only go in a commercial district that is in the historic, but you come, I think it's a good compromise. But that's, so anyway, all that's to say is I'll have a few more conversations and then, what's that, Alderman White?
I was just commenting to the mayor about the video that I sent you when I was in the Raleigh area of that. And it was definitely loud. And it would be a designated area for sure. So I would agree with you.
Well, yeah, I think that's why, I mean,
For the interruption.
the folks that want to do it obviously want a much broader map. And then obviously the folks that live in the broader map have some concerns, rightly so. And so I think a good compromise was, well, if you live in a commercial district, you expect some level of commercial activity, and this is a commercial activity, so this is a compromise. The hours of operations also, I think, are a compromise too. If you're gonna have that noise, it's not gonna be until, it's not gonna be until midnight, so. Still working through it, just want to give y'all an update and see if y'all had any feedback yourselves before I go and talk to some Hydro folks and other business owners before we bring it up in July.
I haven't heard from a lot, but the ones I have heard from were not very excited about that potential. That's all I can share with you. So.
I've gotten, like I said, I have not gotten a ton of feedback, probably 7 or 8 folks that I've directly kind of solicited feedback from a wider group. It's about split. The ones that, again, say absolutely not are referring to the commercial pedal vehicle. I have one response that says we should ban the horse carriages altogether. So, I mean, people from all over. I also have folks that say, yeah, we support it and we like this. So, anyway.
Leaf blowers too, right?
Oh, and leaf, yeah. So do y'all have any questions on that? I wanted to make sure that y'all had a kind of updated draft and see if there's any suggestions before I take it out to further groups.
All right. You good on that one?
If not, we'll proceed to the next ordinance that you have before you today. It is chapter 47, titled Alcoholic Beverages. This draft, as Mr. Davis has forecasted, draws out our alcohol regulations from a previous subsection of our ordinance, and also codifies what I'm going to call a temporary social district. I know that the board's had a great many discussions about the social district concept and how to adapt it for New Bern, if at all. So there are a couple, if you page down to, I think it's page 1, 2, 3, 4, you'll see some blanks there and some in-text comments about things that would need to be determined. So as it's being proposed right now, parking lots, streets, those types of things, will need some feedback from you all about whether those venues should be included. Crosswalks we think are included by necessity. We'll also need some feedback from the board about possible dates and times when the social district may be activated. Our best thinking is to have some defaults in the ordinance so that people have some parameters about what might be acceptable. And then certainly any additional feedback you have that we might be able to incorporate so that we can have a final draft prepared for your consideration at a future date.
This is another one I've talked to quite a few folks on. Believe it or not, I've gotten less negative feedback on this than I have the vehicle for hire. Primarily the big pieces here are the map where we're talking about it. Most folks I talk to, especially in the central business district downtown, are, they are amenable to the permit base. The ability to is a off, we do not have this, and then for an event, it's activated so that we can have that, making it event-based. The only kind, I haven't given my feedback yet, but my feedback on it is really the process for either obtaining the permit or the approval from the Board of Aldermen actually having just like we do with the street closure, where I don't see that baked in here. And so a little more clear about the process by which you obtain this approval, kind of like what we do with the street closure. And I think as far as the areas, we keep it very small footprint. to the central business district downtown within those, 4 blocks, and then the 1 block on Pollock between Freshwater, Firefly Cafe, and Brewery 99. And keep it between those, just that portion of Pollock Street. So a very narrow footprint. If we could get a draft map of that so I could share with the resident groups I'm talking to, because that's where my feedback is, well, what's the map look like? I'll have my 2 comments.
Well, I've had more feedback on this particular subject than anything that I know of. And so far, everyone that's contacted me, which hasn't been but maybe now 4 or 5, asked me not to vote for it. He said they just don't want to be walking downtown with their grandchildren or something and, have to worry about somebody walking up and down the street drinking.
I understand that. But I think if they take their grandkids to a festival downtown, that's what's happening now. We're just opening it up so that you essentially have increased competition with businesses in that area. You're not limiting their ability during those events. That's why I want to make it clear what is the permit approval process, tying to making it a yes or no vote from the alderman as it comes up.
And this is just for already planned events going on.
Well, the way I look at this is it's just like we do with street closures. You request a street closure, you get approval, whether it's for an event, for a parade. Here, we're going to petition to have this social, this permitted base sip and stroll, this permitted social district, and it's going to be the first Friday during art walks. And what I would like to see is, in that petition, it says what the time is. I don't love the idea of a default time, frankly. I like having the default maps that we're going to allow it in these 2 areas, and then have the petitioner or applicant say, we want this during, on this day from these times.
Just so I understand, so Mumfest, for example, Mumfest has the beer garden. It's sort of been on the Talbot slide at times. I think it's been in the lot across the street from City Hall. So what this ordinance would do is allow Mumfest to essentially have the social district within the central business district during Mumfest. Correct.
That then allows every restaurant or bar owner in that area to sell during Mumfest on a to-go cup that they can walk out, rather than limiting to, you have the beer garden, this small area with this vendor that typically is an outside vendor, so you're not even supporting local when it comes to that. It opens it up to those downtown restaurant and bar owners.
But as it sits now, regardless of kind of who's selling it, you have to stay in that particular area. This means you're going to be able to walk anywhere within the central business district. Okay.
Correct. So, I mean, if there's no fundamental opposition to those changes that I've suggested, I'd like if the city attorney can make those suggested changes or red lines for me to share with. Again, I'm meeting with Hydra and then some other business owners to talk through some of these things. So I just would like that.
Certainly, we can prepare that for you, Alderman Ferguson. I just will add one additional point, that this ordinance contemplates a management plan, which I think is some of the nuts and bolts of what you're asking for. So that management plan would help staff administer the social district program after the implementation of the ordinance. But if you'd like to have a forecast of what that plan might entail, we can certainly have that for you.
So is that, the way I read this, or the way I understand it as a management plan, is that something that the city says we're going to put this management plan together and this is what you have to follow, or is it the applicant saying here's what the management plan is when we have this?
I understand it to be, it's a management plan for staff to have, to tell people who are seeking to apply for a social district, this is what we need from you, this is the process, here's how the road's going to run.
I think that's probably the better way to do it. I like that, and I would like to see a draft of that, so that I think that couples nicely with this ordinance change, and that would help a lot of the folks who have concerns or questions, what does the management plan look like? To be able to show them this is the draft that staff is thinking of to requiring these things.
Yes, sir.
All right, next item is the text amendment updates. So Jessica Ruth, you'll come up.
All right, before I jump into text amendment update, I'm just going to give a quick update of where we are on our HPC updates, which is also technically an ordinance update. Yesterday, I got the draft that the HPC is going to be discussing at their meeting tomorrow night to put some final touches on before it's released. It is still a draft. It is still a working draft. It is still has a lot of conversation that needs to be had by the public around it. However, for the last 4 months, we've been meeting weekly. We have been having conversations. The input that comes from those conversations has kind of been filtered to Commissioner Thompson on the HPC, who has been spearheading, putting together this draft for us to use. It doesn't look much different than it does now. When you actually look through it, you will see strike-through text. That means we are proposing to get rid of something. The text you see in red, like any other mocked-up document, is text that we are proposing to add. I can say when it came to the use of alternative materials on primary contributing structures, they are not recommending any changes on those primary structures. It is not due to a lack of conversation on the topic. I think you will see conversation at the meeting last night, which will be broadcast, or tomorrow night, tomorrow evening, why they landed on that recommendation. They still have a couple of things to work through tomorrow evening on materials that may or may not be appropriate on additions to contributing structures that are in the rear and in the tertiary area where you can't see. You are going to see a lot of definitions updated, a lot of text changes, all of the things that were problematic with word choices that have been highlighted by the public over the last year or two have been resolved in this draft. And so we look forward where they land tomorrow of getting all these documents posted on our website on Thursday morning. And from there, going through and soliciting public comments. We have scheduled a public comment meeting to take place Tuesday, July 7th at 5:30. It will be broadcast live. Last week's stuff, we put together notifications for all 1,033 property owners in our historic districts. They will all receive mail notifications. We do not have to do that. We are doing that to make sure we are get the word out to anyone who might want it. I've also reached out to most of our HPC influencers, anyone I've had a conversation with about HPC, I know is interested in this topic, likes to stay up to date on it. We've shared it with them, and we have also told them, tell a friend, get this out there. So we have about a month to work with to get this out. I want anyone that would like the opportunity to know this meeting's happening. We have also set up a special email address where if you cannot attend those meetings, you can still provide comments that will get to staff and the board on this. Once that public comment meeting takes place on July 7th, we will see if there's a tremendous amount of work that needs to go back to the drawing board on. I do not anticipate that to be the case. Or if we are ready to move it to Planning and Zoning Board. This is technically a text amendment, like any other ordinance that falls under 160D is. So we will have to have that recommendation come from the Planning Board before we can advance it all for a public hearing at your meetings. And after we get through the meeting on July 7th, I will make a recommendation on what I think the best next step is. I am a little bit concerned the way it's tracking. We have a very, very heavy Planning and Zoning Board agenda tracking for July. It was heavy before the June meeting needed to be canceled, and I'm not sure it's going to be appropriate to put such a large, very highlighted topic on that agenda, so it may have to be delayed another month. But we'll circle back, we'll get that input. Let's get through, see this draft tomorrow, and have our special meeting on the 7th. Again, I'm just highlighting this. I know a lot of people watch this at home. The more times I can say we're having this meeting, please come share with us, the better. I'm not going to talk about the downzoning bill, but There's a lot of things, so we've talked this to death right now, nothing's changed. We still need things in our ordinance changed, and so we have proceeded with starting a package of text amendments to bring to this board, to the Planning and Zoning Board, and then to you all, that we feel we can effectively make changes in the ordinance we're working with right now without a risk of any litigation or downzoning things. The things that we are starting to work on, we've been meeting about once a week on this, and our next step is to loop the attorneys in and see where we've gotten with this so they can guide us as well. Our topics that are very time-consuming, topics that if we make some changes, we can make it easier and faster to get approvals out the door and to make things clearer. There's a couple of items on here we're just getting a whole lot of questions about, and whether we want to make a change or not, I think it's time to have a conversation on them. One of those things that comes up very frequently is accessory dwelling units. We currently do not have a way to accommodate them. We get asked about it every day. Where can I put an accessory dwelling unit? And so I think we probably should have that conversation. Most of the time they are not related to Airbnbs or things like that. The reasons behind it is somebody has an aging parent and they want them closer, or affordable housing, young adult children not having a place to go. That's typically why people call and ask the question. Although once you start allowing accessory dwelling units, you need to consider where and how you allow them. So putting that on the radar there. We are getting a lot of questions about murals and whether or not words are appropriate on murals. We need to do something to clarify that when a question gets asked. Adult daycare is something that we are getting asked a lot of questions on. Apparently there's a need for it, or else they wouldn't be asking that. I mention adult daycare because we have some very confusing, not always making sense language regarding regular daycares and early childhood education centers, and they're all defined a little bit differently and allowed in various places, and I'd like to look at that, tighten it up. I'm not sure that we always need to really require a special use permit to open a daycare in the city of New Bern. If we can find a way to accommodate the traffic concerns, I think it'd be perfectly fair to say this is a permit that just stops after development review. The same thing, and I'm mentioning this to get you all thinking about this because I don't know which direction to go, but churches, schools, and fraternal organizations, they're all supposed to be treated the same by federal law. That meaning they're all special use permits or they're all not special use permits. Ours is not quite that consistent, and when we make a change, we're going to have to make sure it is. But I am going to come recommending that we eliminate the need for special use permits on those uses, because many times you say, oh, you need a special use permit for a church, for example, and you're going to think it's Temple Baptist. Like, yeah, we want you to have a special use permit. This is huge. You blare music. You've got a parking lot the size of a mall. Those are types of things we don't want a special use permit for. The problem is, if you want to start up a church in a strip mall that already exists, you are going through that same exact process, and there's really no neat and clean way for staff to say, you don't need a special use permit. I'd like it to look neat and clean either way, so we don't have to kind of call Jamie up a bunch of times a week and say, are we interpreting this right? It seems like a lot, or this or that. So adding clarity in that fixes a lot of problems, and going through the use chart, not just on those things, but on some other things that back in the day probably needed a special use permit, maybe don't anymore, because the number one complaint I get, and I know you hear, is how long it takes to get through that process. And that's exacerbated by the fact you are required to have a survey. Whether you're going into a shopping center or not, that's the way the ordinance is written. So in black and white, the law says you need to have this when it's not adding any value or helping us make that decision. So let's fix that. Right-of-way width is something we need to look at. I won't get into details of that. Some of these are just kind of minor things that haven't been fixed over the years. A couple of requirements in our subdivision ordinance. We talked about the mobile homes being prohibited right now in the RDC overlay. We are standing prepared to make several text amendments when we get a recommendation to the Planning and Zoning Board from the RBC, the same way the HBC will be making a recommendation to the P&Z on your text amendment. You're gonna start hearing about data centers. I'm not gonna say too much about data centers. Our ordinance doesn't specifically really call this stuff out, but nor does anybody else's. And kind of need to find right now, the way the law is written, similar use if somebody was to come ask for one today. So we're trying to make some preparation in our ordinance, all of our codes actually, for when that starts hitting New Bern. Another thing I don't think should require a special use permit is a parking lot. If you're gonna build just a parking lot, you're normally building that because you own another business closer by. Why are we making you go to the Board of Adjustment and do all of this work to set up that parking lot? I'm not sure, and some of you guys may have institutional knowledge that I don't have, but some of these common sense things that are taking a really long time and a lot of paperwork and require this surveying and appraisers reports and things, I'm going to be seeking to get rid of through a text amendment. The next two big things I'd say are our sign ordinance. You need a PhD to be able to apply part of it. I'm paying a consultant. We all are paying a consultant to help us clean up our land use ordinance comprehensively. He's going to be writing us a sign ordinance anyways. If you all would like to see a sign ordinance, I will direct him tomorrow that that's the next product we'd like to see, because he's not been doing anything for us right now, and that's something that would really help us, and maybe even pulling the signs out allow us to have a more focused conversation just on signs. So I would like to track that forward as well. And those are my updates right now. Not much today, but we are intending on bringing you either a large package or several smaller package of changes to the ordinance with the hopes that we can make things easier, faster, and make some more sense.
So one, it seemed to me like through the years when we were doing zoning changes that the checks and balance of a controversial a change in zoning was that, well, we still got the special use. You know, we can fine tune another special use. So now, on one hand, we're using special use to change zoning that somebody wants to zoning change, that the catch is going to be, you know, the litmus test is going to be the special use, and now you're saying get rid of special use.
I'm not saying to get rid of, special uses have a time and a place, and they're very effective. We just had a great example last week on the dogs. We don't want to allow, probably don't want to allow outside dog uses without the Board of Adjustment in some areas, say, being able to ask for conditions. The dogs have to be gone by 9. You need a 8-foot tall fence, whatever that may be. We're not getting rid of special use permits. However, on some of the things I just listed, I am proposing to say, let's remove the requirement you have to go to the Board of Adjustment, because going to the Board of Adjustment, having an appraiser's report, getting a survey doesn't always make sense. And so for things that fall in that category is where you would see some proposed changes in the use chart. There will still be a special use process. It just wouldn't apply to, if we were to adopt these proposed changes, churches, schools, fraternal clubs, individual parking lots, daycares, things like that. Or maybe just in certain zones. We'll really look at the zones, because in some zones, a special use permit for these things is still valid, is still required, but we're in an unusual point where we're getting more complaints about having to go to the Board of Adjustment than anything else. And it is very, very, very time consuming for staff to explain this process. It's not usually just once for somebody doing this the first time. They've typically talked to Kendrick. Many times they end up talking to Jamie or Scott after that. They come back confused. Then they get right, they understand. Then they realize what it costs to go get a surveyor or to go get an appraiser's report. And then they realize, well, dang, these professionals are backed up 3 or 4 months. They can't even get me the document I need to have a complete application. Then staff tells you, I'm sorry, we don't have a complete application. They run to you all complaining about Kendrick telling them, well, they don't have, I know, because we deal with it every day as well. And any opportunity I have to eliminate those conversations, still get quality development and not have to put people through all that, I'm gonna take right now.
Well, it just looks to me like that there'll be times where you could maybe do an administrative special use, and then other times the Board of Adjustments might do one. If I were in your office there and I had something that was very controversial as to way without a special use, a parking lot was going to unload traffic inordinately into an area that is not used to it, I'd want the Board of Adjustments deciding that special use for me versus staff doing it, and administratively that it falls back on staff.
You can't do that.
That's fine.
I'm just saying though, that whatever you want to call it.
That's a fine point, Alderman Outlaw. I don't think 160B allows for staff to make quasi-judicial findings that are required in the special use permit process. So if a use is designated to be a special use, by law, it has to go to the Board of Adjustment or whoever the municipality, whatever board the municipality designates to make those findings. And I think what Ms. Rue is saying is we could be a bit more surgical in making sure we balance those factors that might tend toward the special use to make sure that uses that do not have the propensity to have substantial impacts on adjoining or abutting land uses so that we can have a more streamlined and efficient process.
But what I'm saying here, like on HPC, sometimes some things are administratively approved and other things are not. That's kind of what I was.
I think to Alderman Outlaw's point, I mean, what, at least how I'm going to translate it, I think is what he's saying. A lot of these uses you're talking about, eliminating the special use requirement, which is $750 for the permit, you gotta get a survey, you gotta get an appraisal. It takes, months and months to get a Board of Adjustment, you go through that, to expedite that. You can have a use as a permitted as a matter of right with other development regs. So parking lot's a great example. You're allowed to have a parking lot, we're gonna say it's got to be, this dimension by ratio.
Right, and our ordinance already kicks in, if you're abutting residential, you've got a larger buffer, you've got to put in, the checks and balances in there.
I think it's common sense. The most recent one is the church that was going by the high school in a strip mall that's been there for 30 years that we're requiring them because of our ordinance to get the survey and all this permitting. It's not changing the structure of the building. It's less intense than a gymnasium that we open up 24/7. It's a church that's open 1 or 2 days a week, and it's ludicrous to have.
So I wonder in that situation, is there a way? I agree with you on the uses you just listed, eliminating special use permit, adding some development regs. But I would think there's a way to change the definition of site plan to include, yes, if you're going to build a structure, you got to have a survey. If you're going to, on a vacant lot, you're going to have some new structure versus if it's an existing structure, we're going to accept this or this. And you're able to have, but I think that's a broader conversation. But yeah, I think that's, to the mayor's point, make it a little easier in those scenarios. I do think special use permit is extremely helpful because it adds conditions too. But yeah, I think that's, of the things you just listed, though, what I read, that I'm particularly interested in us expediting consideration of is the accessory dwelling units, because I get a lot of questions about that. Whatever development regulations we can put on data centers, I think is a good, worthwhile conversation. And then the sign ordinance, I completely agree, needs to be rewritten so that anybody who reads it can understand that it's not ambiguous.
So one of the problems that we have now that was scheduled to be resolved in the new ordinance was very specific criteria of what you need to submit, what is on a site plan for what type of project, things that are in modern ordinances that are not in ours, making it very clear, saying, I'm asking for this because it lists right here in the law that this needs to be on there. And it's set up with a chart for like minor development, major development, or basic development, and it's an exit, and the requirements to go on the site plan increase with the level of sophistication of the project you're doing. And so, given this is partially drafted already, what I suspect is going to happen after I get through these things is we start bringing pieces that have been professionally drafted. I did not want to do this. I didn't want to do it. I'm not left with much of a choice, but taking that, finishing those a piece at a time, bringing them in and incorporating them into what we have now with the hopes that someday we put it all back in the pretty version together. But this is what we're tracking with. These are changes we feel like we're capable of making, in conjunction with Scott and Jamie, and we're looking forward to bringing them to you and hopefully cut down on some of these delays and complaints from people.
Too bad that the downzoning language wasn't included on the budget. Then it would be passed.
Yeah, by way of update report, I just went and looked. The local bill designed to help us with this downzoning issue has not made it out of the rules committee, so something tells me we're not going to get it.
So we'll start in it this way, and I don't know if you prefer them in a large chunk, or if you'd rather them come a couple at a time, package this one, and we'll get there as we start having things ready. I'll seek out that feedback.
My preference is, some of this stuff needs to be cleaned up, and it's the same way I feel about some of these bond projects, is let's move on. Just as it comes ready, let's see it, so we're not waiting around for it.
This is kind of the best we can do right now, so I'm pleased to see Ed's nodding. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so Mr. Hughes, you want to skip item number 11?
Yes, we'll skip number 11 in the time we have, and let's go ahead and go straight to the electric working group.
Okay. Number 12 is electric working group. Who on that group has given us an update?
Take a guess, Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Outlaw.
Okay, we continually meet and discuss. We met shortly yesterday. Several items. Number one, getting consensus on the capital upgrade initiative, the 5-year plan has been discussed. I'll let the other members speak for themselves. I think we need to move forward. I'm not so sure if we're going to do it, the sooner the better, just like some of the things that Mark read out of that, they're not going to get any cheaper. We do have a phenomenal amount of growth in Midland. That's the one thing. The other thing would be either getting our power through a wholesale arrangement directly with Duke Energy or the current system of 32 cities within Kempa. Certainly there would be advantages to staying within the Kempa, that the safe harbor of electricities in the Kempa itself, and all of the process of that particular model. The other thing is, again, to go out like some other cities in North Carolina, about 5. One that I would think had a bigger grid would be Fayetteville. So from that, I think what my thought on it is boiled down to is I used the example of Eastern Carolina Council of Governments, which used to be Eastern Council of Governments, was a nice model for smaller cities that didn't have a lot of staff. And I think we were wisely figured at some point, smartly figured that we were not in need of their resources. So similarly, the question I've tried to answer for myself is New Bern a large enough electric grid to go off on its own like Fayetteville, knowing that there presently is consulting services of about $1 million a year, that we probably could not do it any cheaper on our own. And the need to get a consultant to advise us as to which of the two, as to where we once and forever make our mark, because really June of next year is going to be around the corner, And we'll have to make this decision anyway.
So just to kind of frame Alderman Outlaw's comments, this board formed the working group for the electric and kind of tasked us with looking at all options, and we did look at all options for wholesale power supply. We looked at some form of consolidation with Fayetteville or another kind of utility commission. We looked at potential asset sale to Duke. We looked at staying the course with our Nekempa wholesale contract, and then we looked at contracting directly with Duke. I will tell you that from the conversations and meetings that we've had with those different entities, there's no ability for us to partner with a separate utility like Fayetteville. That's not really on the table. We met with Duke's head of operations for this region, and they, in no uncertain terms, said that they had zero interest in any kind of asset acquisition, that they do not want to buy our utility. Part of that is they have a major capital plan for the state that they are undergoing. They also are going through a merger, as you all know, between the Duke Energy Progress and Duke Energy. That merger, they have no interest in acquiring any kind of asset, especially one that has depreciated to the point of ours. And so with that off the table, we looked at the two only options for wholesale, which is stay with Nekempa or contract directly with Duke. The reason I say those are the two options, our current contract, it's my understanding, with Nekempa limits any kind of asset sale only to Duke. And so right now we are contractually tied. Even if we wanted to sell to someone else, we couldn't do that. And so the only options, like I said, are those two for wholesale. Alderman Outlaw talks about June of next year. Under the contract, it's my understanding, we have to give notice to Nekempa in June of 2027, I believe, of if we are going to stay with them or if we're going to have another wholesale power supply contract. If we do another wholesale power supply contract, that will take effect in 2032. So it's essentially a 2027 notice with a 2032 termination. I believe those are the days. And so then we talked directly with Duke Wholesaler, who is willing to contract with us. So we can essentially cut out the middleman with Nekempa. So the unknown there becomes, what is the cost? What is the cost of Nekempa and their contract administration versus if we did it on our own in-house? And is there a cost savings? Right now, Nekempa says it's a $1.1 million contract with multiple services that they obviously said that we are getting at a discount because we're essentially group purchasing instead of doing it on our own. Duke is supposed to be preparing us a term sheet for a wholesale contract. There's some legal implications with that, and so we've tied in the city attorney's office to look at the legal implications of going through that contract process. So this is really more of an update for the board to say, we've worked diligently at the wholesale power supply contracts, and there's really only two options, and we're trying to ascertain the legal implications of that. So that's where that stands. One thing that has come out of that entire process, though, has been the infrastructure needs maintenance, it needs upgrades. I'm not saying it's doom and gloom by any means, but it is a lot of deferred maintenance. We have, over the last decade, not put as much into that for whatever reason, and we've also taken out from the rate stabilization fund, and so we don't have a separate fund to help subsidize when Duke goes up on our contract price. So that's where things kind of stand, and where it's come out is, I think the three of us on the committee have really vetted over the capital improvement plan and really agree that that is something we necessarily have to do. Now, the implications of that capital improvement plan, if it's funded by revenue bond, a revenue bond is not just on the electric, but it affects electric, wastewater, and wastewater and water, and solid waste. And so what we've asked staff to do is work with the directors to put together what is everyone's capital plan, how does it affect rates, and how does a bond affect all of those different so that we're not putting all our eggs into electric and then neglecting water and sewer with a revenue bond. and I believe we're going to talk more about that in the next topic, but I did want to mention that. One interesting piece so all of that's really just information update. One interesting piece that came up in talking to Duke that I think our group needs direction on from you all is Duke is not interested again in buying us or any kind of territory trade. They are, however, interested or want to see our level of interest in providing service to Hunter's Ridge. They have a major capital improvement with a new line that has to go through the Croatan out there. And it's my understanding that where our transmission line is, we could, and I'll let Charlie speak more to this, we could service them and add to the customer base. There's some benefit to that kind of infill for providing electric. So the idea, I think the mayor's talked about it, where we don't really want to look at keep expanding, but managing within the bubble we currently service. And so there's a potential, we've looked at it with the electric utility director, that there is economic viability in us providing to Hunter's Ridge. And so the question becomes, is that something this board is interested in? And if so, then we're going to tell Duke we're interested, and then see how much they want to pay us to provide service to them. And then at that point, work with Duke on any kind of outreach to the Hunter's Ridge customer base, if that's something this board wants to do. I can tell you, and the three of us did discuss this, that I think the three of us, we value the ability to provide service to Hunter's Ridge, if that's something Hunter's Ridge customers want, that we see as a good long-term investment for our utility, for a customer base. But that's just a step too far for our group without coming to this full board to get some direction, if you're okay with us moving forward on that. So I think, does that accurately characterize everything we've kind of gone over the last couple of months?
Yes.
How many customers from Hunter's Ridge?
I want to say two things, follow up on what Alderman Ferguson had to say. 1981 we did this McKempa deal, and it was part of an interest in the nuclear power plants, etc. And we know how that wound up with Chernobyl and 3 Mile and a couple other things. My concern with either of the suppliers of energy in the future is some catastrophic event having to do with gas centers or whatever. And I'm just using that as an example. I'm not trying to say that's what I'm concerned about. It's an anomaly event that could be catastrophic, and we're locked into it. We're more likely to be locked into a catastrophic event like the Chernobyls and those things with involvement with McKempa. We're less likely to not be involved that the vertical integrated model would be that with a one-on-one. I don't see, from everything we've researched, I don't see, if we double the size of our grid, I don't see a phenomenal drop in price per kilowatt hour. I do, however, if we have electricity, if we have sewer, I see a lot of growth, a lot of profit in the city becoming bigger with an ad valorem tax base. And so for that reason, I tend to want to, I think that out of all this discussion, the more and more we have talked, I've seen one thing that in 18 years on government, I've been lax on, and that is going with you and your predecessors and tweaking the McKempa. It's historically the staff goes and does the dirty work for the city of New Bern and Board of Aldermen by attending those meetings, and sometimes you do have a representative with you, which is an elected official. The question is, as you look in that the McKempa meeting, who that's not getting paid a salary like you guys wants to put that amount of time in to get to really know the ins and outs of McKempa and what is being addressed in the meeting and what questions and accountability you want to put on that board of directors. I would say to the city of New Bern, if you want to continue with McKempa, you need to give the city manager and the director of electric services, whatever the title is, you need to support them and give them direction and be there for them, because neither one of them want to go to Nakempa and make political ideology comments and discourse about your feelings about electricity in New North Carolina. It's the job of the 7 elected officials to do that, and I don't think we haven't done enough of that job to even critique it. We've done nothing. So I think that we could possibly amend right and wrongs of elected leadership if we all start participating more in the Kempa. And I said some things there the other day. I can't remember what I said, but I had smiles on a lot of faces in there, and nobody would back me up on what I said. And but I got some eyebrows and some smiles. And I think there's people who've known for years some things that need correction there, and I think we can make a difference if we stay in it.
Agreed. So again, I think where our group stands now, we're still analyzing 2 options for wholesale power contract and some legal issues involved in that to present for this board. But then an issue, something that's come up from our conversations with Duke has been Hunter's Ridge and providing service. And so Charlie can address a little bit of that, the number of customers, the anticipated revenue.
Well, Charlie, I asked the question, what is Nakempa through Electric Cities, which is Nakempa, doing? And I asked legal counsel and their political lobby, what are they doing on behalf of the 32 cities to make sure that we come out on top of the merger? And I didn't get much of an answer, did I?
No, you didn't. You said the most recent concern regarding the merger between Duke, Energy Progress and Duke Energy Carolinas was all settled through FERC and had 100% of the campus support behind it. When it came to the petition to the North Carolina Public Utility Commission, as they said, we didn't have a say in it. And not only did we not have a say in it, but the Electric City staff would not go and petition on our behalf, which I found puzzling because I thought it was a public meeting and I thought all of us could go, and whether or not we're wholesale, they were saying we couldn't go to the Public Utility Commission because effectively we're a wholesale customer of Duke.
Again, I think
don't get that.
just not to get off the rails, because I want the board to hear from you on the Hunter's Ridge proposition and get some direction on what the full board would like us to do on that.
Yes, sir. There's 256 homes that we count if we were to take that service. And when I say take that service, I propose to them taking over their distribution line from effectively Catfish Lake Road through a little bit of the forest, winds its way down into Hunter's Ridge area, Perrytown Loop area. And they would they would turn over those assets and the easements and rights of way that go there. We'd convert those homes to our metering system, which we could do in about a day. We could probably go out there on a Saturday and change all the meters out and switch them over. Before that happened, we'd have about $100,000 worth of rewiring and make ready to get close to connect to that pole line and take that system over. Annual revenues based on our rates today and based on our average kilowatt hour basis, which is about 1,000 kilowatt hours. And these are larger homes than our average, but using our average is about $515,000 a year in annual revenue. Power supply expenses, about $325,000 a year in power supply expenses. So annual net revenue, about $190,000 net revenue. As I mentioned, about $100,000 I can justify in material expenses. Do some quick math, it's about a half-year payback on it. If we take 5% of the annual gross revenues and contribute that to the general fund, it's about a $25,000 $26,000 contribution annually to the general fund. So for me, as your director, it looks like a business opportunity. We compare this against line extension methodology of costing things. It's a real deal. Because our line extension and our contributions there, we only get, the developer only gives us a contribution for extending the line. The transformer is not included in that cost contribution. The wires from the transformer to the house are not part of that contribution, nor is the meter part of that contribution. From the transformer to the house, that's all assumed to be recovered through retail rates. So in this particular case, we're getting it all. We're getting the line extension to the neighborhood, in the neighborhood, underground. We're getting the transformer. We're getting the wires from the house, from the transformer to the house. And all we have to do is change the meter out.
And we're getting the headache and the problem that Duke has with Thunder Ridge right now. So how are we going to fix those problems?
I think their headache, the primary headache is it's served all the way through the national forest, all the way from Havelock. We're going to cut off that exposure and serve it from our system that's on Bryce's Creek Road that comes out of the feeder circuit. So we're not going to have that exposure that they have to maintain that line through the national forest. Now that section of right-of-way that I mentioned between County Line Road and Catfish Lake Road, suggest we hold on to that easement or right-of-way, whatever it happens to be, because it can serve us in the future as that area between County Line Road and Catfish Lake Road builds out, which I would speculate it's going to. That gives us another opportunity to serve that development from the backside. So I think in addition to immediate load, it really puts us in a great position for future development out in that area.
I see our attorney has left, but maybe this is just me, but I don't really want to have this conversation in open. This is about a contract negotiation with a vendor. This should not be done in the open. I mean, we're talking about negotiating millions of dollars, and I'm not at a point where I won't say anything else about it. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not interested or I am interested, but I just think that we need to discuss this in closed session. I don't know how the rest of it
Don't say that. If that's how you feel, I think, and again, I think under general statute, it would be appropriate if that's how the board wanted to proceed. I think what I would be comfortable doing is we have this further discussion, actual contract negotiation discussions in closed session at our July meeting where there has been a closed session advertised.
Yeah.
If that's how the board wants to.
Because I have a lot of things I'm ready to say, but I'm not ready to say right now.
So can this be discussed in July's meeting in closed session?
Sure. If there's nothing else on the working group, we'll go to the revenue bond. Kim, I'll let you go ahead.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Charles.
So, as we've discussed, major infrastructure improvements are needed for water, sewer, and electric utilities. In order to fund these improvements, the city must seek financing for those. Revenue bonds are repaid through customer service fees, and currently the city does have a combined revenue bond covenant. Prior to seeking approval by the LDC, the city has some work to do though. A financial feasibility study needs to be completed along with the rate study. Consult with and commit to engineering and design. Acquire bids. LDC requires at least 70 to 75% of the borrowing amount in bids to be in hand at the time of application. And then once we get the project scheduled, then we can develop the financing schedule. So there will be upfront costs for engineering and design. However, those costs are reimbursable with the revenue bond
funds. This, is the 5-year capital.
Charlie, you want to talk about these out?
I think most everybody's seen this many times, I'd be happy to talk through it. I think the intent is to ask for what's in column labeled fiscal year ending 27. That's the first ask.
Yep, we had anticipated about 31 million, I think is what you gave me last for FY '27. And that may have included some engineering costs. No?
That hasn't changed from. I am trying to get the Operations Control Center modernization enhancements included in the Power Up grant. We should have a decision back on that sometime in August. So that might give us a little relief there, but we won't know the actual price until we bid this thing.
So over the next 10 years, you show about $100 million almost in capital improvements.
Yes.
Any questions on the electric portion?
What's the impact on the retail rate to the customer?
Shouldn't be any for the first year. That was accounted for, the 2% rate increase that was approved in April. We were talking about funding for fiscal year 28, 29, and 30, and that's forecasted to be 2% rate increases for each of those years.
That's an average 2%.
Correct, that was overall average, yes, you're right.
Which was presented at the last meeting when we talked about rates back a couple months ago.
Correct. That rate plan was discussed in February, March, and then the adjustment was made effective April 1st. And that's all forecasted based on what our power supply costs are for then, which they haven't changed today. But it's, as you know, it's a very dynamic situation. That's why I want to, plan to come back with another financial study as we get through the year and get more on our power supply costs.
Charlie, what I think I need your help and an answer to is I can go to Chevrolet dealer or Ford dealer and buy me a new truck. Which is it going to be? Duke has the monopoly and all of their, having to expand their grid for the AIs and all this stuff. And the merger itself and all these things that are going to impact their rate structures. So a Duke customer and their retail rate versus a City of Newman customer that in year 6, we're supposed to start seeing the savings of the 5-year,
Correct.
And so I don't see the Newman customer any worse off than the Duke customer as far as a comparison. To say that with $100 million, there are not going to be some rate increases in the City of Newbern. There's going to be some rate increases with the City of Newbern. At the same time, the relevant range of disparity between a Newbern customer and a Duke customer, I don't think the City of Newbern customer is going to be paying any more per kilowatt hour. I need your help. So answer that question for me.
I still think we're going to be less than Duke over the next 4 or 5
Well,
years.
and if you recall from the presentation we got on the Duke merger, and then if you read from what Duke has asked for at the Utilities Commission, Duke customers are going up because Duke has an aggressive capital improvement plan for the entire state during this merger, and their rates are going up because of that. And so I think that is part of the electric business that, like it or not, the City of Newbern is a part of, and there's, from the investigation we've done, and I will represent this board, I made sure we looked at all options, and selling the utility is one of them. And so this is the deferred maintenance we're stuck with.
The plan, the only thing I see missing there is with all we just talked about, and it doesn't matter if you do it here in the city, your rate's gonna go up, is the consumption error of not providing our customers either within our own grid or with the help of NAKEMPA, more than 65 audits. I think the city of New Bern ought aggressively as part of that, and where rates are probably gonna go, from a wholesale standpoint, except I think that we should aggressively be trying to partner with our customers to provide audits and answers to why some folks are having unusually high electric bills, and it's not on the kilowatt hour end, it's on the consumption end.
Correct. And we do offer free energy audits today, and we have a number of customers that take advantage of that. It is helpful. We don't do equipment maintenance with that, but we give them some basic insight into how their equipment's performing and where their energy's being consumed. Part of that is a historical review of all their energy consumption. And you can see trends and patterns, and you can pick up on things. We got a success story a year or two ago at a local fudge place where just doing our normal day-to-day work and looking at history on accounts, this account was sky high. And so that our staff analyst dug into it and started asking questions, called the customer, and the customer responded, and they got their technician out there, and they found out their heating unit and their air conditioning unit was running simultaneously for a year. We helped them out.
I think the number of customers we got 65 is not a good number.
I hear what you're saying. I can't validate that number right now. I don't apologize. I don't have our counts on how many audits we've been averaging per year, but I can get that for you. And to your point, if we want to grow that and market it and do a better job at that, I will. The other part of it too is it goes back to rate modernization, my comments there. What I'd like to do is, once again, talking about a residential rate in particular, there's two components to that. There's a base charge and there's a volumetric charge. And between those two components, we're supposed to recover all of our costs and all of our expenses. The way our rate has evolved over the years, a lot of our operational costs are recovered in the volumetric charge. So those that are on low income, those that are using less energy, are paying a higher rate for it on a per unit basis. We've got to get our operating costs shifted over into the fixed base charge and let everybody just pay our wholesale cost and transfer that cost directly to them. And whatever the case may be on how much energy you're using, you're paying our wholesale rate. That's where I want to get us to. But I need that MDM to do it, and it's got to be done in a few steps so we don't shock the market, we don't shock our customers, and it has to be very thoughtful. That is not going to lower the rate, but that could maybe help the out-of-pocket expense concerns for some of our rate payers.
Do you feel like within the 32 cities that any of the cities in the NAKEMPA have an advantage through NAKEMPA that we don't get?
I think the smaller members benefit more than we do. I think Electric Cities has a difficult time serving the needs of a medium-sized utility that's on the verge of being a large-sized utility. We're big enough that we're supposed to know what time it is. We're staffed well enough that we're supposed to be, experts, that we're supposed to understand. And to be honest with you, I don't see Electric Cities having a lot of, other than staff, pure bodies, I don't see them having a lot of extra ability that we don't already have. They have more manpower. But when I have issues and I need consultation and I need technical support, they don't have that to serve. When LaGrange needs help, they tell them to call Charlie. And that's the truth. Or call Charlie's staff, because we know what time it is. Does that answer your question?
I'll just make a statement, and I'm sure everybody's ready to go. When we first started talking about this, I think I supported the working group, looking at all options, thought we were going to hire an outside consultant to come in, but if you guys are basically saying that you've done that work, and Duke's not interested, and Duke's the only one that we can contractually sell to. Does I understand that correctly?
That's my understanding.
Which is really hard to comprehend how somebody can put that restriction on you. But if we're going to stay in the electric business, I'm not sure what advantage we would have negotiating directly with Duke versus being a member of the Can you help tell me what we think might be an advantage to us by going directly to Duke?
We'll get information firsthand, and we'll be able to make decisions on that information firsthand without having a middleman in between us. Duke leads me to believe that the rate will be the same as all their other wholesale customers, including the Kempa, including other co-ops, including Fayetteville, and the structure of the contract will be the same. There are some exceptions, particularly in the form of the amount of generation that we're allocated. They've told me verbally that we can keep the amount of generation that we've allocated now, because I need to know that if we get into year 2 of this process, are we investing? What's going to happen? So they've given me verbal commitments that we can keep our generation allocation at 20 megawatts. Oftentimes, it's a cyclical process between getting pricing from Duke on the end of year on what the true-up is and what shortfall or over collection they have in their rates. We get that third hand in a cyclical format from electricity. That process would work the same way if our staff was working directly with Duke, and we could make decisions on it. There's some, when Duke made this, when Duke wanted Nekempa support to merge with Duke Energy Progress and Duke Energy Carolina, Nekempa, electricity staff, negotiated a fixed charge in there for our support. They never told us about that until after we gave us support. I took great exception to that. So I think we were misled for the benefit of Nekempa. And we didn't have a voice in that. And I think that's the one primary benefit. If we go directly to Duke, we have a voice.
Mr. Mayor, notwithstanding what Charlie's saying about the information sharing, one piece that is the unknown that we still don't have answered that I've asked the working group, and that's why we're still looking at those 2 options, is Nekempa's contract administration services is $1.1 million. If we're able to do it cheaper and there's a cost savings, that's something that I know we want to know. As of right now, I don't know if there is, and we've discussed whether to hire a consultant to try to show what does the contract administration look like and look at the feasibility of that option. Before trying to be fiscally conservative here, before going out and saying, let's go hire this consultant, there's some legal implications of both of those contracts that we've asked the city attorney to opine on, which may take one of those off the table. This has been an effort of putting everything on the table and then pushing it off as we realize we hit a wall that we can't do. And so that's still where we're at between those 2 options. But to me, the benefit, I will say this, that Charlie and I might disagree on the benefits. He's saying it's a lack of information sharing, and from his perspective, I think that would be frustrating. But for me, I'm looking at the cost element. And right now, I still don't know if there's a cost benefit of staying in Nekempa. My understanding by statute, we might, even if we leave Nekempa, we might be with electric cities. I mean, we still have some tie to them And so taking those costs into perspective, okay, the only unknown to me is how much is it going to cost for us to administer our own contract? And I don't know yet. And that's a piece that but before we, spend money on a consultant to look at that, we need to verify some of the legal issues.
Just to clarify, that date, I think Alderman Outlaw, you mentioned June or July next year. That is the earliest possible that we can notify the Kemp Board meeting.
Now, my understanding, I lived the contract a while, my understanding is you have to give notice by 2027, and there has to be a lead time for them to prepare for your load to be off.
If you guys recall, when we met with them at the City Hall, and he told us they changed the date, kind of bit his head off a little bit. He says, no, what the change that they made actually made it more flexible to allow more time to make that decision, so you're not constrained to give that such long of a leeway.
I did get a follow-up from Mr. Jones on that. The contract clearly reads early out notice by December 31st, 2027. The question that I had, we had at that meeting, was, can I give it actually, the early out date is 2035. Can I give my early out notice in 2027 and change my mind in 2032? Because that's not defined in the contract. And he emailed me back with language that said that you can do your early out up until the date. Or you can change your mind, I should say.
Right.
Up until the date. So I still think we need to provide notice by December 31st, 2027, if we intend to.
Can you check on that? Because I don't think that's right.
Am I talking about the rate issue?
I think he extended that and said that they changed it, and I looked at it and I said, when did you change that? When did you notice that? And that's when he said, well, it's more beneficial for the members because you don't have to make your decisions quicker. You have a longer time to make that decision.
He thought, I'll double check. He thought he made that change, but it's not in that last contract.
The issue is, and I remember exactly what you're talking about, he might have said one thing, we have not seen, and I've requested, we have not seen a document amending contract. And that might be out there. I mean, this is where we've now kind of got the city attorney to look at some things and get an opinion on it.
All right. So were you looking for direction on this?
Well, I want to have Jordan come up and talk about some projects he's got real quick. So Jordan, come on up, and then we'll see if we need any direction.
And while Jordan's coming up, can you clarify, Trey, I thought you said that we couldn't do just a revenue bond for electric, it has to include all of them?
My understanding is that we can do a revenue bond, my understanding, we can do a revenue bond just for electric, but it's going to impact all of the enterprise funds. It is a revenue bond for all enterprise funds. And so if we do one and we say we're going to use all of that bond money on electric, you're essentially tying your water and sewer rates to electric capital improvements, which would be, I think.
That's right. All of our utilities are tied together regarding the revenue bond.
So when we did the revenue bond for the,
Sewer.
no, for the electric, what do you call these, AMI meters? When that was done years ago, that tied up water and sewer at the same time?
That was our first one we did with the revenue bond process. That was kind of established our initial revenue bond covenants, that whole process. And that was beneficial for money from all three funds, electric, water, wastewater, as they're all, the metering kind of is useful for all of them. So that was actually the ideal project, to have a uniform revenue bond with all of the enterprise funds, because the project applies to all three. Since then, we've done couple more, at least one more.
Was it Northwest Interceptor?
Northwest Interceptor and some of the Township 7 sewer project.
Those are individual.
Well, it's a combined revenue bond, so you can do the water, you can do the sewer, you can do the electric, but they take a look at it as a whole. So even when we did sewer, they still took a look at the stuff for electric, because it's a combined. And it's in our favor to do so.
Well, the reason this came up was as we started talking with this electric capital plan, it got brought up, well, Jordan's got some projects on the horizon. And if we're going to go and put in a revenue bond on electric, that ties up some of those projects where we can't use that bond money for water sewer, and so we want to look at this in totality. But the understanding is how it got brought up.
I don't see this, it ties it up necessarily, they just wanna look at it as a whole to make sure that, I mean, you gotta take a look at there's so many other factors, the debt capacity, which we're fine.
But the issue, correct me if I'm wrong, that you brought up to us was you can't necessarily do a revenue bond 1 year for electric and then turn around the very next year and do one for water sewer.
So we have to take a look at it as a whole. And I didn't say, I don't think I said you can't, they just need to address what our needs are so that they can see if it's affordable and if it's going to impact our debt capacity. Because you've got limits that you have to adhere to, so no matter what, they would take a look at the whole thing.
Than before, because I was like, wow, okay, that makes sense.
So I apologize if I said that or it came out wrong, but they do want to look at the city in its entirety and at our utilities.
Because the covenants of the revenue bond are built segregated from one enterprise to the other. So if we go out and we get a revenue bond for a water improvement project, there's something that could trip that within that particular enterprise funds that would say, we've got to raise our water rate, but they can't come to you and say, you've got to raise your electric rate to pay for the water.
No, no.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, that expectation is, if there's a water sewer revenue bond, water sewer customers are basically going to be paying that.
Yeah.
Same thing with electric.
All right, that's where I was completely off.
Well, if I misspoke, I apologize, that's
All
fine.
right, thank you.
Okay, so looking at the capital plan, the next 5 years, the projects that we would potentially include with revenue bond funding, there's one that's really immediate, which will be the funding of the West Newbern Water System Improvements Project. That's something we are working through, finalizing permitting now, anticipation to bid that in the summer, early fall, and hopefully have a contract ready to move forward in early 2027. Estimated cost of somewhere between 8.75 and 9.25 million. We'll know more about that once we get the bids back in the fall. The other one is really outside of that 5-year window, but it's close enough we want to start talking about it because I think it's important just to kind of keep it on the forefront, which is an anticipated expansion in our wastewater treatment plant. Looking at some point, probably right on the cusp of that 5-year capital. Last year possibly starting to do some work on that and looking at a cost of 36 to 38 million to get our next expansion of wastewater treatment. For the project this year, to kind of sync up with Charlie's FY27 funding of 28 to 30 million, we would be looking at adding the funding for the West Newbern, or a portion of the funding for the West Newbern Water Fund.
On these projects, what our group, and again, we tied in Jordan to discuss this, something I've asked for, and I think would be helpful for the board in discussion, is outlining from FY27 through FY35, these expenditures, if we're doing it all in 2 separate bonds or however we're going to finance it, and then what the impact to rates look like, what the impact to rates for electric or water sewer, and to have that in a chart, to be able to look at that, to discuss that further.
That's what they would do when we do our financial feasibility study, and then the rate study, that's what we're working on with UFS. Or we will be working on UFS if we get rush to move forward.
I don't know if this is a Jordan question or a Kim question, but I believe last time when the water plant was built about 17 years ago, I believe we did an installment loan purchase.
We did
not do a
SRF
revenue
funding
bond.
with that. Yes, sir. We did SRF funding with that. State revolving loans, so long-term low interest fund loan from the state that was available at the time for water wastewater projects.
Well, we don't have that option this go around.
Yes and no. The funding still exists, the funding mechanism still exists. The SR programs are still, you know, heavily funded through the state. There's opportunity there. They changed some rules and how you can apply to eligibility for an application about 2014, if memory serves me. For all intents and purposes, disqualifies us for the way we manage some transfer money between the water wastewater funds and the general fund. You can make transfers, you can make pilot payments, but all that money has to be, you have to get to point to where it goes. If you make a pilot transfer, you have to, you know, that money has to be, show where that money's for shared service. What we have done since well before 2014 and after, we make a pilot payment from the utility, from water wastewater to the general fund, and we also do shared service payments. So we pay our fair share of HR and IT and administration, and then we also have this pilot payment. So the pilot payment, you can't say that goes to HR and IT. You've already said you paid your fair share through shared service. Because of that, they basically disqualify you from applying for DWI. And we've looked into that, and in order for us to be eligible again for those programs, we have to look at those payments from the water and wastewater fund to the general fund as a loan, and the general fund has to pay those back. So just, you know, top of my head, I think it's a tune of $300,000 or $400,000 a year for 12 or 13 years now. So do the math, $3 or $4 million the general fund would have to pay back to the water and wastewater funds. Be happy to take it. We can find good use for it, but we'd have to do all that before you'd even be eligible to apply for an SR money. The revenue bonds at this point is probably our most viable option for some of these larger capital investments.
Anything else on this one?
No, sir.
Okay, board, I don't quite understand this, but the city attorney wants us to redo the motion that calls for this meeting on 6/19 at 8 o'clock at City Hall, and make sure the motion includes that we will be discussing the items number 1 and number 2 that's on this agenda for today. So could someone take that?
Make a motion to that effect.
Say it again, please. He wants us to change.
She wants the motion to be clear that we're going to discuss items 1 and 2 at this meeting on Friday. So I have a motion by Alderman Outlaw, second by Alderman White. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Is there anything else we need to discuss today?
Make a motion, we adjourn.
I have a motion and a second to adjourn. Any further discussion?
Did you have anything else? All right. I just talking about it.
We're good. We're good.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We're adjourned.